We can end the suffering. We can give it up. Every generation has an obligation to non-violence and non-discrimination. And you know it's true. The unborn matter too. So join us and unite, for we have just begun to fight. Help us tell the nation we want a pro-life revolution. Help us tell the nation we want a pro-life revolution. The world can be a scary place when you're just getting by, and there's no comfort or warm embrace to make you even wanna try. Let's come together from across the land to end the stigma and shame. Let's be there for each other and let's loosen and break the chains. And you know it's true. The unborn matter too. So join us and unite. For we have just begun to fight. Sing it with me. Help us tell the nation we want a pro-life revolution. Help us tell the nation we want a pro-life revolution. We've come together from near and far, from the mountains to the sand, because we've come to know that the future's in our hands. You never know what you're made of till the moment's come. That day's today and that moment is now, and we shall overcome. And you know it's true. The unborn matter too. So join us and unite, for we have just begun to fight. Sing it with me. Help us tell the nation we want a pro-life revolution. Help us tell the nation we want a pro-life revolution. Again. Help us tell the nation we want a pro-life revolution. One more time. Help us tell the nation we want a pro-life revolution. Thank you, Washington, D.C. A better world is possible, and it starts with us. We can end the suffering. We can give it up. Every generation has an obligation to non-violence and non-discrimination.
Hello, everybody. Who's here? Tell me in the chat if you are here. Tell me in the chat if you are here. We had some technical issues a moment ago. I think we fixed them. You can't see me yet. I'm getting ready. So I'm just trying to make sure that everything's good to go before we do anything. I want to make sure everything's good to go. But thank you guys for being here if you are here. Everything seems to be working fine. Very good, very good, very good, very good. Good. Yeah. I'm going to get a new laptop soon because this laptop, it does streaming fine, but it doesn't do streaming as best as it could be doing. So just give me a second, guys, and we're going to open with, again, this is a beautiful song that I saw. And I found this song because last night we were listening to these pro-life protesters against the pro-choice ones. And do we have a show tonight, guys? I have no idea how long we're going to go on for. This could last hours. This could last as long or even longer than last night's stream. No one knows where this is going to take us. But I heard this protester singing this beautiful song, and I had to go see it. I had to go hear it. And so we're going to play that because it is a beautiful song. It probably shows my biases, but it's a beautiful song. So we'll open with that.
A better world is possible, and it starts with us. We can end the suffering, we can give it up. Every generation has an obligation to non-violence and non-discrimination. And you know it's true, the unborn matter too. So join us and unite, for we have just begun to fight. Help us tell the nation we want a pro-life revolution. Help us tell the nation we want a pro-life revolution. The world can be a scary place when you're just getting by, and there's no comfort or warm embrace to make you even want to try. Let's come together from across the land to end the stigma and shame. Let's be there for each other, and let's loosen and break the chains. And you know it's true, the unborn matter too. So join us and unite, for we have just begun to fight. Sing it with me. Help us tell the nation we want a pro-life revolution. Help us tell the nation we want a pro-life revolution. We come together from near and far, from the mountains to the sand, because we've come to know
had to start with that, guys. That is a beautiful song. I'm putting that on my playlist. That is a beautiful song, I swear. You know, the left tends to have protest songs, and some of them are great, by the way. Bob Dylan's Masters of War, hey, great anti-war song, you know. We Shall Overcome, great song against injustice or whatever. Great stuff. But that is an ode to the unborn. That is an ode to those who are most vulnerable amongst us. And anyone who has a heart to use their creative expression to protect and defend the unborn is someone who always has my love. That is a beautiful song. That is the credit for that goes to, let me give this lady credit. The credit for that goes to Tara, what's her name? Teresa Bukovic. I can't say her name. I will put her Twitter handle in the chat room. Teresa Bukovic. I'm probably butchering that last name. But she's a pro-life Democrat. And there are about 30% of them. And I'm going to get into that in today's show too. There's about 30% of these people who are, my phone almost fell. There are about 30% of people who are pro-life Democrats. They are a rather sizable constituency. And they aren't just people who are in society. They're also people who inhabit Congress as well. Senator Bob Casey of my home state of Pennsylvania, he's also a pro-life Democrat. In fact, the Democrats tried to pass a bill. I believe it was a bill. The woman's, I forgot what the name of the bill was called, but it's basically a bill that would safeguard abortions nationwide. And Bob Casey voted not to fast track that bill. So she's a pro-life Democrat. She has animal liberation in her Twitter bio. We probably don't agree on a lot of other issues. And the pro-life Democrats particularly, they're pro-life, but they're also pro-universal health care. If you look at the website, they're pro-universal health care. They're pro a lot of things that I'm not against, that I'm not for personally. But anyone who respects the unborn, the most vulnerable amongst us, those are people who I can ride and die with. Those are people whom I love. And that lady has a beautiful voice, and she obviously is using it in the best way possible. How are you guys doing today? How is everyone doing today? We have a show for you guys. The response to Roe v. Wade, the potential overturn. Let me say the potential. Possibly going to happen, but the potential overturning over Roe v. Wade has been absolutely, what is the word for it even? It's been animalistic in some cases. It's been unintelligible in other cases. But in almost every case, it's been tainted with immense emotion. And I understand why. Abortion is an emotional issue. I get it. But these are fundamentally at the start. Well, actually, there's actually a few things going on here. Number one, what's the Supreme Court's going to rule on either in June or July or sooner, since this leak has caused an unprecedented circumstance to occur. What the Supreme Court's going to rule on is a legal matter. It is not a moral matter. Ain't that interesting? It is a legal matter, not a moral matter. Although abortion is certainly a moral matter, what they're doing with it involves legality. It involves the text of the Constitution. And as Justice Scalia brilliantly said, the Constitution is a legal document. It says what it says and does not say what it does not say. And Alito's opinion reflects that truth very well. Alito's opinion does nothing but simply say, we don't have the constitutional authority to create, not a right, that'd be a misnomer, a privilege that is not given to the federal government or given to us to create. That's all he's saying. He's using a principle called federalism, which is as old as the country itself, of which has a very storied and deep philosophical history. And yet there is a strong contingent of people in this country who are judging by proximity, who don't understand these philosophical nuances. who would much rather let their passions, we read Grotius last night, we'll probably read it more tonight, let their passions carry them away like the wind carries away a house. Well, tornado wind, not the regular wind. If wind always carried away a house, we'd be in trouble, wouldn't we? That's what's going on here. A few people, my friends, a lot of people have one level of analysis. Some people have the ability to look at one issue from a variety of different angles. Okay, is there a sort of psychological angle to this? Is there a philosophical angle to this? Is there a sociological angle to this? And those people tend to have the most comprehensive and holistic worldviews. I'm not saying you have to be a jack of all trades, a Renaissance man, but I am most certainly saying that the world has a lot of complexity endemic to it, and you, as an inhabitant of the world, ought to also have a lot of complexity to your thought, so you can best appreciate the world how it is, not how you want it to be. When you have one level of analysis, looking at everything from a sociological lens or a psychological lens or whatever, you are narrowing your ability to understand reality as it is. And since some of these fields have been incorrigibly tainted with the biases of their practitioners, who don't have, in some cases, the best interest of truth at hand, but have their own personal development and agenda at hand, then not only are you looking at these things through a limited lens, which you're doing before, you're looking at these things through a corrupted lens. So if you were not going to understand reality because you weren't looking at enough things, you're still not going to understand reality right now because you're not looking at a correct thing. That's the danger. You should always have multiple lenses by which you view an issue. And those who are getting upset about this decision, from what I have seen, and we're going to go into it, we're going to play videos of these people. Elizabeth Warren looks like she just got out of rehab and it didn't work. I'm not trying to be hyperbolic. She looks like she's possessed by rage, anger. This is a sitting United States senator who doesn't understand the fundamentals of the institution she inhabits. You've got President Biden saying that gay marriage is now on the chopping block because the Obergefell case could be objected to on the same grounds as Roe. You've got Cori Bush recanting her experience with abortion, using an emotional argument to justify or to respond to a legal argument, which is a category mistake. You've got some other influencers who are in this sphere who are less prestigious. I don't name names. You all can guess who it is. I will not confirm or deny. But you've got other influencers of some note screaming and complaining that conservatives have done themselves in. That the right, by virtue of this decision being made or going to be made, it has not been made yet, has done themselves in. And the left is going to win. And they're going to win big. You've got some mediocre minds saying that. I won't name names. You guys can guess who's saying that. I will not name names. The world is in such a state, man. Where do I even begin? All right, let's read some of these chats. WZG, thank you so much. I appreciate it. We have a good stream tonight. We're going to be going on for as long as it takes, I promise you. As long as it takes. And we're going to be covering the protest as well. We're going to be actually live streaming the protest too. That'll come a little bit later, but because we got to get through some of these responses first. There's some articles that I want to read you guys. Oh man, we've got such a show for you guys tonight, man. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. Oh man! Thank you for being here. Let me thank all of you guys who are in this chat right now, because I like to do that because you guys don't have to be here. You could be watching so many other people. I know there are a lot of other people that are big that are on right now and that will be on in the next 20 minutes. You guys could be watching them, but you're watching me, and I'm blessed. I'm blessed. I'm blessed. So I love all of you. So let me just thank you. You thank you, Blue Streamer. You're always a big source of support. I thank you so much. I appreciate it. Asta, you know how I feel about you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. Kieran. Kieran, you know how I feel about you too. Thank you for being here, my friend. Bobby B, thank you for being here. Thank you for your conversation last night. We had some courageous conversations last night. Hex, thank you for being here. Mr. Sharpton, thank you for being here, sir. I really appreciate your patronage. Gordio, thank you for being here, sir. Jared, thank you for being here, sir. AD, thank you for being here, sir. We're going to address that in a second, AD. We're going to address that in a second. Thank you so much for being here, sir. Oh, Rachel, thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. I love when you contribute to the videos and everything. Thank you so much for being here, Rachel. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. All right, let's go start with this first. So AD says, Christian, this is a losing strategy for the right. Okay, here's the problem. You're phrasing this in terms of strategy and not in terms of judicial necessity. I just mentioned this a few moments ago, guys. Some people operate on a single level of analysis. And I'm not calling you mediocre, AD. I'm just saying some of the people are making this argument with their mediocrity. A lot of mediocre modern minds think only in terms of electoral strategy. And so, if an issue is inherently a moral issue or even a legal issue, they will ignore the essence of an issue and they will judge it by proximity and then assume the issue is much simpler than it actually is. When people say the right has messed up due to Roe v. Wade, they are doing a few things. Number one, they're using an abstraction, a floating abstraction that has no correspondence to reality. The right is a bunch of different people with a bunch of different views who are sometimes loosely associated. So the right didn't do anything because it's impossible for all those people to have done something, to have affected a matter that a court of a few justices had sole jurisdiction over. And before them, a few judges. And before them, some attorneys. So the right did nothing. The Supreme Court justices who ascended to the Supreme Court on the basis of a congressional vote, they did something. So don't use floating abstractions because they're not helpful. Reality is resolute, it is objective, and it is observable. Number two, since we have deduced this is not a matter of strategy, but instead a matter of legal right and necessity, we should view this as such. Now, you could say that it's a losing strategy for legislatures to go ahead and try to illegalize abortion. You could say that. I don't really agree, nor do I care, in all honesty, if it's a losing strategy or not, because guess what? I'm on the side of what is correct. I'm on the side of what is right. And if I lose a contest because I stand by the morally righteous conclusion, then I will lose happily. I will lose the vain approbation of men to gain the certainty of virtue. Let me say that again. I will lose the vain approbation of men who are temporal and will expire like all of us, and gain the certainty of virtue, principles which are higher than my own personal life, which bind me towards a certain kind of action. I'm not worried particularly about losing per se. I'm worried about doing what is just. And sometimes you will lose if you do what is just. You'll lose in the interim. but ultimately you're going to win the war. So I don't agree. I couldn't disagree with you more, AD. And we're going to have a call-in portion later on in the show. If you want to come on and talk about it, we can talk about it. It's no problem. That is Lord Kames of Scotland. He was the mentor to David Hume. He inspired Thomas Jefferson and a few other of the American founders. He is a natural law philosopher. He's one of my favorites. He came after. He was either a contemporary. He was either your contemporary of Locke, or he came after Locke. I forgot. But he has some very wise words to say. So that's Lord Kames. Yes, the song, Devin. Yes, the song. Okay, hold on. I need to put that song because she deserves credit, man. I wish I could sing that good. Hell, I can't. Help us tell the nation you want a pro-life revolution. I can't sing, so let me not kill you guys' ears with that. Every time I try to sing, people. let me not do that. So yeah, I don't think this is a quote unquote losing strategy, and even if it is in the interim, I don't care. We shouldn't be concerned about winning. We should be concerned about doing what is right and what is just, because ultimately you will be a winner if you do what is just, even if the artificial contests of our day don't praise you. History has a way of making heroic men out of their deeds, not out of if they were approved of or not by the people in their time. Think of Socrates. Think of Jesus. Think of Galileo Galilei. Think of Zwingli, one of my favorite Reformationists. Think of Martin Luther. Well, actually, if you're a Catholic, hold on. You guys might be Catholics. I'm not sorry. I don't know if you guys are Catholics or not. I mean, I don't want to offend any of you. I don't want to offend any of you. I got nothing against Catholics, by the way. I have nothing against Catholics whatsoever. Nothing. I mean, I don't get involved in the Protestant versus Catholic fight. That's not my fight to get involved in. I learn from all faith traditions. I also learn from as a Christian myself, I learn from all Christian faith traditions as well. And so I learn from Catholics as much as I learn from Protestants. I mean, I'm personally not denominational. I don't, but I learn from everyone. So, but yeah, history has a way, or rather, a prudent reading of history has a way of making heroes out of virtuous men who weren't really popular at that time. And we always should keep our mind towards that. But yes, guys, in the chat, this is the song, Pro-Life Revolution. It is a beautiful song. Please check it out. Download it, share it, tell Teresa that you loved it. I mean, that, just put it on the shuffle. All denominations. No, you're right. You're right. Most denominations affirm the divinity of Christ and all that good stuff. So yeah, I agree. You're right. You're right. They just differ. But so, guys, we've got a lot of things to go through tonight. But I wanted to talk about the immediate reaction. So Chief Justice Roberts said that this was, I'll just pull up the article. He said that he affirmed this earlier today. He said that this was an authentic leak. He has called for the FBI to prosecute those who are involved in this leak. And Roberts has also called, he's also condemned the leak as well, which is a great thing, by the way. I mean, he's also ordered a probe and an inquiry into it as well. So look, I think this is that's a wonderful thing. Roberts, I have criticized Roberts in the past. I will continue to criticize him. I have no faith in Roberts generally. I think that Roberts is someone who is willing to compromise on principle to ensure that his view of the law is implemented in his decisions. I'm not a fan, but I'm happy that he's somewhat taking a stand on this issue. I'm going to pull up this article from the New York Post here. We're going to go through it a little bit. And guys, I'm not one of these people who just reads off the list. I don't do that, but it's going to be helpful for you guys to have a visual aid so we can go through this. And the biggest thing we're going to do today is the protest, guys. We're going to follow look at the protest. Let me share my screen. See what we're dealing with here. Okay, hold on. Okay. You guys see it? Guys see that? Is it working good? Welcome. Welcome, my friend. How are you doing? This is working good, correct? You guys can see this? Okay, great. Great. All right. Very good. Very good. Good. So this is a New York Post article. The article reads, as you guys can probably see, Chief Justice Roberts orders probe into egregious leak of abortion draft. Chief Justice Roberts on Tuesday ordered an investigation into the unprecedented leak of a draft opinion suggesting the Supreme Court is poised to overturn the landmark 1973 Roe v. Wade case. Okay, we're going to skip that's useless information. Roberts slammed the leak as an egregious breach of trust in the High Court's first public comment since the draft opinion was published by Politico late Monday. Although the document, this is Roberts' words, the document described in yesterday's report is authentic, it does not represent a decision by the court or the final position of any member on the issues in the case. Roberts is saying that for a reason, my friends. He's saying that because, well, actually, okay, it's foolish, actually, because he's correct. But he's not just saying it because he's correct. He's saying it because he's trying to tame fears. But the problem is this. Every single person who voted in the affirmative is a conservative justice. They are strong-willed. And they are probably going to stick by the decision. I don't see Barrett, Kavanaugh, Gorsuch, any of them caving on this. And so it is not a de jure certainty, but it's a de facto certainty. And it's quite peculiar to me. Well, it's not peculiar. I understand why he's saying it. It's just peculiar to me that if Roberts was thinking that this would calm things down, it won't. People know this is a de facto certainty. That's why you have Mayor Eric Adams saying that he's going to make sure that abortions are well provided for in New York City. That's why you have Amazon now offering to give their employees stipends if they want to go out and get an abortion. That's why you have Gavin Newsom saying, fight like hell, and I'll make my state an abortion refuge house. That's why you have the governor of Connecticut saying that he's going to do so. That's why you have Tom Wolf, Pennsylvania, saying that he's going to make sure Pennsylvania is a safe haven for abortions. That's why you have so many different governors and mayors and state officials and companies coming together to create the means to carry out an immoral action, because they understand it's a de facto reality. And for Roberts to just sit there and try to make it seem like it's not is disingenuous. He ought to have said, yes, this is the likeliest outcome of the court. We will not bow to political pressure. And the sanctity of the institution shall be preserved, and it will not fall to the mob. He should have said that. He should have said this is an impartial body that does not kowtow to either political side, and anyone who has a problem with that is fundamentally ignorant of the first principles of our republic. He should have said that, but instead he was like, well, this doesn't reflect like the final opinion. Yes, it does. I bet you everything in my bank account right now, which is not a lot, but I bet you that opinion is going to be virtually identical to the one that they eventually release and finalize. This is the problem. Man, okay, let me not get started. Let's go on. He continues. To the extent this betrayal of the confidences of the court was intended to undermine the integrity of our operations, it will not succeed. The work of the court will not be affected in any way. Okay, again, you can't say that milquetoast statement when the antecedent to that statement was based in an attempt to pacify with misleading information. You can't mix oil and water. They don't go together. You either have a vial of water or a vial of water. You don't mix them, because when you do, problems happen. Bad things happen. If you mix them and you put them in a skillet, they'll explode. And we're about to see an explosion of furor and passion and unintelligible rhetorical platitudes into the political conversation like we've never seen before. We've already seen it. And I'm going to show you. We've already seen it. We've already seen it with Warren. We've already seen it with Sanders. We've already seen it with Chuck Schumer. We've already seen it. It's already happening. Kamala, I have this on my phone. Kamala just made a speech not too long ago. at 7 p.m. We started a little bit later, and we're going to watch a little bit of it. I'm going to find some of it. And I'm looking at this on my phone right now. Apparently in the speech, Kamala said, "How dare they? Women's rights in America are under attack." We're going to look at that speech. We're going to respond to it. These people are completely losing the point. They're completely missing the point. And Roberts deflecting, then trying to be strong and assert the court's independence is not going to help that. You are the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. You ought to have the temerity to have a no-holds-barred, zealous defense of your institution, not a half-witted, milquetoast denial of the truth. And that's precisely what Roberts did. I'm getting mad. Man. Let me calm down. Let's continue. Roberts continued. "I have directed the marshal of the court to launch an investigation into the source of this leak." Okay. He continues. "We are the court. We at the court are blessed to have a workforce, permanent employees and law clerks alike, intensely loyal to the institution and dedicated to the rule of law. Court employees have an exemplary and important tradition of respecting the confidentiality of the judicial process and upholding the trust of the court." Okay, now he's trying to run cover. Okay. Proximity. Okay, write this down, guys. This is funny. No, it's not funny. This is the complete and utter. He's giving a black eye to the institution right now. So he began his statement by saying, "Well, this is not the final opinion, so there's really no need to worry." I'm paraphrasing. That's essentially what he meant. Then he said, "Well, we're not going to be influenced by this stuff." But the antecedent contradicts the statement. And we know from the laws of logic, if your premise is wrong, your conclusion can't be wrong. If the headwaters of a river are tainted, that'll eventually go downstream and hit the rest of the stream. So he starts with a half-witted, milquetoast proclamation, which is not true. Then tries to defend the institution being that which is fundamentally based on truth, based on first principles, but it has deviated in due time. Then he goes ahead and tries to defend those who work in the institution by appealing to history. Do you guys see what's happening here? If he was making an argument, I would say that he's moving the goalpost. He's not making an argument, so I cannot honestly say that in good faith. I wish I could, because he's jumping around to a lot of different things which don't get to the core of the issue. The core of the issue is that this institution has been butchered and black-eyed over the past 24 hours. And all he can offer are half-witted mistruths, then a milquetoast defense of the court's independence, and then a defense of the tradition of honesty in the midst of lies and deceit. A tradition cannot make up for what is happening in the present. Traditions have to be weighed by how well they stand up to the test of time, empirically. You can't make a statement like that and expect me to view these traditions in a damn vacuum, because I can't do that. No person of good conscience can do that. And yet Roberts is not at all. Our institutions are being ripped down right now. There were people yesterday saying, "Burn it down," in front of the Supreme Court. There are Democratic governors, legislators saying that we're going to fight like hell when the court's just doing its job. And Roberts does not have the temerity to be a zealous defender of his own institution. This is sick, man. This is getting to me, guys. This is not a performance. This is not a gimmick. I am seeing the greatest experiment in individual liberty in the history of humanity cater because its leaders want to be nice and indirect and posh and fancy and politically correct. It's a disgrace of the highest, or I should probably say lowest order, because there's nothing in this that speaks of excellence. There's nothing in this. This speaks and reeks of cowardice. See, I haven't even gotten through the article and I'm already... He continues. This was a singular and egregious breach of that trust that is an affront to the court and the community of public servants who work here. Okay. But there's obviously a culture. This didn't happen in a damn vacuum. I'm not trying to curse, guys, but it's just getting to me. This didn't happen in a vacuum. There's obviously a culture that preceded this. And I want to know, in whose office was this culture fomented? I want to know how deep the rabbit hole goes, Mr. Roberts. That's what I want to know. How much does the cookie crumble? Excuse me. That's what I want to know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. So let's zoom out for a moment. We've got a Supreme Court Justice, Chief Supreme Court Justice, who is not giving a full-throated defense of the institution that he serves, and is trying to erase the significance of what happened yesterday by appealing to history. And we have this in the backdrop of a revolutionary youth color guard almost, who were outside of the Supreme Court yesterday yelling, "If we don't get it, burn it down." Then you translate that sentiment into a higher order sentiment coming from Elizabeth Warren, who says we need to get rid of the filibuster and ram through an unconstitutional, immoral, illegal, states' rights usurping, anti-federalist decree to legalize abortion across the nation. And this is the sense of the Democratic Party. And this is why Chuck Schumer just scheduled a vote today. Today, he scheduled a vote on that measure for next week. Joe Biden said in his speech that we need to do it too. From the this is wickedness in high places, from the very, very highest rungs of this government, we are seeing the absolute butchering of basic foundational principles. If we don't get it, burn it down. Let's break it down. God help me. Jesus help me. Let's break it. Let's okay, hold on. Let me calm down. I love my country, guys. I care about my nation. I care about our intellectual and moral history. I love my country, guys. I love my country. Okay? So this is just, I'm saying this in love. I don't hate anybody, but I don't like people who want to destroy the basic foundational principles of this nation. I don't like them at all. And I especially don't like people who equivocate, who speak in platitudes. Oh, I can't stand them, man. I can't stand them. And so now you have congressional Democrats trying to blow up institutional buffers to their power. This is too rich. When this is too much, guys. I'm sorry. This is too damn much. You've got people who are now invoking bodily autonomy and saying that is a matter between a woman and her doctor, who are mutilating the adjacent principle, which would also say that in order to ensure that bodily autonomy and self-governance can exist, there has to be institutional barriers to the majority's power, which is what the filibuster is. And yet, they want to blow up the filibuster so the minority has no effective ability to fight back against the encroachments of a majority. This is what democracy looks like. This is exactly what it looks like. This is split screen, splitting image democracy. You go back to Athens, they had the same kind of tactics, just in a different form. Instead of a Congress, Athens had a People's Council. And after you were forced to go off and fight in a war you may not want to fight at when you were 18, you would basically go back in the People's Council. You'd be one of the people who would vote. This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy, say it. This is what, because they were chanting that crap yesterday. This is what democracy looks like. They're correct. Democracy looks like blowing up institutional barriers. Democracy looks like tyrannizing a minority by trying to force feed them your majority opinion. Democracy looks like completely and utterly shedding institutional protections for certain ideas. Democracy looks like a confusion and a rejection of first principles. Democracy looks like all that kind of stuff. Yes, this is what democracy looks like. This is what it looks like. It's a floating abstraction with no basis in reality. And when it, man, let me stop. All right, let's go to the chat. Let's go to the chat, guys. People are driving me nuts. Oh, Starson, hey, thank you so much for joining, my dear friend. I'm sorry you got to see me this way. I'm a mess right now. I'm an absolute mess. I'm an absolute mess. Because my country is being ripped apart at the seams. You can't expect a majority opinion to have a consistent. No, I agree. Okay, hold on. I agree. I entirely agree with you. Totally. Majorities have a bad track record. Totally agree. 100%. 100%. AD says democracy looks like a democratic socialist meeting every. Yes. So Roberts, we've established that Roberts is not at all defending the institution in a meaningful way. He is instead beating around the bush, and he is trying to appease people. And the people he's trying to appease are the very people that are trying to absolutely obliterate the institution that he works for. I don't get it. I don't get it. And so if the Chief Justice is not defending the institution, obviously those who want to also remake the institution in their image wouldn't defend it either. Obviously, they're trying to destroy it. And we've seen numerous calls for court packing. Now, Dick Durbin of Illinois today said, hey, no, we're not interested in all of that. But progressive activists are basically saying, pack the court. Pack the court. Pack the court. Pack the court. White Nubian king. I don't know. I'm not gonna put that. I'm not gonna put that that up on the screen. I can't deal with foolishness tonight, man. Country's in existential danger, and you're trying to do all this nonsense. You can stay in the chat. I'm a free speech guy, but don't terrorize people. Please don't. I can't do foolishness tonight. Can't do it. This country's in danger. This country's in serious trouble. Don't got time for no games. So, Elizabeth Warren had a few words to say. I'm about to play something for you guys, but I want you guys to be very. Okay, hold on. Yeah. Before I play this for you guys, I want you guys to be very observant. I want you guys to look at her, and I'll stop it along the way as well. Look at her motions. Look at her posture. Look at her words. Look at how they sound. Be very observant. Be very observant. Hold on. Let me put my AirPods back in. Be very observant, though. It hasn't started yet. 1 second. Sorry, I'm dealing. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Sorry, guys. I hate technical stuff. My AirPods died in the middle of the stream, so I had to. Anyway, life goes on, right? Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. They work fine. Okay, good. Thank God, because I'm already a little bit upset tonight because these people are absolutely hell bent on destroying this country. I'm not trying to be hyperbolic, guys. I'm a philosopher. I don't do. Sometimes the passions overtake me though, because this is some serious stuff. Be very observant, guys. Okay, let me put this up in the full screen because we need to see this. What's going on? Be observant. Okay, be observant. Tell me what you notice as we go on. Okay, I see what's going on here. Confused. This is on the screen. What makes any human think they have the right to tell or control another human being what they cannot do with their body? Well, I'll just respond in a very terse manner. The fetus is a person. Persons have their own body. Therefore, I'm not telling you what you can do with your body. I'm telling you what you can do with the fetus, who can't defend itself. So I'm morally obligated to defend it. That's the simple answer. It's a very simple answer. Very simple. All right. Be very observant, guys. Don't bring God into that. Okay, I'm not gonna. Okay, you guys, we got to talk about Warren first. Okay, all right, let's watch this. Take go.
How are you feeling? I am angry. Angry and upset? Angry and upset and determined. The United States Congress can keep Roe versus Wade, the law of the land. They just need to do it.
I've never seen you so angry. You seem to be.
This is what The Republicans have been working toward this day for decades. They have been out there plotting, carefully cultivating these Supreme Court justices so they could have a majority on the bench who would accomplish something that the majority of Americans do not want.
Let's rewind that. Be observant, guys. Be observant. Be observant.
How are you feeling? I am angry. Angry and upset? Angry and upset and determined. The United States Congress can keep Roe versus Wade the law of the land. They just need to do it.
I've never seen you so angry. You seem to be...
This is what the Republicans have been working toward this day for decades. They have been out there plotting, carefully cultivating these Supreme Court justices so they could have a majority on the bench who would accomplish something that the majority of Americans do not want. 69% of people across this country, red states and blue states, old people and young people, want Roe versus Wade to maintain as the law of the land. We need to do that. And we have a right. Extremists, we've heard enough from the extremists. And we're tired.
Oh, goodness. This lady, look at her face. Look at the level of indignation, false indignation, unrighteous indignation in her face. This makes me sick. This makes me sick. This woman acts as if she is getting upset with more righteousness. There's nothing more about what she's advocating for, and there's nothing logical about her arguments whatsoever. Let's break down her arguments one by one. We're going to do this again, guys. I'm replaying this so you guys can see just what's going on right now. But this, you don't you come in front of me looking like this, or you're advocating a blatantly immoral position, or I will go nuts. I will go nuts. How dare you? There are people out there actually fighting for things that actually matter. There are people out there that are trying to make sure the government can't come in and seize my stuff without due process. There are people out there trying to stop human sex trafficking. There are people out there trying to save the unborn. There are people doing things that are actually good and who have the right to be mad. But you, let's see, play it again, man.
How are you feeling?
I am angry.
Angry and upset?
Angry and upset.
I am angry and upset. Well, that's quite evident, ma'am. That's quite evident. We don't need you to tell us that. It's quite evident. That's quite evident.
The United States Congress can keep Roe.
Okay, look at this woman just holding her like she's about to fall over. See, this is a theater. This is theater. She's not about to fall over. This woman is like holding her. See, human touch symbolizes a few things. It symbolizes care, but it also symbolizes the need for such action. If someone is holding your arm and guiding you on, to the car or wherever you are, and you are perfectly able-bodied, then you are simply trying to project an aesthetic. You're trying to project an aesthetic. Okay. So we're gonna break this down, guys. Okay. So the first thing, she's trying to project an image that doesn't exist. The second thing, she's hoping that image is going to give her some kind of currency, give her argument some kind of currency. And so, by deduction, if she's having this happen to project an image, and she's hoping this image will give her currency, Warren is believing that people are going to judge her arguments off the basis of the rage and passion swirling around them and not on their merits. This is sophistry in action. This is visual sophistry in action. This is deceit in action right here in the form of a sitting United States senator. This is an attempt to fool people in action. This is an attempt to abuse the institution that you work in for political gain in action. This is almost every single thing that I hate about politics in action. I can't listen, guys. I can't look at this. I can't look at this anymore. well, might have to have a break here in a moment because this is too much, guys. My blood pressure, man. Let's keep going. Let's keep going, man.
Wave the law of the land. They just need to do it.
I've never seen you so angry. You seem to be.
This is what the Republicans have been working toward this day for decades. They have been out there plotting, carefully cultivating these Supreme Court justices so they could have a majority on the bench who would accomplish something that the majority of Americans do not want. 69% of people across this country, red states and blue states, old people and young people, want Roe versus Wade to maintain as the law of the land. We need to
just look at that for a second. Some of you may see crazy. I don't just see crazy. I see something much more sinister. Boom. Boom. Undoubtedly, Blue Streamer. Blue Streamer says, I see a tyrant in Warren who is convinced in the validity of her own righteousness. Boom. I mean, what more do I say? You know, there are people who are pro-choice who I have good-natured disagreement with, who don't act like this. Let's keep going.
No, we're not. And we have a right. Extremists, we've heard enough from the extremists, and we're tired of it.
Extremists. I did a video, my friends, on political compromise. I encourage you guys to go back and look at it. And in that video, I made the point, and I believe I made it well. I made the point that extremism is nothing more than a measure of temporary social appetites. It is not in itself a value judgment. For those of you who are unacquainted, you guys are pretty smart, but for those of you who just are not familiar with the terms, a value judgment is essentially when you say that something is either good or bad. Hold on, let me stop. I am Brett. I haven't really read it. I've read one. Believe it or not, and let me say this actually, because I get asked about Sal a lot. I respect the man entirely. He's a very smart man. I don't really read his stuff. I've got one solid book. I'm familiar with some of his more individual research stuff, but I don't really swear by Saul. I don't really swear by Walter Williams. I don't really swear by any of these people. I respect him to death. He's great, but I don't really swear by them. So yeah. So extremism, my friends, by its nature is not a value judgment. But there is a political class of people who want to opportunistically use the word extreme to castigate and exclude differing opinions from consideration. Extremism, you listen to me close for it, guys. Extremism is a buzzword meant to handicap and dismiss unconventional opinions without engaging them sufficiently. Whenever someone says, that man's an extremist, get away from him, that is someone who we don't trust. That is someone who is either incapable or unwilling to engage with their faculty of reason, an argument, and they should therefore not be trusted. And you should run away from them as fast as possible. They're showing their fruits. They're showing their stripes. Whenever anyone says extremism as a value judgment, be very careful. Because extremism, by its nature, is not a value judgment. It is a description of social attitudes. That's it.
Thank you.
Senator, does this open the door for other constitutional rights?
And ended. Hex, we're about to go watch Kamala. Oh, don't you worry. But let's talk about the senator for a second. So what you just saw there, you saw an appeal to popularity, which is a fallacy. You saw a term used to dismiss people's opinions called extremism, which is inappropriately used in this context. And you saw someone who is pretending as if they have righteous indignation and who are acting under the aesthetic of being upset to therefore garner sympathy with their argument, as opposed to legitimately having a good argument and standing in truth. You just saw a deceitful liar standing in front of you, ladies and gentlemen. How does it feel? How's it feel? Robert Reich. Now, this guy is particularly dangerous. He's particularly concerning. Reich is one of these intellectual types. He's written a bunch of books. He used to work in the Clinton administration. And he's always saying destructive stuff without season. And this is one of those destructive things. This is about Roe. Democrats are not powerless here. Abolish the filibuster and codify Roe v. Wade as a law of the land. Inaction is absolutely unacceptable. What did I say? If we don't get it, burn it down. 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 Let's destroy. The filibuster, my friends, is an institutional buffer against majoritarian tyranny. That's all it is. It's a way for a senator, to hold up the body. And it is particularly useful when the body of the Senate is doing something that is particularly bad. There are examples of this throughout history. In recent history, in 2014, I believe, Senator Rand Paul filibustered the Senate, stopped all the business, going on there for about 12 to 14 hours to get the Obama administration to answer his simple question. Are you using drone strikes without due process against American citizens? And the Obama administration, for almost an entire day, refused to answer the question. Think on that. Think on that. The executive government of the United States refused to answer if they were illegally killing American citizens. And it took a senator taking the floor hostage before anything was even given much credence or paid attention to. The filibuster is an invaluable tool. I've got no words. I've got no words. I've got no words. Now, hold on. Hold on. Now, before I examine this hot mess right here, this absolute example of the worst. I don't even know. I don't even have the words. This is not everybody on the left. Actually, guys, I need a break. I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Okay, I need a break. I'm getting worked up. I need a break. These people are taking the life out of me. Man, these people are making me mad. I need a break, guys. Let me go get some water. I'll be back in 3 minutes, okay? I need a break. Until I get back, though. Until I get back. I will play this for you guys. But I need a break.
A better world is possible, and it starts with us. We can end the suffering, we can give it up. Every generation has an obligation to non-violence and non-discrimination. And you know it's true, the unborn matter too. So join us and unite, for we have just begun to fight. Help us tell the nation we want a pro-life revolution. Help us tell the nation we want a pro-life revolution. The world can be a scary place when you're just getting by, and there's no comfort or warm embrace to make you even want to try. Let's come together from across the land to end the stigma and shame. Let's be there for each other, and let's loosen and break the chains. And you know it's true, the unborn matter too. So join us and unite, for we have have just begun to fight. Help us tell the nation we want a pro-life revolution. Help us tell the nation we want a pro-life revolution. The world can be a scary place when you're just getting by, and there's no comfort or warm embrace to make you even want to try. Let's come together from across the land to end the stigma and shame. Let's be there for each other and let's loosen and break the chains. And you know it's true. The unborn matter too. So join us and unite, for we have just begun to fight. Sing it with me. Help us tell the nation we want a pro-life revolution. Help us tell the nation we want a pro-life revolution. We've come together from near and far, from the mountains to the sand, because we've come to know that the future's in our hands. You never know what you're made of until the moment's come. Well, that day's today and that moment is now, and we shall overcome. And you know it's true. The unborn matter too. So join us and unite, for we have just begun to fight. Sing it with me. Help us tell the nation we want a pro-life revolution. Help us tell the nation we want a pro-life revolution. Again. Help us tell the nation we want a pro-life revolution. One more time. Help us tell the nation we want a pro-life revolution. Thank you all. Take that.
That song's never going to get old, man. I promise you, when this stream's over, whenever it's over, it's not going to be over for a long time, guys. We're going into the night because there's protests happening. And again, I want to get to the protests. And I'm going to try to have a guest on tonight. We'll see. I don't know. We'll see. If not, you'll just get me and my overly emotional self. Because you see, guys, I almost lost myself over Roberts' incompetence and over his inability to defend the institution in a meaningful way, and his inability to say no. The institution, not only will it not cave to political pressure, but these kinds of leaks are destructive, and acknowledging that there may be a culture within his own institution that preceded them. I almost lost myself, man, because I love the principles of my nation. Although it's interesting, guys, you can love the principles of your nation while being critical of the institutions. A lot of folks have said to me, well, Christian, you must hate America because you're critical of America's involvement in foreign wars that are not morally justified. You're critical of America's involvement in South America, which has led to a lot of deaths in the funding of cartel groups. You're critical of America's involvement in penalizing the war on drugs, and penalizing nonviolent crimes, which culminated in the war on drugs. You're critical of America's involvement in wiretapping people who are under the suspicion of terrorism but necessarily haven't had due process, even if they're American citizens. You're critical. I am critical of our institutions. Because an institution, as Ralph Waldo Emerson said, is simply the long extended reflection of a man, one man, which bleeds down to other men and women over time. An institution is not the principle. There's a distinction. Okay. Thomas, thank you for stopping by. Well, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it, man. You've been a supporter for a very long time. A lot of you have. Good to see you, Bob. Good to see you, Bob. Good to see you. Thank you for stopping by as well. I appreciate it, Bobby. Thank you. Look, I don't know how long I'm going to go on for, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. But we've got to respond now. We've got to respond now to Miss Harris. Miss Harris, this happened like literally an hour ago. So you guys are getting. Don't say I don't do. No, I never do any hard work. You guys are getting cutting wire on cutting edge on the wire things here. You guys are getting things as they happen. Well, almost as they happen. So Kamala Harris here just made a speech. And we're going to go through, we're going to react to this speech that Kamala Harris made. And knowing me, I'm going to get riled up again. Knowing me. But we'll see. This was an hour ago, my friends, as of the date of this video. Let's see what's going on. Some of them think that this like. Okay, no, I can't have Beyonce on because I'll get copyrighted. Okay, hold on. Let me skip. Okay.
What an incredible job they did setting the tone and the rhythm for the kind of night we wanted to have. Look, I can't think of a more exciting way to begin my first We Are Emily. No more exciting way than actually introducing our special guest tonight. Working in the labor movement in California, I had gotten to see labor is in the house tonight.
I'm not sure if that should be reassuring or concerning.
Working in the labor movement in California, I'd gotten to see just how strong and unwavering and how consistent our special guest had been for years.
Okay.
Behind the scenes.
This is propaganda. I don't want to hear this. I want to actually listen to her. I don't want to hear this. This is pure propaganda. Oh, God. Okay.
I want to thank, please have a seat. Good evening. Good evening. I want to thank Miss LaFonza Butler, who I've known her for many, many years.
Okay.
She and I being in different positions.
Ma'am, I don't.
When we our country. Thank you, LaFonza.
Okay, great. Okay. All right.
I also want to recognize another very special person who is in the room, the first second gentleman of the United States. That is important.
Okay.
So, if there was ever any doubt about why Emily's list is important, last night makes the point.
Oh no! Don't you dare!
Right.
Don't you dare! Whoo, man! I said this with Warren. You don't try to feign indignation. That face she just made. That face. I'm not crazy, guys. These people are master they're master act. Okay, hold on. No. Watch this back. Watch this back.
So,
Don't do that. That is my pet peeve. How dare you? See, you can learn a lot from an expression, my friends. You don't have to wait for someone to explain their disposition to you before you can deduce what it is. And when I see people standing on faulty ground and pretending to be righteously indignant over that, I get angry because it's deceitful. Let's keep going.
If there was ever any doubt.
Don't do that. Don't do that. You see? Okay.
About why Emily's list is.
Don't do that. See, guys, pick up on that, man. Pick up on that. Don't do that. Let's keep going.
Important. Last night makes the point. Women's rights in America are under attack.
Let's make this point very clear. Women do not have a special category of rights that is unique and exclusive to them. Individuals have rights. Women have the same rights that I do, that anyone in this chat does, qua human. Women have rights not qua womanhood. They have rights qua human, meaning they have rights because they are human beings. The sort of floating abstraction of women's rights presumes that rights are conditional. And if rights are conditional, they're not rights, they're privileges. Politicians can get away with this kind of language because people associate complex moral concepts with boilerplate analysis and presume the complexity does not exist. They act off of passion. And her argument relies on you not to think about it.
Roe v. Wade has protected a woman's right. Yeah, it's powerful.
The only thing powerful about Roe v. Wade was just the how it imposed from the bench a imposition upon 50 states, dictated their policy. That's what's powerful in the worst way possible.
Roe v. Wade, in its power, has protected a woman's right, her right to make decisions.
No, it's not a right. Rights are moral qualities that are endemic to human nature, which are objective and intractable. A woman terminating the life inside of her is not a right, especially if we view this fetus as a human, which it rightly is. That is not a right. That is a procedure which is condemnable. So stop. It doesn't make it, Ms. Harris, we say, a right. No, just because you add inflection emphasis does not make it a right.
Decisions about her own body for nearly half a century.
No. Okay, again, I have to keep stopping this. I have to keep stopping this. Let's just keep going. Okay, it doesn't matter. She's using an argument from time here. I don't care for how long an action's been taking place, my friends. I care about if the action is correct or not. If a bad action's been taking place for a very long time, and then it ought to be get rid of in due time, and as no time as possible.
If the court overturns Roe v. Wade, it will be a direct assault on freedom, on the fundamental right of self-determination to which all Americans are entitled. Roe protects the right to access abortion. It also protects a woman's right to make decisions about what she does with her own body.
Okay. So this is the argument here between positive liberty and negative liberty. And only one of these are correct, by the way. It's negative liberty. I'll just be a spoiler for you. So negative liberty is this idea that you don't have the right to something. Rather, all right, I'll see you, Rach. Thank you for being here. You don't have the right to something. Rather, you have the right from something. You have the right from an intrusion into your personal life by the government or from society. Harris's idea operates fundamentally on this false conception of positive rights, that a woman has a right to a procedure. Well, here's the odd thing about this. Again, this makes rights conditional. And if rights are conditional, they are not rights, they are privileges. Rights by their very nature cannot be conditional. So what Harris is doing, she's using an example of something that are decidedly not rights, pretending like they are rights, and then trying to use them in a manner that rights would be used. It's deception, it's use by proximity, it's proximity ethics in this case, and it's not wise. For those of you who may be asking, what is proximity ethics? Proximity ethics is very simple. So let's assume that I have a gas can in my hand. Let's assume there's a raging fire going on next to me. The proximity ethicist would point at me and say, hey, you have a gas can in your hand, and there's a fire, and you must have lit the fire because you have a gas can in your hand. Well, what if I was just pumping gas in my car? The proximity ethicist is marked by a habit of viewing appearances over content, and then using appearances to make moral determination. Harris is engaging in proximity ethics right now. So let's recap so far. She has so far engaged in category mistakes. Abortion is not a right, it is a privilege. She has engaged in proximity ethics. Just because something's been happening for a long time does not mean it's a right. She has confused the term freedom. She's just, and we've been listening to this for what? 3 minutes? And the fallacies are already racking up. The fallacies are already just racking up, and it's really embarrassing for her.
So to the friends, I say, we've always been clear, but today we know our purpose. We know also what we are up against. We have been on the front lines of this fight for many years, all of us in this together. And now we enter a new phase. There is nothing hypothetical about this moment. Let me be clear. This fight requires the work of this very organization, Emily's List, to elect pro-choice Democrats to Congress.
I can't do it, guys. Proximity ethics, category errors, appeal to occurrence, history. She moves beyond the principal justification for her beliefs. And now she's urging people to action on the basis of them, on the basis of provably false sentiments. And people are sitting here clapping. I'm astounded, man. Human beings, we'll try to get through this. We're going to try. But we only have a few minutes left. We're going to try.
Now, at this very moment, Roe v. Wade remains the law of the land. But let's talk about what a world without Roe looks like.
Prediction. She's going to catastrophize and then use the fear caused by that catastrophizing to go ahead and make policy prescriptions, even though her predictions could very, very well be wrong. Let's see.
Women in almost half the country could see their access to abortion severely limited. In 13 of those states, women would lose access to abortion immediately and outright. Those Republican leaders who are trying to weaponize the use of the law against women, well, we say, how dare they? How dare they tell a woman what she can do and cannot do with her own body?
Okay, well, there's a number of things wrong with this. Okay. Number one, I'm being very soft-spoken right now because if I don't, I will scream. Number one, a lot of the laws that have already gone into effect, I can't think of one of them that directly punishes the woman. I can think of laws that punish the clinics and the doctors. I can't think of any of them that directly punishes the woman. That's one thing. Second thing, who's they? You're talking about a group of judges who is interpreting the Constitution apparently faithfully and restoring the principle of federalism back to this entire ordeal. What are they doing? Also, let's just keep going.
How dare they? How dare they try to stop her from determining her own future? How dare they try to deny women their rights and their freedoms?
This is not a matter of freedom, man.
3 years ago,
this is a matter of
when I was
privilege.
the United States Senator, I asked a question. Can you think of any laws that give
this
the
is
government
disgusting.
power
This is
to
disgusting.
make decisions about the male body?
I can think of some laws that give government power over every person of every gender. How about universal health care, socialized medicine, which essentially tries to hijack your individual will. And when you look at the very first iteration of Obamacare, it had the individual mandate, and it would essentially punished you if you didn't get in the healthcare exchange. Obama said if you like a doctor, you keep a doctor, but then he punishes you with an onerous fine if you don't get involved in the healthcare exchange. That impacts everyone's body, male and female. Or how about anti-drug laws, which black men tend to be the highest incarcerated for drug crimes. How about them? Drug laws that you helped push when you were in your various prosecutorial capacities. I can think of a few. The level of cognitive dissonance one must have if they're aware of how well their words comport with reality and the reality of their own record would be astounding if Kamala had a conscience. I'm not sure it does, or she does, rather.
The response, you'll recall, was essentially, can't think of any.
I just gave you a few, woman. I just gave you a few, man. I just gave you a few.
So when we look at the big picture, those who attack Roe have been clear. They want to ban abortion in every state. They want to bully anyone who seeks or provides reproductive health care. And they want to criminalize and punish women for making these decisions.
Okay.
At its core,
She's speaking in platitudes, guys. I'm sorry. I can't do it. She's speaking in platitudes, guys. She's speaking in platitudes. I can't do it. We're going to move on. All right. Well, I think we're about ready to get to protests. I had one more thing on our agenda before we get to the protests, though. I had one more thing on our agenda. And that thing is Libs of TikTok had a video come out. Now, I have not watched this video yet, but I presume I will be enlightened. Okay. The operative question of this video: are aborted babies burned and used for electricity? Now, this is not something that I really consider or even think about. This is not a question that a normal human. What is normal, right? What is normal, Christian? And we should also understand TikTok is the lowest common denominator. There's very little intelligent discourse on TikTok. Very little. We should all understand that. And we should act accordingly. Right? Because if there's very little intelligent discourse on TikTok, then we shouldn't expect high quality arguments. And I don't do TikTok reaction videos. But this is short, and I wanted to exemplify some of the worst arguments. And I haven't even watched this video yet, by the way. I wanted to exemplify some of the worst arguments in the lowest common denominator about this. It's good for us to taste all the sentiments of those we oppose or disagree with. All right, let's go.
Aborted babies being burned and then used for electricity?
I hope they are.
Jesus, I am so fucking tired of seeing this. You know what? I fucking hope so. I hope so.
I sure hope so.
I don't know. I hope so.
Oh,
Whoa, hold on. It's not funny. Hey, it's not funny. It's not funny. It's not funny. Okay, it's not funny. It's not funny. It's not funny. Okay, it's not funny. That is not. I'm sorry. That's not funny. That's horrible. It's horrible. What? We we'll have to look at this again. Okay.
I hope so.
Oh, God.
What compels? I'm not even going to try to think. I'm just going to watch this for entertainment. I'm just going to watch this for entertainment. I can't think. I can't try to deal with this. I can't treat this. See, if I try to apply intellection to this stuff, I'm treating it as if it's serious, and this is fundamentally non-serious. So let me not try.
I hope so. I can just imagine the fucking snowflakes with that one.
Oh no, I just eat mine straight from the can.
Oh, this is sick.
I don't think we should be asking, are they being burned and used for electricity? I think we should be asking, why aren't they being burned and used for electricity?
This is sick. This is demented. Let's keep in mind that TikTok, okay, is a very popular platform amongst Gen Zers, my generation. This is the kind of stuff. There's some conservative views on there as well, but I would bet you that this kind of stuff is primarily, it is the primary, it's the average kind of content you're going to see there. If you're looking for political content, and it's sick. It's sick, man. And there's something about TikTok that is dumbing us down. Anyway, so.
Recycle.
What?
Rhythm.
What? What was that? Hold on, let me go back. What?
Rhythm.
Oh, no. Okay. Okay, what's going on?
Being burned and used for electricity.
Hey, you're sick.
Recycle.
Is she trying to say reduce, reuse, and recycle? This is sick.
And rhythm.
Ooh, sustainable energy. I love the advocacy. We should try it if we have it. Portable charger.
Give me your feet.
Aborted babies being burned in the
Wow. 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 What do you even say to that? What do you even say? I don't have words. I don't have words. Those minds are wastes of potential. I can see that much. Okay, guys. This is the moment that we've all been waiting for. Bob says, I think there's an energy mismatch between Christian and this TikTok noise. Their IQ is around room temperature. Christian. You're funny. I appreciate it, Bob. Thank you. Oh, I don't have any words. Okay. All right, guys. Protests. That's why you guys came here. You've given my analysis for the past hour. It is time for us to look at some protests. So there are protests happening all around the country. Okay, no, we don't need that. Okay, there's some happening in Seattle and some happening in New York. Rally. Okay, there's so much happening. Protests. We're looking for protests right now, guys. Excuse me. There's some happening earlier, but I'm trying to find. Oh yes, so there are protests happening right now. Okay, return of the FOMO. Okay, Supreme Court. No. Okay, no, I don't care about that. Let's go NYC. No, that stream's down too. Okay, let's go to Seattle then. Okay, that stream's up. Okay.
Right ideology, and we're not going to put up with this. We are outraged by this draft of the leaked decision, and it's a shameful document that shows that women's lives and the issue of value in the eyes of the majority of the High Court.
What?
But this fight is far from over, and that's why you all are here, all of us together tonight. We're hitting the streets, we're raising our voices, we're sending the message there will be hell to pay. Our rights will not be denied. And we can't, as the other speakers were saying, we can't have illusions that judges, politicians, and lobbyists will save us. It's wishful thinking to think the experts and somebody else out there is going to solve this problem.
I agree.
It really is up to us, to you and to me.
The same reasoning you just used, ma'am, in that sentence is the same reasoning that would have prevented Roe from becoming a reality in the first place. Besides the legal absurdity of reading a privilege into the Constitution which does not exist, the more so political absurdity of you assuming that the government should be the provider of significant things which impact your life. Government is not a provider, it is a prohibitor. It prohibits, it does not provide. And if you recognize that, and you saw the forest and not just the trees, maybe you would be against this ruling in the first place. But that would violate your sentence, wouldn't it?
And this is the kind of intersectional, grassroots, militant fight that's going to make a difference. The communities who are injured when reproductive justice is denied. So please join us. I hope DSA will come to our meetings.
DSA, Democratic Socialists of America.
Alternative will come to our meetings. I hope you will. You can get the flyer over by the table there, the big free abortion on demand sign. What's coming
Abortion
up?
on demand.
But most of all, we need to work together to turn this tide and build awareness and be ready to hit the streets when that next decision comes down. It's not going to be good. We demand that the courts and the laws confirm that abortion is a human right.
It is not a right. It's a procedure.
It must be free and accessible to all.
It must not.
And no matter what the court decides, the fight will continue and abortion will continue because they are essential to our health and lives. Unjust laws will be broken. You can count on that. Thank you all.
There's no justice in the extermination of human life, lady. And there's certainly no justice in the violation of the Constitution.
I got so excited seeing the side of the crowd that I forgot to introduce myself the first time I was up here. My name is Kayla Nicholson. I'm an organizer with Socialist Alternative.
Socialist,
the political party that Councilmember Shama Sawant is a member of. And we have 3 tables at the corners of this park. I heard when Thea was speaking, people cheer at the idea of organizing walkouts in your schools and workplaces. If you are interested in helping to organize a walkout in your school or workplace and you would like help from people who've had experience, Socialist Alternative tables. Can people hold up the clipboards? Okay, there's people waving, shouting, holding up clipboards. These people can help you organize walkouts in your school and workplace. If you're interested in that, make sure your name ends up on one of those clipboards before you leave here today. Thank you so much. We also are planning a public meeting on May 16th. There's a National Day of Action on the 14th that Planned Parenthood is calling. We need to keep escalating. It's all about having a series of steps. And so at these walkouts and at this National Day of Action, we can build towards a public meeting on May 16th at 6 p.m. to discuss a socialist strategy to defend Roe v. Wade and LGBTQ rights. So make sure you have one of these as well before you leave. The next speaker I'm going to introduce is Maddie Olson. Maddie is a grocery worker and a member of UFCW 3000. Please welcome Maddie.
A socialist strategy. Okay, hold on. Sorry, we're going to pause this. I know it's live. A socialist strategy to defend a subject which is currently in the purview of an institution whose fundamental principles are anathema to socialism. This is akin to mixing oil and water and expecting there not to be an explosion when you turn the heat on. This is akin to not understanding how to conduct your energy properly and productively and fruitfully in a political sense. This is akin to not understanding crucial distinctions between your personal desires and the necessary features of an institution. There is no socialist solution to Roe v. Wade, because if socialists had their way, the institution that created Roe v. Wade in the first place wouldn't exist. Our kind of government right now wouldn't exist the way it exists right now. It would exist in a much more tyrannical fashion. There is no socialist solution to Roe v. Wade. I rebuke that thoroughly with as much power and muster that I can. There is no socialist solution to Roe v. Wade.
Are not going to have real job security. What we need is strong fighting unions in every single workplace that are going to fight for those strong contracts with living
strong
wages,
unions.
That it's possible.
Hold on.
It's possible for people to support
The same unions, some of which are mad when right-to-work laws are passed and people are no longer forced into their institution. Those unions, the same exact unions. I don't want a strong union. I want a union that is going to cohere to the needs of people who willingly want them. Not a union that is going to be bolstered up by government donations and by forcing people to adhere to them when they don't want to. If unions are really about fighting for individuals in the workplace, why do they want to force individuals to join them? And and the argument that union bosses make when people bring up this point is that, well, if people don't join the unions, it'll get weak. Really? So if people don't want to join your organization because they don't feel like it has need to them, it won't apply to that area anymore? Really? Perhaps that is by necessity. Perhaps that is by right. Perhaps that is a good thing, because if people don't want to be a part of your organization, obviously they don't see the damn need for it. So why are you trying to enforce your desires upon other people because you think you know what is best for them in the workplace and life in general? This is a socialist mentality. It's hubris. It's hubristic. Hubristic as hell.
We can't let this idea that, well, it's not happening here, stop us from seizing this moment to fight back. Thank you all. When we fight, when we fight, we win! Thank you so much, Maddie. Maddie's right. This fight is not over.
Stop.
And Caitlin mentioned this, but the precedent that's being set here by the Supreme Court has the basis to undermine gay marriage, make homosexuality illegal in multiple states,
it's not going to happen.
Undermine contraception access
happen.
and interracial marriage. Are we going to let that stand? That's right. When abortion rights are under attack, what do we do? When gay rights are under attack, what do we do?
Gay rights don't exist.
When trans rights are under attack, what do we do?
They don't exist either.
That's right.
Okay. A few things about this, guys. People are making me tired. A few things about this. Number one, abortion is not anything like homosexuality. They are categorically different things. Number two, homosexuality, sodomy laws were struck down in Lawrence v. Texas in the early 2000s. Anti-sodomy laws, rather, were struck down in that ruling, and the court has shown no move to want to reverse that ruling at all. Number three, if you're concerned about gay marriage, then you ought to be concerned about the fact that the court found it to be their duty to go ahead and make legislation, to go ahead and determine that it is going to be their undertaking to grant an entire nation something that should not have been granted nationwide, but instead should have been left up to the individual states. And of course, what happens is, and here's the problem actually. First of all, marriage should be privatized. Marriage as a political institution makes no sense. Marriage is a social institution by its nature. It is only incidentally a political institution. So that's something that needs to be taken seriously. But in general, if you don't want these quote unquote rights, which they're not rights, marriage definitely is most certainly not a right. Association is a right. Association can lead in marriage or it cannot. It depends. But if you want these privileges that the court has given you to be preserved, why are you trying to seek these privileges from the government? Why not push for a move to divorce the government from controlling the basis, controlling the granting of these quote unquote rights? Because again, if the government can give your rights to you, they can take your rights away from you, and thus those are not rights. Those are privileges. And privileges are not sound basis, sustainable basis for a society.
It's about showing up for those who are disproportionately impacted by any attack on reproductive rights, particularly Black and brown folks and poor folks. It's about tackling the relentless attacks on trans folks' abilities to make basic decisions about our bodies and our lives. And it's about taking action as workers to collectively demand fair working conditions, economic security, comprehensive healthcare and family leave, the kinds of things that give us all the ability to live full lives. There's a lot on the line, and it can feel really overwhelming. But as others have mentioned, we have to remember we do have the tools to win. We have the tools to win because we have each other, because every single person out here is here. We can't afford to wait on the people in power to do the right thing on this. But we do have power in each other. The world we need is absolutely possible when we organize, when we come together in solidarity, and when we take mass collective action. Yeah, let's give it up for mass collective action. And as I think Sunny mentioned, this is how we won abortion rights in the first place. The Roe decision was preceded by huge movements of regular working people, including strikes, unionization efforts, collective action, campaigns to fight sexism in the workplace, and more. And that's what it's going to take to win now. We absolutely can and should mount mass collective action to aggressively defend and expand reproductive rights for everyone. That includes this rally right now, but it has to go way beyond tonight. Organizing the kind of mass collective united response that we need won't happen easily, and it won't happen unless everyone here can contribute what we can. Everyone here, everyone has to be ready to continue doing the long, hard work.
Collective action is a contradiction in terms because action inherently originates from an individual standpoint. And when you make action collective, you make it abstract to the point where it no longer has any basis in reality. So that's just one. Whenever someone says collective action, just be very cautious because collective action does not exist. It is a fictional term invented to justify very real terrors in reality.
I know we can. Who's with me?
That bullhorn, man.
one group of people who
Thank you all.
are going to be
Appreciate it.
disproportionately impacted by this ban and by the further implications, like we talked about, of the direction that the Supreme Court seems to be going, is young people and young women in particular who face the entirety of their reproductive lives ahead of them and are overwhelmingly least prepared to be able to cope with having a child. And always throughout history, young people and students have been on the forefront of progressive social movements, and particularly the fight for women's rights, and that's going to be no different today. And I'm really excited to introduce Megan Chu, who is a student organizer with Rise Up.
Young people tend to make very bad decisions, and they tend, and actually this is not just young people, most people tend not to understand these fine distinctions between privileges that masquerade as rights so they can have the same social and political significance and capital they need to succeed in the policy realm and actual rights. Those are two fundamentally different categories. And the moment people in society completely ignore the fundamental differences between those categories is the moment we can no longer actually define our rights, and the moment we fundamentally will lose them.
Whoever I dreamed to be.
Oh, God.
Then I moved here.
Oh, God.
And slowly that hope faded away as I started to hear stories about the heartbeat bill in Texas, the Dobbs v. Jackson case, the race of all these states to end abortion for all. And now there's this leaked draft of the Supreme Court's opinion over Roe v. Wade. So really, is America the land of the free?
Yes.
Or the land of the free, white, cis, hetero Christian men? This country prides itself for its democracy.
No, it doesn't.
But
that's a lie you've been told.
How can that be true when uterus-owning people can't decide for their own body?
Uterus-owning people?
How can that be true when they're incarcerated for getting a miscarriage? How can that be true when they're forced to carry a pregnancy to term even when it was caused by rape or incest? How can that be true when half of the population of this country is being stripped away of its rights to give consent?
What? How?
Although I don't agree with the Supreme Court's opinion on Roe v. Wade, I'm glad that it was released.
What?
Why? Because 48 hours before that article was released, Rise Up for Abortion Rights and Refuse Fascism Seattle was alone in this battle. In the past 3 months, we've been holding protests. We've been posting online. We've been posting posters and banners everywhere, and yet only a handful of people showed up to our protests. We live in Seattle. There's so many pro-choice people, and yet there was only a handful of people that showed up to our protests. So I'm glad that draft was released, because if it wasn't for that, this mass of people wouldn't be here right now.
So you're happy they made a decision, not because the decision was wise or unwise, but because it politically benefits you? This is grotesque, but it is honest. Wow, you're an opportunist. No morals. Utilitarian. Okay.
For students, how many students are here? I want to see your hands. Okay, this Thursday, May 5, we are having a student walkout. So in every single one of your school at 12 p.m. at noon on Thursday, go in the car of your school, form a group, and raise hell. Show these motherfuckers that they are not going to stop us.
So show people who have nothing to do with this matter.
Abortion on demand without apology.
This matter.
Thank you so much, Megan. And I agree that, this article coming out, the Supreme Court decision being leaked, is a critical opportunity for us to fight back before the decision has come down. And I think that, a lot of people didn't know what was going on with Roe. Working people's lives are incredibly busy, but people know now. There have been all here tonight, and like Sam said, and like our other speakers have said, this is important, and we need to build on this, and we need to go further. And so I want to just.
If we don't get it, burn it down. But let me find that video. They were shouting it last night. If we don't get it, burn it down. If we don't get it, burn it down. If we don't get it, burn it down. They were shouting this last night. Let me find it, actually. Let me find it. They were shouting this last night, and it's a very... I have to... Let's see. They were shouting that last night, and that's what that sentiment is right there. If we don't get it, burn it down. Hold on. Hold on. Got it. 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 See, Mr. Watson, he is persistent. He does not stop until he gets what he needs. That's why I'm here with you good people on a Tuesday night. We don't get it, burn it down. All right, this may be low, guys, because this video is low, but just listen to it best you can. I turn it up for how much it can be turned up, so just listen to it best you can. This is last night. This is last night, by the way. This is last night. Now, when do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. If we don't. You hear this? Oh, a vasectomy. Oh. This is sick. This is sick. Look at all these college. They're just smiling. They don't know what's going on. They don't have the damn hangers. But did you guys hear that? If we don't get it, tear it down. Okay, the antecedent to that point was we want justice. Now, this underlies the idea of reproductive justice, which is a kind of conditional justice. And I must tell you guys that justice is not conditional. Justice consists in one thing, which has some subcategories to it, but it's fundamentally one thing. That is the protection of an individual's rights. Now, there are subcategories of this idea that are a little bit more complex, but for our purposes, we don't have to get too complex with these people because their reasoning is as shallow as a 1 foot deep pond. Like, they have very shallow reasoning, so I'm not going to bother getting a deep. Mr. Hood, sir, salute, sir. Hood, come on the live stream. I will come on the live stream. Come on the live. If you can come on the live stream, I will send you a link. I would love to have your thoughts on what's going on right now, because I am just I got all kind of thoughts. So Hood, if you want to come on the live stream, let me know. I will send the link to you right now, man. I'll send it in the chat. Come on the live stream, man. If you're able to. If you're not, it's okay. Because I would love to have you on. I would love to have you on, man. If you're able to. If you're able to. You can do it, Hood. There's the live, man. I would love to have your thoughts on this because these people were going crazy. For those of you who don't know, I encourage, this is Hood Conservative, guys. Everyone should go check out his channel. He is wonderful. He's got exactly the right ideas. You know, he's from the neighborhood. So, you know, he tells it how it is. And that's why I've always respected him. You know, here's his channel, guys. Here's his channel. Gotta subscribe to Hood Conservative, guys. All right, Hood, that's good. I'm excited to have you on. Man, here, gotta subscribe to him. Gotta subscribe to him, man. Hood Conservative, man. You know, folks don't realize this, but I essentially spent a lot of time in the hood when I was younger. There's an entire part of my family that's from the hood. And those are some of the nicest people you're going to meet. A lot of them are people who have been told things that are not true. They just want to have the best life for themselves and their people and their families. You know, so I'm excited to have him come on. We love Hood Conservative. But do you guys hear it? If we don't get it, burn it down. This is unambiguous. Listen. Okay, now. Listen. Okay, enough of that nonsense. There's a protest going on in Arizona right now. Seattle's a little bit boring. See what's going on in Arizona. Oh, dang. Oh, this is good content right here. Hold on. Okay, we can't hear anything. Okay, guys, no, I don't want to hear. I don't want to see the chat. Okay, we can't hear anything, but this is what's going. This is Arizona. You're looking at the Arizona state capitol. Looking at an aerial shot of the Arizona state capitol, and these are presumably people, right, who are rallying. It's hard to discern if they're rallying in favor or against, but I'm going to deduce that it's probably a mixture, as it has been across the country. In D.C. yesterday, it was both kinds. It was pro-life Democrats against pro-choice progressives, and so on and so forth. There was also religious conservatives against that as well. And I presume that there's a mixture here as well. But look at this. Look at this stuff. It's just fascinating. It's fascinating. Wow. Wow. Oh, God, man. They're walking across the street. We're at a point in our country, man. I don't. There's going to be an explosion of passions and furor. There already has been. It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. I fundamentally believe it. But you know what? It's going to get worse, but we're going to find a way to forge a better path, a better life out of this. We will. It won't just be bad. a lot of people were doomers, what we call doomers. I'm not a doomer. I try to be as practical as possible. I understand that people are going to respond to this in a way that is not becoming of a human being. There may even be some violence. Prayerfully not, but there may be. But I also understand that America has withstood larger challenges than this. And our union, our American experiment, still stands strong and ready to take on the world. That's a testament to the strength of our foundational principles. That's a testament, man. That's the testament. This is kind of very peaceful, actually. You don't hear them screaming or screeching. You can just see them from above. It's very peaceful. Notice, when you're looking at things from this view, everything seems so small. But then again, you can also properly contextualize what's going on. Because there's people there, but there's also buildings and nature and trees. And when you have this kind of, 30,000 foot, which is definitely not what this is, but I'm just being hyperbolic a little bit, this kind of 30,000 foot view from above, and you're able to analyze these things while being able to see a lot of other things, your analysis becomes better. I'm sure if we were bound to the ground and we were just looking at what's going on the ground, we'd have a very different idea of what's going on. This is interesting. Let's see if we can find some more footage. You guys enjoying the stream so far, by the way? For all of you who are here, thank you so much for being here. Again, something told me to go ahead and do this. I felt the urge to go ahead and do these kind of things. But this is a labor of love, guys. I will stay on here for hours if it means working through some of these issues in a meaningful way that helps all of you guys. I can't expect everybody to stay with me. There are some folks who will not, and I understand that, and I respect that. Some folks will be like, nah, Christian, this is just not my thing. That's fine. It's okay. But it's all right. This is important work we're doing here, and we're going to keep doing it until we can't do it anymore. Going forward, though, guys, and a content-related thing, we will be doing live streams. Not this Wednesday, since I've done 2 in a row. No, not Wednesday. Wednesday's middle of the week. Every Saturday, not this Saturday, because again, I've done 2 in a row. But every Saturday, we'll be doing live stream. We'll be doing live stream every Saturday. Every Saturday. Starting next week. And this is going to constitute the official launch of the Pensive Politics podcast. You guys may hear the term Pensive Politics used to describe me sometimes. It was essentially my audio podcast, which became a video podcast, which is now a live stream podcast. And we're going to start it back up. We're going to start this back up. It's going to be excellent. Going to be absolutely excellent. Going to be excellent, guys. Okay. Let's see if we can find some more protests. Funnily enough, there's not as much. I should have probably gone live earlier because there were plenty of protests earlier. There's not as much right now. Well, Roland Martin is streaming. Okay. Hell yes. Okay. Sorry, Arizona. Okay, these guys are going nuts. Who would say they're wild in my neighborhood? Okay, hold on. Ooh. This is New York City, guys. This is New York City. This is New York City, guys. This is New York City.
And even though ain't nothing funny about today, you do know this person because of their background in comedy. So today I'm going to introduce Amy Schumer to come talk.
Amy Schumer? Oh my God! Seriously?
Thank you so much. Thank you everybody for coming out. We're gonna keep showing the fuck up
unfunny
and
women.
they know it.
No, one of the most unfunny women in comedy. My God.
I just wanted to say real quick, the Supreme Court is going in the wrong direction. Women want more rights, more access to abortion, more freedom, not less.
Do they?
And John
All women
Roberts
want more
and his
access to
court are
abortion?
spitting in our faces right now. He's all about the integrity of the court, but not about women's integrity. And I tell
Your
jokes,
integrity
but
is
this
your
court
own. It
is a
does not
joke.
belong to a court. What are you talking about, lady?
This country overwhelmingly supports abortion rights. The decision to overturn
I don't care
Roe
what
is
the majority
radical and
supports. I care what is
outrageous,
morally
and we're mad
correct.
and we're gonna fight the fuck back.
Okay. This is why you're a comedian,
Now,
not a...
it is my
no, I'm not
absolute
gonna say it.
honor to introduce your next speaker. She is taking Trump to task right now more than
Oh, was
anyone.
this the Attorney General of New York?
She fights against these
it
bans
is.
on an international level.
It
Please
is.
give it up for Attorney General Tish
Yep,
James.
I knew it. New York's activist Attorney General who's been trying
My
to...
choice, my body, my body, my body, my body.
No,
My body.
not your body.
My body. My body.
I'm gonna scream. Stop it.
My body.
No.
Listen. I am the Attorney General of the state of New York, but I love a good rally. So this is a call to action. This is a 5-alarm fire, my friends. This is a time to act, and this is not the time to be silent, because silence is the enemy right now.
Oh, this is the left-wing idea that if you're silent, you're therefore taking a position. This sort of contradictory term.
Take that emotion and turn it into action.
No.
Because right now,
No. You should check your passions. Don't use them.
Juncture. We stand together on the front lines of one of the greatest fights that we will ever have.
No, this is not the greatest fight. Federalism being affirmed. Federalism being affirmed is not the greatest fight you will ever have. America has far more. We have the military-industrial complex. We have the military-industrial complex right now, salivating over the prospect of a potential catastrophic war. We have a food crisis. We have a supply chain crisis. We have an inflation crisis. This is not the biggest issue. You're going to fight. Stop with the hyperbole, man. It does not make any sense on any level. This is not the biggest issue you're going to fight.
Bodies is a fundamental right enshrined in the 14th Amendment. And if they go after this right,
the 14th Amendment. Okay. 14th Amendment. You're an attorney general. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Who's next?
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Fundamental right is the reason why individuals can marry who they want.
You should be ashamed of yourself, woman. 14th Amendment. You should be ashamed of yourself. We're going to read the 14th Amendment, guys.
Can play games. They should go to the bathroom of their choice. It's the reason why
transgender bathrooms, that was one of the biggest political diversions in contemporary history. Because okay. Oh, don't bring in racial marriage into this.
And it's the reason why members of the LGBT community have rights.
No, the group rights don't exist.
It's important that all of us recognize this fundamental right, the 14th Amendment, that fundamental right.
Okay, we're going to read the 14th Amendment in a second.
I will not allow
okay, Hood's in the waiting room. We're going to get him in.
Supreme Court to dictate
okay,
to me
hold on.
Or to you how
okay, let me pause this crazy woman. Bring Hood in. Everybody, this is Hood Conservative, guys. Man, how are you, sir?
Salute to my boy CW. What's poppin', brother?
Good. How you do? I'm all right, man. It's good to see you. I'm sorry I couldn't get on your stream before. We gotta do it someday. We got to do it someday.
Oh, Christian, we're gonna do it many a times. We're gonna do it many a times. You know what I'm saying?
So tell folks about you, Hood, man. I've been following your content for a while. I always enjoy it. Tell folks about you though.
YouTube. It's your favorite uncle. It's your favorite cousin. It's your favorite brother.
Yeah.
This is Dre the Hood Conservative, man. I'm just a regular guy, who was once on the other side of the. I don't even know if I could say I was on the other side of the fence. As much as I just didn't really pay attention to a lot of things going on with politics. I kind of woke up when shout out to Eckerd in there, shout out to Blue Streamer, but I kind of woke up when Obama came in and Alex Jones had that what was it, the Obama deception. That's kind of when I when I kind
remember that
got involved, and then Trump kind of came in and it took me to a whole different level. I was like, I have to make videos.
Oh yes, sir. You're doing a good job too, man. I mean, you seriously. No, every night, man, you are out there. Here's one of the reasons why I like your content. One of many. I grew up part of my life in areas that would be called the hood. And I know that people there don't want to be spoon-fed the nonsense that a lot of folks on the left try to spoon-feed them. Those are some of the hardest working, inventive people you're going to meet. You will never meet a more inventive person than someone in the hood who is on a budget. They can get real creative up in there, man. They can get real creative. You know it, man. You know they can get real creative.
I agree. I agree with you. It's just, I'll say this. It's a love and hate relationship, with the hood.
Yeah.
One of my biggest hurdles was just getting people to actually put down TikTok and Instagram and start to actually pay attention to what's going on. People like things, and you know how it could be. People like things when they're dramatic, so they love drama. And a lot of times they don't find politics as really as dramatic as me and you might find it with some of these situations, especially like with Letitia James.
You see her on the screen, man.
Like, listen, here in New York, Letitia. Listen, I don't know where Letitia gonna go, from here, because Cuomo, and I mean, you can say what you want about Cuomo, but he beat Letitia James because all his charges got dropped. So Letitia James, she got a big problem. When she heads into re-election, and she's really praying that Cuomo does not get reelected, or Giuliani, because I think Giuliani's thinking about running. Either way, she's fired.
And plus, her investigations of Trump have led nowhere. Just nowhere. Yeah. She's went on The View and she's like, I'm investigating Trump. Lady, it's led nowhere.
Trump is not in office anymore. You could have went after Cuomo, for his situation with the nursing homes. You chose not to do that. I mean, even when you had your foot on his neck, you chose not to do that because of how it would make the Democrat Party look, in totality. And, Letitia James, she got a lot of problems. That's why this whole thing with Roe v. Wade. I was listening, to Clay Travis and Buck Sexton's show today on the radio. Yeah. Buck Sexton was on, and they was talking about how this leak with this Roe v. Wade situation, I don't even know really what's fully going on. That's why I tuned in. I was like, well, let me catch what Christian talking about. This is why I don't write in chats. I don't normally write in. I just like to watch it.
No, but I had to have you on, man.
Salute, man. I'm happy to be here.
Seriously. Absolutely. So, do you want to watch some of this rally with me and give me some of your thoughts? Because these people are just going nuts. I'll start it back over live.
Roll it, CW. Roll it.
Let's go back live.
I was just elected, and I was faced with the decision whether to have an abortion or not.
Oh God.
I'll pause it real quick.
Okay, I gotta pause it. Yeah.
Now, the funny thing about this, right?
Yeah.
This black woman is sitting up here, Letitia James, and she's talking about abortions. Now, one of the biggest problems we have in our community as black folks is family continuity. Now, what you see with Letitia James is promoting the idea that you can have sex, no real consequences, and if you do get pregnant, you can go ahead on and get rid of that baby. Now, this situation with abortion, if you look how it has hit the black community, we use these clinics more than anybody.
Yes.
And it's been tearing our family structure down because now on both sides, men and women no longer have to be responsible for choices. So when I hear Letitia James saying, I'm fighting for abortion, to me, I hear her fighting for us to no longer have accountability and responsibility in our family units. We're not doing that no more. We're gonna do what white liberals say do, which is, you can go ahead on, have sex, get pregnant, and go ahead on and toss them out the window.
Exactly. And they've been force feeding African Americans the same narrative for the past 30 years?
Yeah.
Whether it be with the introduction of the welfare state and the social safety net, which in all reality is the most dangerous thing. It shouldn't be called safety net. One of the most dangerous thing to happen to the black family. Their introduction, Joe Biden was at the very front of, the crime bill in the 90s, and so was Kamala Harris. She had a big role in enforcing that as well, which inevitably led to a lot of black fathers being put into jail because and not being able to go back and get a job because they had a felony on the record, therefore caused them to recommit crimes. I mean, there has just been a consistent line of the government is here to help you and protect you, and every time they do that, they end up making crap worse.
Right.
It's BS if you ask me.
This is why Letitia James is up here talking, and she's not going to end up getting reelected. Because look, she's supposed to be the attorney general. Yeah, you went after Cuomo, but that fell flat on his face. So now the commercials are playing in New York, that Cuomo didn't do any of these assaults. These are the commercials that we're hearing. So Letitia James, she's sitting up there with a bunch of women, championing abortion, championing, tearing down the family, but it's not really going to get Letitia anywhere. And it just goes to show that really this stuff is on cue for them. Like you said, the abortion, the welfare system, these things are on cue, they're on par. And I mean, if you're an immigrant coming into this country, you better be paying attention, because this is exactly what they want to do to you. Because we're not going to always remain the biggest, minority race in the country. Like you got Hispanics growing, and you got other different races coming in, and our power is to the Democrat Party is starting to wane a little bit. That's why they're like, well, we're gonna bring these new people in here, and get them on the same boat, man. So I mean, we're gonna see what happens to the family structure of a lot of these people that's coming in going forward. Will they get on the train with Letitia James? Will the women start to believe that abortion is freedom? Or, are they gonna say, no, we need to accept responsibility? If you get pregnant, man, like I tell my own kids, bruh, my son specifically, if you get pregnant, if you get a girl pregnant, because he can't get pregnant, but if you get a woman pregnant, man, you better be in to stay with you. You got to stay with her. You got to raise this family that you've created. And the reason why is you can't have legacies out here that are incomplete. That are not raised correctly.
Say that again, man. Say that sentence again. Say that again. Say that again, man.
You can't have legacies out here that are incomplete, man. You can't, man.
Man.
People do better training the dog than they do training their kids or themselves, man. They don't care, but it's because you watch people like Letitia James, who they gaslight you, with this fake, abortion thing with Roe v. Wade, as if, it's some type of threat. You know, like they need any. It's the same thing they just did with DeSantis, you know, and his bill, which they called the Don't Say Gay bill, but it just said, listen, we don't want you teaching young children. That wasn't enough for them. We need to teach whoever the hell we want to teach. See?
Exactly. And it goes back to the idea that they believe the state owns your kid. They believe that because your kid is in a state-ran facility, the government owns your kid and it runs your life.
You want to know what was funny? Like they all champion socialism.
Yeah.
So many of the things that they would actually want would be disappearing because if we were socialists, you'd have to ask the government for permission to abort your child.
Yeah.
You would not have the right that you have now because we're not a socialist country. So like it's hypocritical in a way because she's going to champion for social policies, but at the same time champion for individual freedoms. The two do not go hand in hand, man. They don't.
Agreed. One adversely affects the other. Social policies have a tendency of eroding individual freedom all the time. Because the more social policies you have, the less ability the individual has to do certain things. Welfare makes it hard to do charity.
Yes.
And this is just people don't want to acknowledge this.
You want to know what we live in a society of children. And you know, as a kid, you always believe that you can have your cake and eat it too. You learn as an adult that is not how life works, that there is a give and take. That's always back and forward. As an adult, you learn that. You can call it whatever you want, sowing and reaping. You can call it karma. You can call it whatever you want. But there's always a give and take that comes with life. But we live in a society now where you can have your cake and you can eat it too. You know, you can have, you know, this idea of I can do what I want with my own body. And then at the very same time say, well, you know, socialism would be good for our country. But, you know, when you want that abortion, you know, like are you going to wait? Are you going to wait weeks or months, you know, where you can't get a decision from the government because they're backlogged with other abortions that they have to make decisions on? See, people never talk about that. You know, they always go with the, oh, well, you know, the long lines in healthcare. Okay, you know, you would have that under socialism, of course. But we're talking about you're timing out. Before the government gets back to you, you've had the damn kid.
Yep. It's what's happened. No. And this is the same thing. Same thing's happening, you know, in the United Kingdom. There are some people who die before they get emergency care.
Bang.
Because the government's not efficient. They have no incentive to be efficient. None.
There you go.
They got no incentive whatsoever. You don't pay them. They're not providing a business service to you. They hold all the cards.
They hold all the power.
Yes.
That's why I say, you know, like Letitia James, she's funny. You know, these people don't even believe the lies that they even say. You know, you can't possibly believe it because it doesn't make sense. Tell me in Venezuela where you can just go get an abortion right now. And, you know, like how much is that doctor? You know, like with the inflation that's happening, you know, the hyperinflation, how does that work now? You know, like you want this socialist society. Tell me how it's happening. But they don't want to look at that. You know, it's good that, you know, people are getting a fair and equal share. And man, please. It's all baloney. It's the same argument with reparations, right? And, you know, I get people, you know, that talk about the reparations. I'm like, well, if you want reparations, go look at countries that, not countries, but people we have historically given reparations to in this country. You'd be very upset because you start to find out that everybody's not getting that. That'd be the first thing.
Right.
It's not something that's going to be given based on the color of your skin, because everyone wasn't affected by slavery. And see, you know, black people at times in our community, the woke side of it, they tend to think that reparations is a, you know, they use it as a blanket term, but they don't do any history. You know, they don't look back at the Japanese, which we gave, I believe it was the Japanese we gave reparations to. Every Japanese person that was born in this country did not get it. You had to have been affected by what happened. So, you know, where does that put a lot of people? How do you make your claim? How do you prove your claim? Because now the burden of proof is going to be on you.
Boom. Yep.
You just want to check. You know, the government could tie your ass up and say, well, you got to prove it. So then you got to take them to court. Where's your money now? You're spending money to get that money.
Yep, exactly. And if you're in a socialist, if you're in a socialist society, your sources of money are going to be limited to what the government wants you to have. You know, you're not going to have choices. You're not going to be able to use your creativity, your entrepreneurship. You know, you're going to have a fixed income so that you're not superseding anyone, so that everything's equal.
The doctor who performs the abortions in the socialist country, so you look at Venezuela, how is he compensated? So he's not incentivized without compensation to perform these services for you. That's why I say, you know, Letitia James, these people just like to get in front of cameras. They like to make speeches. They like for people to clap and go like this and say, oh my God, you did such a wonderful job. You know, it doesn't really mean anything, because when we start looking at the history of it, you know, none of these services are available with the society that you actually want to bring in. These people want utopia, Christian.
They do.
Utopia
100%.
doesn't exist.
Does not. I agree. Let's see what we got here. Okay, let's see.
To the state of New York to make sure they have access to
Who is this?
We have realigned
I believe that's Kathy Hope.
standards so that you
the
have
governor.
the proper care.
She's trying to get elected as governor.
We have made it so that we recently signed into law.
She's not very popular in
the
state.
right to have every single health care plan,
Makes sense why she's there.
in the state of New York with no cost sharing. And I stand here knowing that the power of everyone in this plaza, in this state, is going to stand up for women and stand up for individuals and ensure they have access to abortion or the health care and reproductive health care that they need.
Okay, I got to stop. Okay, first of all, need. Why is she assuming that everybody needs an abortion? That doesn't seem like a very sound assumption to me. Secondly, why is she trying to speak for all women? There are plenty of women that I'm sure would tell her to go take a hike and take her abortions with her. I mean, these are how politicians see people. They see people in the most simplified way, to the extent that any person that disagrees with them is treated as someone who is a bad person, who's just like a fringe minority, an extremist. But they set it up like that. When in all reality, I bet you there are more people that agree with us than they agree with this lady and her people. I bet you.
Listen, there was a Family Guy episode, and you could take a look at it. You might even remember it, where Lois is running for office, and she gets up in front of the crowd, and she's using a whole bunch of big words, and everyone in the crowd starts looking at her like, what is she talking about? And her campaign manager says, people are dumb. You have to be simple. And the next thing she just said was 9/11. And she was like, the crowd starts clapping and cheering. They ask another question, you know, like, what are you going to do for the country? She goes, 9/11. They ask another question. Christian, she goes, 9/11. And it just goes to show, like, you know, to your point of what you were saying, like, why is she speaking in such simplistic terms? And, you know, just throwing a blanket over everyone. Because the people that listen to Kathy Hochul, the people that are at this rally, you know, they are very simple-minded. And they like to feel a part of a herd. They love that mentality of her. And I mean, we've gone from a point where, like, before Trump, you probably remember this, you didn't have to, like, there was no physical signs that showed whether you were right or left. You know, like now people are choosing more physical upfront signs. You know what I mean? Whether that may be a hat, you know, with the blue line in it, you know what I mean? Or you may get the hat with the BLM or some other situations that, you know, I won't mention on the channel.
Well,
you know.
I remember those Obama 08 shirts. I remember them.
There you go.
I remember those Obama 08 shirts, man. Remember them.
The left needs a marker, and we've gone into a point where they need to physically be able to see it. They need to physically be able to tell, in order to be comfortable, whether or not you're on the right or you're on the left. Now, the funny thing is people assume with black people that they're on the left, though. So I have gotten that the assumption, you know, is that you're on the left because you're black. And I mean, you do got a lot of black folks over there. I ain't gonna lie to you, Christian, but you know, we see
a lot of them, unfortunately, too many of them. No, and that's the thing, because that expectation, I'm going to show something for it in a second that'll kind of relate to what we're talking about. But that expectation is exactly why terms like Uncle Tom and the C word, I don't like saying it, makes me feel dirty. You know, I'm talking about the Uncle Tom, that word, House Negro, all of those terms can only be used if you believe that these people are really deviants, that they're really going away from where they should be. You can't, if these people are individuals with their own thoughts and their own ideas, those terms don't have any basis to them. But the problem is, and this is what the left does. They collectivize people because they think of people in terms of groups, and then they proceed to judge people, individuals who are in those groups, by if they adhere to the group standard. So if you're a woman and you're not out there supporting reproductive justice, whatever that means, it doesn't make any sense to me, then they're going to call you an internalized misogynist, you know, a woman hater, something, self-hating, something. If you're a black person and you're not supporting reparations, you're not supporting whatever Sean King is saying that day, you're not supporting BLM, they're going to call you an Oreo, an Uncle Tom, a House Negro, because they can't think of you outside of the group dynamic. And that's why the left's policies are so destructive. Because people don't exist solely in the group dynamic. We exist as individuals. We live or die on the basis of what we do, our actions. And an ideology like leftism can't accept that. It can't deal with that without breaking down. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
that's why.
But you know, just to quickly interject, that's what makes it effective. You know, and that's why they use it. Is because they need victimhood to be widespread, to be something that everybody can see themselves being a part of, you know, and like, you know, to me, like, that's where, you know, the left seems to that's where they tend to win, is they play on emotions and they get a widespread, you know, like blanket, you know, terminology for people. You know, like I don't know how to explain it, Christian. You know, you're better with words than I am, but you
got some wisdom, man. You're right.
You know, so like, you know, black people, they like being, well, not but people in general. I don't want to just say black people. People in general, they like to be a part, you know, of a herd, which I can understand, you know, but when we start talking about socialism takes that to the next level, where it takes a group of people and it casts them as victims. That's the only way it can be effective, because if socialism, if it doesn't have victims, it can't be effective. It's not effective without victims. So if you don't got people that feel disenfranchised, so you get these college students, you're going to a $40,000 a year school, Chris. You got people in the country that don't even make $40,000. Your tuition is $40,000 a year, and now you're perpetuating in a way that you've been served some injustice by going to a $40,000 a year school. You know, and like that's where black folks they get sucked into socialism with victimhood, you know. So now instead of appreciating the opportunity that you have in front of you and saying, you know, I'm really going to do something with this, your idea of doing something with it is to shut people out of a room, a study room, and say, well, you can't be in here. This is for persons of color, and to set up safe spaces instead of actually adding something to the conversation and showing people that you aren't what people may or what you might want to say their ancestries may have assumed, you know, you would be. That's what I don't get with black folk.
Oh, I agree entirely. And again, it's the exploitation of how a lot of black people feel about racism, and then turning that exploitation into political opportunities. That's what it is, and it's
socialism relies on that.
Yes, and so we're looking at Phoenix, Arizona right now. This is what's going on down there. There's been protests around the nation all day, and this is a live shot, I believe. And you see some of these: abortion is healthcare, my body, my choice. Look at all these people just walking. He who had, I can't read that. Hands off our bodies. Some of these people have masks on. This is a psychosis. Some of these people have masks on, and this is a psychosis. This is a psychosis.
This is a demarcation line.
It is. Oh, boom! You're right.
It's a demarcation. This differentiates me from a person on the right, for sure.
Yes.
That's why. Listen. Look at all the simps. It's a bunch of men too. It's a bunch of men. It's a bunch of men wearing them. You know, simping. You know, this thing has become fashionable. Because look, the women, this is hilarious to me, right? The women aren't wearing it. You know, I'm not, you know how the YouTube could be, but the women aren't wearing it. But if you look, you see the men. The men.
Yes.
They want to show, you know, men are peacocks sometimes, you know. You're at a rally with a bunch of women. You want to show that you support their cause.
Yeah.
This is your support, man. Muzzle.
Yeah. I don't see a single woman.
I don't see a single woman. I just saw one, and she's walking with the guy that has it.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, I see. Yeah.
A guy. Right behind him, another guy. Next to him. Guys, why?
What is going on?
Why? Christian, listen,
why are they
by far, there's more men than women putting them on.
Yes. This is a mess, man. Look at these people. This is a mess, man. This is a mess, man. Elect women now.
What does that mean?
Yeah, there are women who are against abortion, dude. I don't know what you're trying to... You mean elect the right women, you mean? The right women who agree with you? Is that what you mean?
That is exactly what he means. He would mean nothing other than that. That's exactly what he means.
My body, my choice. My body, my choice. My body, my choice. My choice. My choice. My choice.
So if you want your choice, why do you want socialism?
I agree, because
they want Democrat. What do you call it? Democratic socialism. What is it called?
Yeah, democratic socialism. Yeah, there was a protester earlier that was like, "Yeah, the workers' rights and minimum wage and abortion, it's all connected." I'm like, what? What? Where's the connection? Where's the connection? This is not just about abortion. Abortion is being used to further other kinds of political goals. I mean, it's being used, and people are falling for the plot, man. They're falling for the damn plot.
Listen, these people just watch TikToks all day, man. They don't do anything. Like the one thing that changed in my life is what you start to actually add to society. You know, so I laugh at, you know, like and like I'll be, you know, I like to troll conscious energy. because he shows me how the left really is. They don't really add anything to society outside of a scam. You know, like, oh, this is a scam. It means absolutely nothing. You know, because see, you know, if you're a black person in this line, you saying that white people are out here trying to kill you. What's the easiest way to do it? You know, to start right. You know, then to start right at the beginning. This is why I don't understand their very logic, because when you present that to them, wouldn't that then mean you don't want to have abortions? You want the family structure to come together?
Yes.
Just
It
have
should
the
mean
cake and eat it 2 times.
Yeah, it should mean that, but unfortunately, I'm not sure it does mean that for them.
I blame Mark Lamont Hill.
Mark Lamont Hill?
I blame him.
Oh, Mark Lamont Hill is bad. He's bad, man. I think if there's anyone, okay, let's rank them. Okay, let's rank all these charlatans, these tricksters. Let's rank them all. Okay. Who has done the most damage to black people in America? Okay, let's start. Okay, I'll go first. You go second. Okay. Number 1, Al Sharpton. By far, he has done the most damage. Whether it's with Anita Bryant, he has done the most damage. Number 2, Jesse Jackson. He has used his friendship with King to bully people into thinking they got to support his politics. Okay, those are the top 2. Number 3. Okay, I'm lost now. Hold on, there's more. But who's the who deserves the third position? Huh?
Listen, I would start going into Mark Lamont Hill.
Yeah, Mark Lamont Hill.
I would say Mark Lamont Hill. Don. I don't know about Don, because see,
you don't know
Don. Well, yeah, maybe Don, but I'd probably say somebody like Joy Reid, Gayle King.
God. Oprah to a certain extent too.
Yeah. Well, Oprah supports both of them. Those are Oprah's road dogs, right there.
Yes.
And I'm just saying, like the funny thing, like with Gayle King, is these people, they get up and they champion black people, and then she'll have Megan Thee Stallion talking about getting shot by Tory Lanez.
Yes.
Oh,
Ben Crump is a dangerous man. He is a dangerous man. Oh, yes. Oh, you're right. Ben Crump. Yep.
Man.
Every time a black guy even gets near a gun, he's like, this is a matter of injustice. We gotta fight. You sit, man.
Go sit down, Ben. Go sit down, Ben. Oh, man. Listen. Listen. But you want to know what? These people have fun. And black people, they don't pay attention to it. Why do they keep having you vote Democrat? If by your logic nothing has changed, things are worse than slavery time, why do you listen to people who keep telling you to cast your vote for the people who keep putting you in the situation that you're in? I don't understand. Like, where's the logic?
Neither do I. Well, okay, and it's mostly. So Hood, I'm not sure if you know, but I'm pretty young.
Mm-hmm. How old are you? Oh my
Guess. Guess.
Oh man, you got a baby face, man. See, you know a lot. See, 22, 23.
You actually got close. I'm 21.
Oh wow, yeah. You know a lot for 21. That's normally a drinking age.
No, you got close. I'm happy because some people are like, you look like you're 40, Christian. I'm like, God, come on. Really?
No, not even close, bro. Not even close. I think you want to know what it is? It's the way you carry yourself that I think catches people off guard. That's it. It's just, because like if you look at your debate with what was his name? Rashad
Ritchie. Yeah.
Rashad Ritchie. If you look at your debate with him, like you wouldn't think that, I mean, listen, I'm 36, so 21 is, you know, a kid. I don't want you to be insulted, but you wouldn't think that
No, it is.
Rashad
It's
Richey
young.
could go head to head, you know, like you went head to head and tore his ass out. You know what I mean? Like the fact that you getting beat by a kid by his standards, you know, by his age, that's not that wasn't a good thing. That you know, he was not feeling that. 21.
Yeah. No.
Who do you think you're talking to?
Yep. No, look, you know, here's the thing. A lot of folks get arrogant and up and all. I don't do all that. You know, I like to learn from people who came before me because they know some things, some invaluable things that I can benefit from. So I always am looking to learn, to talk, to grow. You know, that's how you do this thing, in my opinion. You know, and I recognize I don't have all the answers. There's a lot I still got to learn. But I'm smiling and I'm laughing and I'm loving while I'm doing it, you know?
Man, listen, you're a brave guy. You're a very wise young man. You know, and I always say the ability to learn from someone else's actions is wisdom. That's true wisdom. Not that, you know, and I mean, I don't want to take away from going through the experience, but if you're able to learn from someone else's actions and implement that, that is the sign of a wise person, in my opinion.
I appreciate it. Oh man, I appreciate it, Hood. I do. I do. It's very nice of you. And one of the reasons I like your content is because you've got that experience behind you, which allows you to just call all this stuff for what it is, and then explain that to people. And like, I admire it. You know, I admire that. That's just something else, because a lot of people beat around the bush and they're scared. They don't want to offend anybody. Even people who are conservative, like, you know, let me be soft and quiet, and you know, and things like this happen, by the way, when you're soft and quiet, you don't want to offend anybody. Stuff like this festers and it happens.
These people don't care about offending you. Like that's what's funny, you know. Like, and that's the hypocrisy of the left is they act like they're here to protect your feelings and protect safe spaces, you know, and all of this. But when you don't agree with them, they don't care about whether or not they offend you. They'll call you stupid. They'll call you an Uncle Tom. They listen. They'll call you non-black. I've seen that, you know, where, you know, a doctor, because she didn't agree with the narrative, this man told her, "I'm more black than you." I'm like, what? Like you're breaking viewpoint down into color now. You know, so like, what does that say about yourself, a white person? Are you saying that, you know, when I look at you, if you know you're a right winger, an extremist, you know, out here with your automatic KKK? But wait, I have a Black Lives Matter pin in my cat, bro. You know, like, come on, man.
Yep. And you hear what they're saying. Hey, hey, ho, ho. Oh boy, I've got to go.
Look, she's got a sign. Fuck the patriarchy. Excuse my language, sorry. But
no, you can use no, please.
And I'm like, yo, if the patriarchy really had its foot on your neck, you wouldn't be doing this.
Exactly.
You know, you're outside wasting time because there's no patriarchy on your neck. But see, that's the invisible man. The women have an invisible man they call the patriarchy. Black people, the black community has you know, persons of color have an invisible man called white supremacy.
Yes.
They are this. Now, when you put those two groups together of victims, that person becomes the same. So now the patriarchy and the white supremacy, they're now the same, and they're oppressing women, and they're oppressing minorities. The patriarchy.
That's
like, man, come on.
That's brilliant. The invisible man. Everyone has their own version, and they all blame that for their problems.
Socialism is smart, bro.
That's some good stuff. No, that's good stuff. I'm gonna take that analogy. But
if you're trying to implement socialism into the country, you create these groups, and here you go. Now you have it. You create these invisible men. You know, and Rashad Ritchie will go, well, are you saying that slavery didn't happen with Rashad? I'm not saying that. Mark Lamont Hill, I'm not saying these things didn't happen. What I'm saying is that capitalism lifts you out of poverty. There's no white man with his foot on your neck stopping you from getting a job, keeping it for 2 years, and going and applying for a mortgage.
Right.
It's simple math. The bank doesn't care what color you are. They only care about you being able to pay back that mean green.
And and you correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, Hood. But I think what happened was this is like what happened with the housing crisis. They began giving loans out to people that weren't qualified, like mortgages out to people that weren't qualified, and they couldn't pay it back, and the bubble burst. And like there are some black people, and they call it like modern day redlining. There are some black folks that don't have good credit and therefore can't really. The bank doesn't trust them with a mortgage, and they call that redlining because the bank doesn't want to gamble possibly losing that line of credit on someone. But that's not redlining at all.
This is what people don't understand, like with the mortgages. I would say people go watch a little bit of Dave Ramsey. The mortgages are set up in a way that the bank creates this mortgage and they sell it like a product. So, FHA, you have to be covered under certain rules. Everyone has to meet certain criteria for it to be FHA so they can sell it, or that's a loan that the bank will have to keep on its books. So there is no redlining if all you have to do is come with the credit score. So now they're saying, well, the reason we can't have a good credit score is because, we got bills and we don't make enough money. And when we turn around and we say, well, let's take a look at the market. Let's see what black people are spending money on. And let's look at what just happened during the pandemic. The richest man in the world right before Elon Musk was the guy who owned Louis Vuitton, Moet, and Hennessy. So this large influx of money that, a lot of folks was getting through certain loans, out there, that a lot of folks, that they was getting, what were they spending? They wasn't going out and getting a house. They wasn't going out and applying for an FHA loan, putting 3.5% down. You know what I'm saying, Christian? Have a 620 credit score. Christian, these things are not, it's not hard to have a 620 credit score. No. It's not. You just need to have a 620. You just need to pay some of your bills.
Yep.
But when you're a victim, the reason why you don't pay your bills is somebody else's fault. To me, credit is and I teach my kids this, is simply this. It's a statement of your word. Because credit is only involved when you make an agreement to take some money from somebody up front and then pay it back. That's when credit is involved. When you make an agreement and you don't follow the terms of the agreement that you made, that you agreed upon, it means you're not a person of your word, man or woman. You're not a man of your word. But, people, they take credit, they make it
Hold on.
Go ahead.
You see what's happening?
There we go. This is what TikTok has been for the last 10 years. This is what Elon Musk is changing.
What is this?
Thank you. Thank you. He said present an argument. This guy's high.
Yes.
What gives you the right to propose
somebody else. Why are you getting in my face? Why do you think you have the right? But wait. So women should have the right to their own bodies, but this guy doesn't have. You're saying to him, why do you have the right to protest? Because you have the right to your own body.
Boop. You win the knighthood. You win the night. You're right. Exactly. They're not consistent with it. They're not consistent at all with this stuff, right? They use these arguments when it's convenient for them, and when it's not, they ignore them. That's what.
This whole argument's gone. Where do you have the right, huh? What do you mean? You're here for rights. You're here fighting for rights for women. But now, all of a sudden, when I have a difference of opinion than you, I should not have the right to speak. And this is why I said that right there was a perfect example of what Twitter has been.
Yes.
Which is, a guy saying present an argument, and one guy or several of them, as we can see, yelling the same thing over and over again.
Yes. This is amazing. This is in Arizona right now too, by the way. This is in Arizona. This is in the Arizona state capitol. They are mad. And this is live too, because this is a little bit earlier over there. I think the New York one was a little bit pre-recorded, but this is live. And so you see, most of these people are younger, on the younger side. The vast majority of them are on the younger side, I can tell. Most of them, some of them have their phones in their hands while they're carrying around signs or what have you. It's like this is like some kind of performance. They're only like half committed to it. I don't know.
Christian, if I could redo it over again, I would not do this. I would go work a job for 2 solid years, apply for an FHA loan. So take some money, put it in a 401k or something, save some cash, apply for an FHA and get either a double, a triple, or a quadruple plex crib and live in one and rent out the other. That's what I would do instead of wasting my time doing this. This is dumb.
Yes, this does not produce any fruit.
Buying homes. What exactly? What does this produce? You got defund the police, and now, listen, every place is unsafe.
Yes.
Every place.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Any place
crime is rampant right now.
Oh my goodness, man! And listen,
it's ridiculous.
The kids are doing it. But you don't want to lock them up. You don't want to lock them up. You said bail reform was a good idea. It was not. It was not. I'm telling you, in New York, Christian, I benefited. I always tell these damn leftists, look, you idiot. I went to jail with the bail reform, benefited. I remember being younger, getting in trouble, a couple years younger than Christian himself, and having to do a little bit in the county there, Christian. Acting a fool.
Yeah, it's all right.
See, back then when you went to jail, you stayed in jail for a while unless your peoples had the bread to get you out. My mother was Jamaican.
Oh,
she let me stay and got me out right before the day before my birthday, so I didn't spend my damn birthday in jail. But my mother went and got me out. Shout out to Mo Delk in the chat. But my mother went and got me out, Christian. Now, when I went under bail reform. I had a bad license, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Of course, Hoodie now, I got my license together. But, this was 2020, Christian. License bad. I'm going to work. Driving. Registration bad on the car. I'm driving like a leftist. An entitled idiot. Didn't take care of my business. They bust me, the sheriff. They take me downtown. Now, my brother, my baby brother, the funny thing, my baby brother's friend became a cop.
Oh.
You know, like I ended up running into him. You know, he actually took me in. You know, into the jail.
Yeah, man.
He's like, "How your dad doing?" Yeah, man, Pop doing.
Oh
good,
man.
but I'm kind of in
Yeah.
jail right now. Yeah, man, you gotta
Yeah.
get your license cleaned up, bro. Get this cleaned up. You know, I did. But
Yeah.
I went, Christian, they let me out. Now, when the sheriff picked me up, they said, yo, listen, don't even worry about it. You're gonna be right out. Cause I was working overnights. So it was late, you know, I get picked up. I get to jail. Christian, I'm in a crap-filled cell it smelled horrible.
Oh
you
man.
know what I mean? And I had to use my shoe as a pillow, you know what I mean? But that morning, I got out of jail. Now the funny thing is I was in there with some other people. So you know, I couldn't see who was around there because the jail was absolutely empty. I had never experienced that. What I had seen before was the jail be full, but this time it was, you know, it was empty. But when they let everybody out and they took us, you know, upstairs to the courtroom, I got to see what charges they was letting people out for. Now, most of the guys there, and it had to be about 15 guys, was assaults. And they was getting papers and going home. So whoever asked you just beat, you was going back to go finish that. You wasn't going to work the next day. You was going to... And I'm like, man, like, is this real? Like, seeing it firsthand, you know what I mean? Like, is this really happening right now? Yes, it is. Man, what you in for? Assault. What you in for? Assault. What you in for? Assault. Look, they going to seeing the judge coming back. Oh, man, you good, man. Oh, yeah, you good, man. We going home, man. We going home. Listen, they put you in a different cell. It was one guy. Listen, out of 15 dudes, one guy didn't go. And he didn't want to tell us what his charges were.
Oh. Wow.
I can only wonder. Yeah, he did not listen.
He didn't want to tell you.
He did not. He refused.
Wow.
This is what he experienced firsthand.
Must have been bad. Must have been bad then.
Yeah, you know, I could only imagine. You know,
but so, I think there's a way to do criminal justice reform, but there's a way to do it without allowing clear dangers to the community to roam free, right? And I think that's the problem, because the left sees criminal justice reform as a matter of equity, not as a matter of making the laws better for everybody, you know?
Right.
I think criminalizing marijuana is bad. I want to see that. I want to see that repealed on the federal level, and I want to see it legalized. And that would reduce a lot. The amount of people in prison would shrink. You know.
Yeah, hey, listen, that's my one gripe with you know, red states. You know what I mean? Is you know, you just can't get past those pot laws. I'm just saying.
Yeah, unfortunate. It's unfortunate. I don't like it. That's one way we can fight this kind of stuff. That's one way. It's one way. You know, there are a lot of things we can do that will not put people at risk of being in danger. The problem is these no cash bail laws, they're being used because the argument goes that people don't have money and not having money shouldn't be a crime. Well, not having money wasn't the crime. Whatever you did to get you in that jail was the crime. You know,
so
we're not.
This is what they hit you with, Christian. I'm going to be Mark Lamondale. You know, let's play that.
Okay, yeah.
Well, they're just stealing to take care of their family. They're selling dope to their aunt to take care of their family. So if you're just trying to survive, how do you criminalize that?
Well, there's a few ways. Well, first of all, your suffering should not be someone else's suffering. Just because you're suffering does not mean you have the right to make someone else suffer along with you. You don't. You don't have the moral right to do that. There are many different avenues that someone can take in this country to get help. There are a lot of charities, a lot of foundations which specifically serve Black people, which will put you up in a boarding room. They will give you money. They'll give you food. They'll give you shelter. But you have to abide by a particular set of rules. And sometimes those rules mean
rules are white supremacy.
Yeah, and sometimes those rules are going to be you can't keep shooting yourself with heroin. You can't be on certain substances. And there are people who would rather be on the streets than abide by those simple rules.
Listen, I've said this many times, getting into like social services.
Yeah.
Give them a drug test.
Yep.
You want people to get off social services? Give them a drug test. You want women to get off social services? Tell them, listen, if you have a kid while you're on this, you don't get it no more. You got to go get your job. This is to help you because you're at a point in your life, where you messed up. People will get off of these things because they won't just be available. I would say, listen, man, if you start having babies out of wedlock, you can't apply.
Yes.
See, to me, social services should be a leg up for people that's doing the right thing in society. If you want to give something to somebody, give it to people who can actually use it then. The people who actually pay for it. Hell, you go to work, okay, fine. If these damn socialists can't give it up, because what it does is it gets rid of it. You don't need social services. You need people to go to work.
Agreed.
Most of the people in the country are not disabled where they need welfare services. But when you have something for free, goddamn, a horse would rather get fed. You're going to put people who can't provide for kids shouldn't have. Listen. These things, it used to be that way, Christian. It used to be that way. That when you got somebody pregnant, the community shamed you. The community was a part of that moral policing. Where it was, hey, you need to get this together, and I mean, we look at it now and say, well, that mother was wrong, because the mother would hide, the daughter, or send her away, and all this, and all that. But it was embarrassing. But people say they never asked why was that embarrassing. The reason is you've just now introduced poverty into your legacy. So if you continue down this line, it's going to be even worse. And what have we gotten? Once we move from the shame, where, we had this revolution, the Roe v. Wade, it's your body and your choice and all this and that.
Yep.
So there's no more shame associated with bringing in a child that's not in a family structure. The whole boat fell apart.
Yeah, no, the sexual revolution is probably one of the most destructive events to ever hit American society. One of the most. Yeah. And I don't say that because I'm some kind of a prude. I'm not a prude at all. What I'm saying is when sex becomes a matter just purely of experimentation and not something that will help you build bonds with people and build community with someone. I'm not even talking about marriage, man. I'm not even talking about that. I'm just talking about some level of commitment and care, because sex itself has become, it's been this way for a long while, but it accelerated after the sexual revolution. It's become this sort of transactional affair where it's just commodity. Two people. Yes. Yeah. Now, yeah. So it's transactional, and that led to it being a commodity with OnlyFans and all this other crap, which is just poisonous if you ask me. I mean, Jesus.
Well, you think about it. We went from, you didn't have sex until you were married, to 3 dates and you give it up, to OnlyFans. The leaps are. It may have seemed crazy when the man was telling you, no, you shouldn't. I'm telling you, we need to wait. And then you have a sexual revolution where it's, hey, man, we need to start blowing backs out everywhere. Papa was a Rolling Stone. Wherever he laid his hat was his home.
I'm a managed boy. Me managed boy. Muddy Waters. We love Muddy Waters.
Come on.
Me managed boy.
You see it as it
I'm a hoochie coochie man. That's what he said. That's what he said. That's what he said. He's some hoochie coochie, man.
But
That's
think
what he
about
said.
it. If you have an agenda, and like this is where it gets deep. All of these layers to it. That's why I say, you know, like these people on the left don't even see the layers, man. It's about destroying the absolute culture and you know the morality. And the only way to get rid of capitalism and to destroy what Americans have built is to destroy it from the inside of the people. And you do it with the morality of the people. So once that's gone, once women can swim, once men can swim in women's sports and claim NCAA titles.
Oh, yes.
You're starting to get to a point, you know, in society of ridiculousness. You know, what Rob Diedrich does ridiculousness. The whole world, this country is turning ridiculous.
I agree,
You
Hood.
know?
No, Leah Thomas, right? That entire debacle still has a fully fledged male appendage attached to their body. Is got complaints from other women in the locker room that they can see his penis just flapping around. I'm just gonna be real with it because it's a real issue. They can just see his penis flapping around in the women's locker room, and they can. I just misgendered him, didn't I? Oh, excuse me. But and hell, I already did it, so I can't stop. So, and not only that, but they also are talking about him hitting on them, like looking at them in sexual ways. Yeah, this was ran in the New York Post actually. It was ran. Go on, sir.
Listen, women aren't always comfortable around the package. And this man was sitting up on that first place podium, package spread out for the entire world to see. Shoulders wide and broad like a linebacker, man. Like Will Thomas, I'm gonna call him what his name is a big dude. Like that's not a that's not a little dude. That's a big for a dude. For a dude, Will Thomas is a big dude. So for a woman, he's a giant. There's no beating him. He's stronger than any woman. He's faster than any woman. He's more agile than any woman. And he proved that swimming. So much so that he let the trans man, I forgot which Ivy League school it was, but he let a trans man beat him to make a point. A trans man beat a trans woman.
There's a big difference between Blair White and Leah Thomas, or Will Thomas rather. Big difference, huge difference. And that's something that people don't recognize. Okay, this is from New York Post because some people might think I'm joking about that, about the package in the locker room. I'm not. So I'm gonna read some of this.
God,
okay,
no, it's real.
Okay. Teammates say that they are comfortable changing in locker room with trans UPenn swimmer Leah Thomas. This was back in January. Now, notice something, guys. I'll just contextualize this. This was before the USA Swimming Association came out with their rules. This is before the other association, I forgot what it's called, came out with their rules. And obviously, one of those associations' rules was more favorable towards Leah Thomas, and they were able to compete. The NCAA was the other institution. So this was before that. And so they already had these complaints brewing. And yet they still bent over backwards a few months later to help them get into the sport. So let's read a little bit of it. A member of the University of Pennsylvania women's swim team said some team members are uncomfortable changing in the locker room with transgender swimmer Leah Thomas. Thomas, who spent the previous 3 years swimming with the men's team before she began transitioning to a woman, has created an uneasy environment in the locker room as she still retains her biologically male genitalia, which are sometimes exposed. So you've got a man walking around the woman's locker room with his penis exposed, and they're supposed to be okay with this.
So are you telling me he didn't have the respect to tuck it? That's horrible.
But as he still retains him and is attracted to women, so apparently not only was his penis exposed, but according to a teammate who reported him, he's also attracted to women.
So that means Arousal.
Yes, that's exactly what that means. Yes, it was sticking up, going everywhere, man. That's exactly.
Oh, wait a minute. Whoa. This is, that is, wow.
Yes.
So, Christian, for these people here, I think, and listen, women don't think the way men think. For a man, they're like, yeah, that's what's up. But, women are like, they're like, no, it's not penis time. Like they don't have the same thought process as
you're
men.
Right.
So
you're
like
right.
him walking around there, I could only imagine. But dude, you're doing that. You're aroused with all these women, but yet you're swimming against them, saying that So is he technically saying that he's bi then, or is he saying he's a lesbian?
At this point, I'm just confused.
At this point, I think we understand that he's a cis man by their standards.
He is a cis man.
He's a straight man, but by their standards, but like this is what confuses me about what they do here, because that should be a problem. Like, well, wait a minute, but this is, you can have your cake and eat it 2 times. So I can have the biggest shoulders in NCAA women's history, my cock out aroused, around the locker room full of women, that are on their FaceTimes with their moms or something, And
not the moms.
She's walking, mom's talking to you, and in the background walks by penis. Like what? Like, what are we talking about? Like,
you guys are too much.
They'll have Dawn. Exactly. He beat him with oh my goodness, this is horrible.
Let's keep going. Let's keep going. This is what the woman who reported him said. It's definitely awkward because Leah still has male body parts and is still attracted to women, the swimmer said. Thomas has reportedly told her teammates that she dates women.
Oh shit! So she's a lesbian. So she's a straight white man. What and what reality are we living in where a straight white man is a lesbian? Like, really think about that. He's gone through so many hoops to make himself a lesbian, when at the end of the day he's just a straight white man.
Yes.
That's
fascinating to me.
That's absolutely fascinating. But that makes sense why he hasn't gotten rid of the package. He still loves his package.
He does. And I think most men do. I wouldn't get rid of mine. To hell with that. Talking about. All right, let me stop. I'm gonna get in trouble. I'm getting trouble. Oh god, let me stop. Okay, guys, so this is not. Anyway, let's move on.
Still, but Christian, how does a straight white man become a lesbian? How does the math work?
Yeah,
1 + 1 doesn't equal 2, Christian.
To them, it doesn't. Here's how I think they justify it. There's this professor called Judith Butler. She is a feminist, and she is a philosopher, and she's behind a lot of this gender stuff, this gender theory stuff. And so Judith Butler wrote a book in the 90s called Gender Troubles. And in that book, she basically argues that the label woman is not a description of someone's biological sex. It's a socially constructed term that can change with time. And she even said that not only can it change with time, it should change with time to mean different kinds of people, because there's no such thing as a real woman, because the idea of a woman is created by society. That's her argument. And this is downstream of that argument. Now, we understand what that argument's bullshit, by the way. Excuse my language. That's just bullshit. I'm gonna excuse my language, but that's what it is.
I would like to ask her, then, are lesbians real? You know, because if the construct of a woman just changes with the whim of what you're saying, like, you know, what makes a lesbian? Is a lesbian still a woman with a woman? So is Leah Thomas a lesbian? You know, like that's the question. Because if you're gonna say a man that has his package is still attracted to women, if you're gonna say a man, you know, and is aroused, not attracted to men, Christian, attracted to women, you're gonna say that's a lesbian? That's making a big leap from a straight white man. I'm just saying.
I agree.
That's the biggest
that's
leap.
a massive leap.
It's huge, and I don't think that even she saw that coming. That's why I would love, you know, if someone asked her that question. You know, can you be attracted to women? Can you be a man that's attracted to women, but identifies as a woman and now be considered a lesbian? Like, is that the math? I think she'd be scratching her head like, well,
her ideas fall apart. It falls apart.
She'd have to double down. She'd have to.
Yeah.
Yes, we're defining what the term lesbian is. So if you put on a wig and some lipstick, you know, here's the funny thing. Like, they say that they're changing the definition of a woman, right? But when a person becomes trans, they go for the most feminine features that they can. It's not like they can say that they're trans and still look exactly as they did before and say identify as a woman. Like, when that happens, Christian, we got to do a fucking show.
Yes. No, I agree. No, look, you're putting on a very important point here. The term woman has a reference point. We know what a woman acts like. Some men claim to know how women think, what they want. Now, those men deserve Nobel prizes if they think. No, I'm joking. I'm totally joking. You know, but you know, in either case, there's a reference point. You can't have the term woman without a reference point to femininity, or else the term is not usable. You can't use it. That's where their argument breaks down. That's where it breaks down. You have to have a reference point, or else it makes no sense.
That's why I said,
it's like you gotta, like, what's a masculine male? What's a man? You know, that old Disney movie Mulan, I'll Make a Man Out of You. They're talking about specific things, you know, talking about be a man, you must be swift as the coursing river, with all the strength of a great typhoon, with all the hold on. So the coursing river, with all the strength of it, with all the rage of a raging fire, mysterious as the dark side of the moon. These are qualities that are typically attributed to masculinity, and that has a reference point to it. You know, I learned a lot from Mulan in that movie. That was a good movie. But you know, it's just and under their definition, though, it's all fake. It's all fake. Yes, Mr. Behavior. You know what I'm talking about. Yes. It's all fake. Doesn't exist. You know what I'm saying? And it allows crap like this to happen.
Listen, once again, under the blanket of socialism, this is now a victim class. So you need more. So I mean, what's funny now is that you now, like with the trans thing, you basically have men stereotyping what a woman is, because they have to go with the femininity, because that's the whole point of them doing what they do, is they want to go from something masculine to something feminine.
Yep.
And then you have women who are stereotyping what a man is. You know, so I mean, you know, the features down to the walk, down to the talk, you know, the whole deal, you know, but they'll tell you that stereotypes are bad. You know how you're not saying you're going to be a woman with a Michael Kors purse hanging out and still say I'm trying to be you know, a man. You're not going to say that. You're going to say, you know, I'm a woman. You know, you're going to go with the femininity. Being feminine is what makes you female. Being masculine is what tends to make you male.
Yes.
You know, and they stereotype that now. So now that's a stereotype. Even though these people say they hate stereotypes. They hate stereotypes to death, Christian. But they put men and women in a box. Exactly. They claim to, but men and women are within a certain box still. They have, even though you'll get the Supreme Court justice who says, I can't answer, you know, that question on what a woman is. They have a definition of what a woman is. And the thing is that it's very similar to our definition. Because when they go to act out the definition of a woman, they go as feminine as they possibly can. Why do the purses come out? Why does the femininity come out? When you're saying that, you know, this idea of a woman could be adjusted. It really can't. And it's really not. They make up, know, this entire situation in their mind. The jumping jacks you got to go through for this, Christian, are absolutely amazing.
They are. Let's keep going on this. All right. It's okay. And so the next line says, the swimmer told the outlet that the other team have spoken to the team's coaches about possibly getting Thomas to change elsewhere from the rest of the team, change their clothes. But those discussions haven't gone anywhere. The swimmer told the outlet that the other team, this is this person who reported Thomas, that the other team members have spoken to the team's coaches about possibly getting Thomas to change clothing elsewhere from the team, but those discussions haven't gone anywhere. Multiple swimmers have raised it multiple different times, she said. But we were basically told not to we could not ostracize Leah by not having her in the locker room, and that there's nothing we can do about it. That we basically have to roll over and accept it, or we cannot use our own locker room. So, this person with male anatomy is able to change in front of women who he's still attracted to.
It's just like the trans man that they put in the prison, and he ended up getting a couple inmates pregnant. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
But see, they told you that the bathroom situation would never happen. Don Lemon, there would never be a situation. You're going hyperbolic with this idea of women having to deal with men in changing rooms and feeling creeped out by a No, come to find out, some people are freaks, man.
Yes.
You know,
yes, some people like that stuff.
Will's just a straight man who, well, I guess the idea of him, you know, he dressing in drag, it's just oxymoronic to the straight man situation. But he's a guy who's attracted to women who sometimes likes to dress up like a woman. And he found a way to, you know, get some notoriety. Listen, man, you competed for 3 years at the collegiate level as a dude. You're telling me that all of a sudden you just now are saying, "Oh, I want to be a woman." I don't know. I don't know about that. You know.
Yeah, I don't know about that. It doesn't seem right to me. Continues. She said it's really okay. She added it's really upsetting because Leah doesn't seem to care about how it makes anyone else feel. The 35 of us are just supposed to accept being uncomfortable in our own space and locker room for like the feelings of one person. It goes. I'll skip down a little bit. The swimmer has told the outlet that most of the team is scared to speak out about their discomfort for fear of being labeled transphobic.
Yep.
If this gets a little bit bigger, I might go on the record, but I'm definitely a little afraid. What I'm afraid of is the potential employers that will Google my name and see commentary about things I said and think, oh, this is transphobic. This is the new social credit system. This is the social credit system except for America. Not in China, except for America.
This is why they hate Elon Musk.
Yes. Yes.
This is why they hate him, because part of his power, part of the power of the social credit system in this country is definitely run by the cancel culture on social media.
Yes.
And you're not going to have that cancel culture, on a platform like a Twitter, which is where the news likes to get their news and information from now. So now ideas are going to be bouncing back and forward instead of, you feeling like, well, if I write this, Twitter's going to ban me. If I write this, I won't have my account and I won't be able to talk to my followers anymore. So you won't have to make that decision. You can say, I don't agree with, this Leah Thomas situation.
Yeah.
No Joanna Mans.
Yeah, Mr. Behavior, this is not the issue. I don't care about men cross-dressing. I care about straight men who are trying to exploit people by pretending to be something that they're not just to get, their rocks off. That's what I care about. I couldn't care less if a man wants to cross-dress. I don't care. I mean, those aren't the threats here, in my opinion. This is a little bit deeper than just cross-dressing. You know what I'm saying? Because cross-dressing is this is like a lot deeper than just cross-dressing.
This is grifting. This is a grift, man. In my opinion, this is a grift, man.
Yes.
You competed at a collegiate level for 3 years.
Yes.
For 3 years. Listen, that'd be like LeBron James playing in the NBA and then saying, I'm going to go play in the WNBA as a woman. If he can score 50 points in the NBA as a man, he'd score 150 as a woman. It'd be insane, but this is what we're talking about with this Leah Thomas situation. Is the insanity, man, the absolute hypocrisy. That's why I say this is a grift. 3 years, you let puberty come in, no problem. You let the shoulders get wide as a bond. Now you want to, I'm a woman. Like, get out of here. With a boner in the locker room? Like, come on. You got to tuck that, B.
Yeah. Now, here's the important thing about liberalism. A lot of people think what we see today from the left is liberalism. It's not liberalism. It's leftism. It's progressivism. Real liberalism is what founded this country. It's about freedom, about the individual, about community, about those kind of things. What we're seeing today is not liberal at all. Thomas Jefferson was a liberal, So I don't really, look, people can live however they want to live. The problem becomes when you expect institutions to conform to your ideas and governments to make laws enforcing your ideas.
Right.
That's when I got an issue, because now it concerns me. So I don't want people forced to bake cakes. I don't want athletes forced to be silent because someone, who is a fully fledged man wants to be called a woman. I don't want any of that to happen. But if someone wants to live their life that way, that's not my business. I love everybody, and and there are a lot of people, by the way, who are trans, who are conservative and think and recognize that they are not biological women and that they are instead, they transitioned, and they don't want this craziness to happen. And I welcome those people 100% because they make sense. I don't know how you feel, Hood, but they make sense to me. They make total sense to me. And you don't have to agree with everything they do or whatever, but Leah Thomas, this is about deception. This is about grifting. This is not about
grift.
Yeah.
Look, I think at the end of the day, like that's why I say, becoming an adult is that, that understanding the give and take. Is that, listen, people are going to make their own choices in life,
Yeah.
But, when we start talking about, you imposing a choice that you're making in your life now on my life.
Yes.
So you
that's
saying that I have to teach my kids, something that maybe I don't agree with, that you do in your life. You may be a person who thinks it's okay to drink alcohol, and I don't agree with you. Snoop Dogg is okay with the weed. Everybody isn't going to be okay with that, and be willing to have these things, or be introducing these these things as a part of their being. I don't know, part of who they are with their family and whatnot. I don't want to say you're teaching your kids to smoke, but everybody isn't gonna agree with those things. And that's why I say, look, if you want to make a decision to, identify as somebody else, that's your prerogative. But I should also have an equal right to be able to believe that you're nuts.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Here's how I handle the trans issue, Hood. I try to, I show grace to everybody and I accept everybody. Having said that, I expect people to not expect me to respect their self-perception just because I care about them.
Right.
I should have the choice to do so. And even if I don't do so, I'm not a bad person. I've had trans friends and I've called them by their pronoun. Well, I mean, I was talking to them. I didn't really call them by the pronouns, but in another conversation, I didn't mind using their pronouns because that was a bond that we built, that we decided it would be okay. And I could have walked away from that anytime I wanted to. The problem becomes when you have this in schools and you're making people say their pronouns, or they're getting disciplined, or they're being taught that they're bad people, or you're having kids being indoctrinated that pronouns are the natural course of life. They are not. Well, at least not these kind of new pronouns. Obviously, pronouns in general are, but like these kind of new gender ideology pronouns, they're not the natural course of life.
A singular person, they is not, an intelligent thing to do. And
right.
If you look at the pronouns, if you look at what they did with Spanish people, they don't like that. They don't like it when people say, well, whatever that Zai, whatever they say.
Right.
They're not. They are not fans of that because they know it's not a part of their language culture, and they don't want you entering that dynamic into it. They
like Latinx.
Latinx is like, it's like what? It's like what do you mean Latinx? Well, because I don't want to say Latino or Latina because it's feminine or it's masculine. So I'm going to say Latinx. What? Listen, it doesn't even make sense. And then you start to offend people. You're offending people trying in your strange way not to offend people.
Yes.
Like that's the dumbest. You're an idiot.
Yes. Isn't that fascinating? Isn't that fascinating? You're offending people while not trying to defend people. It's cognitive dissonance at its highest. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. If people just respected, look, I mean, if you just respected, they talk about consent, and yet there are people who were jumping at the gun to force Jordan Peterson to say their pronouns. There are people who are jumping at the gun to force a school teacher or university professor to say their pronouns against their consent. You can't value consent in one instance and then go ahead and not value consent and be consistent. You look like a clown doing that. It makes no sense. So I just think the trans issue wouldn't be a big deal if people weren't being forced into this stuff. And if kids weren't being taught, because we saw a huge mask off moment when DeSantis signed the Parental Rights and Education Bill, and everyone got mad. Everyone on the left got mad, just got mad. And the CEO of Disney wanted nothing to do with it. He was like, it was Chapek. He was like, look, he said in a memo to his employees, look, we don't, a CEO's talking about political issues. This makes people mad. It's not going to get us anywhere. Let's not comment. And they're like, you're anti-gay. You're not supporting us. What's wrong with you? And then he was like, okay, guys, this is not going to help anyone. Then, of course, the backlash got bigger. He's like, okay, look, we don't support this bill. Next thing you know, Florida special tax, Disney special tax status is gone.
Listen,
I mean, like, if you guys would have listened to him in the first place,
Disney should have doubled down. But what they did is when they didn't say anything, which was the right thing for them to do, because what do they care anyway? When they didn't say anything, they succumbed to the pressure of exactly what you said, which is you didn't say anything, so you're anti-gay. Like it's gotten to the point now where I'm saying you're bad if you not even that you have a differing of an opinion. If you don't say anything, if you don't say and voice that you agree with me and defend me, then you're anti, no matter what it is. And that's the point that we got. And just to wrap it up, on Hoodie, because Hoodie about to get some shout out.
Yeah, you gotta go. You gotta go.
But listen, I'm gonna leave my email, Christian, so we can stay in touch.
Please, sir. Before you go, I want to show you something. I gotta show you something, okay?
Oh, go ahead.
I gotta show you something real quick. We got to close it out with something before you go. And then, guy, thank you for coming on. By the way, I appreciate it, man. I want to come on your stream. Whenever you got time.
We gonna make this happen.
Yeah. Okay. I wanna. You probably remember this, but I want to make a point with this. Some people will not remember this, so I want to make a point with this.
Everybody in Obama.
You got Obama phone?
Yes, everybody in Cleveland, low minority, got Obama phone. Keep Obama in president, He gave us a phone.
He gave you a phone.
Do more.
How do you give you a phone?
You sign up if you on food stamps, you on Social Security, you got low income, you disability.
I have a question. Okay, what's wrong with Romney again?
Romney, he sucks. Hey, Obama.
You got Obama phone?
Yes, everybody in Cleveland, low minority, got Obama phone.
She ain't got no teeth, man. You can see it at the bottom.
He gave you a phone.
But listen, you want to know what? Bringing up that, man. So many people got sold on that. Like Obama put $400 on a food stamp card, gave you a free phone, and they was acting like it was reparation. Oh my God! Listen, and that Obama phone was the worst phone you could ever get, man.
I heard.
The hood was using those, man.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the hood was using those. Well, not me. I'm just saying the neighborhood. Let me clear that up. Let me clear that up right
now. You were.
Look. Obama was disrespectful though, cause see, the first Obama phone to drop wasn't even like a smartphone. It was one of the old school 2004 green screen type jumps. You know what I mean? Yeah. You know what I mean? So texting on that joint, you had to keep pressing the button. Yeah. Oh God, it was horrible. Man. Listen, and people will wear that thing out, man, and then go put more minutes on it. That was the biggest scam in history, man. And now they just moved Obama phones onto the border. Now they're giving them to Mexicans. Talking about we're tracking people as they come in. No, you're not. That's a throwaway, B. That's not a sign to anybody.
Gosh, yeah,
you just handed them a phone, man. You had them write down. Listen, because with the Obama phones, you didn't have to have ID, man, or anything like that. You just wrote down a random name and they handed you a jack, man.
Yes. Wow. Yeah, I remember I used to have a track phone when I was young. Was a little bit younger. Like one of those. You basically you move it up with this keyboard and you have to little words in the keyboard. You got to type.
Yeah.
It was bad. It was bad.
This was worse than that, man.
Wow.
This was much worse. You just had a regular dial pad, man. Like an old school phone. It had, you had to press the button to write a text message. You had to press through the letters. I'm serious, man. I'm serious. Obama was disrespectful with that jack, man.
That's the Obama phone.
He hit you with the smartphone, you know what I mean? But you ain't getting no unlimited data.
Wow. Yeah, that's something else. But wow. But Hood, thank you for that's something else. But thank you for coming and joining me, man. I appreciate it. It's been a pleasure. It's an unexpected surprise, but it is a pleasant surprise. When's your next stream, by the way? And how can people find you? I'll put your link in the chat. People, please go. This guy is awesome. Please go subscribe to him.
I think because Joel Davis sent me a message, and we might be doing something with Jericho Green on his channel tomorrow night. I'm just waiting to get that finalized. I was going to put it up on my channel.
Okay.
But probably tomorrow for the live. I've just been trying to get some time because I'm just
you
out of
busy.
work.
Yeah,
I'm
busy,
like,
man.
I seen you. I was like, yeah, man. Let me show some support. And I was just pulling in the driveway, so
Man.
it was like, come on. I was like, all right, fuck it, man.
Oh, thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. We'll do it again sometime, and I'll.
Oh man, I'm gonna get you on my channel, Christian.
Yes,
we're gonna talk critical race theory.
Yes, let's do it, man. Let's do it. Jesus.
We also gonna talk some of these black topics too, Christian. We are gonna get your thoughts on some of these topics, man. The Will and Jada, situation. We gotta get. Christian, look, you got one job, man. You 21. Listen, man, if the woman don't want you, man, let her go. You know what I'm saying? Don't be like Will Smith.
I'm not into womanhood.
Oh, okay. Well, if the man don't want you, let him go. You know what I mean? Don't be like Will Smith.
No. Will has some emotional issue. See, I can't watch a Will Smith movie anymore. Bad Boys was on like the screen. I'm like, I can't watch this thing. I'm sorry. I like Martin Lawrence. I don't like Will Smith. I can't do it.
There's some classics out there, Christian. Well, you know what? you ain't grow up with Fresh Prince. That's right. You're 21.
I watched reruns on Nick at Night.
It's not the same. But yes, well, you know what though, Christian, keep watching those, man. That was you can compare it to the Bel Air now. Where if you look at Uncle Phil, man, and how that role as a father and that family unit, it meant much more back then. And if you look at how our shows are nowadays, which is your era of this junk that we got nowadays, you know what I mean? And I blame your generation. It's probably my generation too in there because this stuff is junk, man. It's absolute trash. And everything is dramatic. Everybody's cheating.
Real
on
Housewives.
Real Housewives.
Loving hip hop.
Everybody's banging everybody. Listen. There's no family structure. There's no lesson to be taught during the show. They took 30 minutes out to teach you a lesson. Nowadays, they're gonna take an hour to shove as much drama down your throat as humanly possible.
There were some good old shows like Family Matters.
Yes, Christian.
Steve Urkel. Now I grew up on that. I watched that all the time. Family Matters. The Jeffersons. Now I was only peripherally aware of that one, but that's a good show too.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man, even Family Matters. I think by the time
the Nanny
was done, the Nanny the Nanny was a good show. But think about it, having a man taking care of his kids. They kind of got rid of that concept of showing men being strong in that way. They don't really want that now. That's not the promotion. Now, if you want to be on TV, you have to be a fat black woman. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yes.
If I'm a black woman looking at myself on TV, I would always wonder, why am I so fat on TV?
Meet the Parkers. I like some of Monique's. I like some of Monique's old stuff. Yeah.
Listen,
she's going off the rails now.
The Parkers was a spinoff of Moesha. That was a great show.
That was Brandy. Moesha was Brandy, right?
But think about it. Brandy's dad. Yeah. He had those two kids, Brandy and the brother, where he was taking care of them. And then he had the woman that came in, Dee. Mm-hmm. They had that blended family, but once again, you had a strong man. Now, this is two different men. Then we can go into what? Full House? You know,
Yeah,
Full Houses.
Yeah,
Once
John
again,
Stamos.
men taking care of their children, men being they got rid of that. That's gone.
You're right.
That's all gone, man. This idea of being a loving father, being a protector to your children, being a
My
wise
wife and
steward.
kids.
My wife and kids. You know, but
George
that was,
Lopez even.
That I
That
was
even
gonna say you're on the edge now. Like those are, but still the idea of a father, even George Lopez, his story was him coming from where he came from, you know, with his mom, you know, and that struggle, you know, doing a lot better, you know, with his family now. But what is he? He's married. If you think about all these shows, you know, for the most part, they either were married and, you know, the wife died, you know, or they were currently married.
Yes.
All that's gone.
Wow.
You can be Megan Thee Stallion, you can be Lizzo, you can be out here and just live your life twerking in my damn popcorn at the Lakers.
You're right. There has been a deterioration, man. There has. You know, there has. I'm just thinking about it. When I was, and I know you got to go, so I'm gonna stop after this. But when I was like much younger, like 10, 11, I remember turning on the TV and seeing Robin Thicke came out with his album Sex Therapy when I was 10. And I remember watching that on Monique, him performing it on Monique. And that's what I was, you know, now I shouldn't have been watching the TV at 10, you know, and mom was like, but I was a kid. I found ways to watch the TV. And, you know, that's the music I remember hearing, you know, it's your body. I can do what you want, you know, that kind of stuff. Even before that, you know, the neighbors know my name. You know? I remember that. Oh man,
that Trey Songz. Now don't get me started. Now Trigger, don't get me started.
Then you know, what is that? Papers was also big. You know, got to sign them papers. I didn't know what he was talking about at first. I didn't know what he was talking about. I know now, and it's pretty sad. You know,
but look at music now. Yeah, it's porn for your ears. That's all it is. And like I remember when I was going to school, there was a lot of things they wouldn't play on the radio. So on the school bus, they would blurt out a lot of things. Now in the morning while the kids are going to school, Percocet, Molly Percocet, gotta represent. You know what I mean? Like this is going down in the morning. You know, they talking about twerking and coochies and all kind of things. Like, and I mean, your kids are going to school listening to the morning show, you know, being taught about drugs and sex.
We went from songs that were rough but still had a message, like New Jack Hustler. Remember that one? New Jack Hustler, Ice-T? That had a message to it. It's actually pretty deep when you think about it. Because he's really just describing his life. He's not really promoting it. He's just describing what he's had to do, what things he was faced with. Or like Jenny's Got a Baby with Tupac. You know, we went from some pretty deep songs in rap and hip hop to, you know, what's my type? This man, that's my type. That's my type. Maybe that's my type. Something like that. You know, or Anaconda, or she's my trap queen. You know, I'm gonna make this.
You're 21. You know the songs, Christian. Don't act like you don't
17, 28. No, I don't listen to that stuff, man. I listen to
garbage.
I listen to old school. I listen to old school. I listen to like Anita Baker, Jodeci, SWV.
Love Jodeci.
Yes. Like En Vogue, Patti LaBelle, Celine Dion. Well, I just injected someone else in that. You know, I listen to like, you know, Van Halen, Elton John, Rod Stewart, Billy Joel. I don't listen to a lot of this new stuff. I can't handle it. I can't do it.
It's garbage. Like I said, it's porn for your ears, man. You know, like I feel bad for my kids because I think about my grandkids and I'm like, yo, you know, 20 years from now, like when Christian's 40, could you imagine what music and TV is gonna be? Okay. Like if it made that big a leap from Moesha to now.
Yes.
Where a show like Moesha, they wouldn't even create it nowadays. What's it gonna be in the next 20 years?
It's scary. It's
gonna be
scary
on television.
Yeah, it's scary, man. No, yeah, I was listening to some. I'm not sure you ever heard of her, but a lady called Amy Grant. You know her? She was a pop singer back in the '90s. She was a Christian pop singer, but she had some songs that were not Christian, or just yeah. I was listening to her. I listened to some. Luther, of course. You know Luther, of course. I was listening. Yeah.
Luther, that's
House
my
is not
boy.
Yes. So I listen to some of that. That's good stuff, and I can't listen to most of this new stuff. I can't. Some of it's okay. Some of it's fine. Some of it's okay. Some of it's cute.
You were raised on it. You've been listening to it all your life. I know you love the old school, but I know when you hear them beats, Christian, it gets you moving just a little bit. You know what I mean?
No.
You hear that Quavo come on. You know what I mean?
No, the rap one. No, you're a mess, man. No, the rap ones. No, the pop ones. Yes, I grew up on Pink, Katy Perry. I mean Bruno Mars. Yeah, they still kind of get to me, and they're not.
Yeah,
it's not.
Well, Bruno's good though. I mean, you can't put Bruno in Tekashi 6ix9ine's category.
Oh no, I don't listen to Tekashi. First of all, I didn't even know who he was until someone told me. I'm like, what? I looked him up, be like, all these tattoos. I'm like, what the heck's going on here, man? What's going? Like you? What? This is a mess. No, I don't listen to all that.
No Migos.
Migos.
You don't? Oh wow, you don't even know who Migos? Okay, but you know who Cardi B is, right?
I know Cardi. Yeah, unfortunately,
Cardi B has a husband, and the rap group is the Migos.
Oh,
yeah. Okay, so yeah, Christian, you're doing good if you don't know who these people are.
Oh,
you know who Jay-Z is, right?
Yeah, I know Jay-Z. Yeah.
Okay. And you know who Beyonce is.
Oh yeah, I grew up on I Am Sasha Fierce, that album. I Am Sasha Fierce, Halo.
Okay.
I grew up on that album. Yeah.
They're starting to remix a lot of Beyonce's old stuff. Yeah. And the old Destiny Child stuff. It's
Destiny
good.
Child. Oh yeah. Say my name.
So you don't know who Lil Baby is and Da Baby.
I know Da Baby. I don't know Lil Baby. I only know Da Baby because one of my friends was playing. What is that? Stupid Suge. It's that stupid song where he's talking about him being a CEO. I can't stand it.
Yeah. Okay. So okay. I'm just trying. Nipsey Hussle.
Now I know about Nipsey because he died. I never listened to his music.
Yeah. Okay.
He got shot.
Yeah. Okay. Let me see here. You know who Lil Kim is?
Now I only know Lil Kim because I had and I'm gonna admit this to everybody. I had a bad habit of listening to like raunchy songs because they're funny, and like she has some raunchy songs from like the '90s, like How Many Licks. I can't stand Lil Kim personally. I think that she looks terrible today too. But
yes, she definitely looked better back in the day.
But yeah, I know I know Missy Elliott too. I like Missy Elliott.
Nicki Minaj.
I grew up listening to some of Nicki Minaj.
Lady Gaga.
Yeah, I grew up listening to Lady Gaga. Yep, I grew up listening to her. Yeah.
See, you like pop music, Christian. That's all, and that's crap too nowadays.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know. Listen, some of it's good. You know, if you're asking me, I put on pop music for my kids to listen to before I put on some bullshit because
No, I think a lot of pop. I don't listen to Ariana Grande or anything like that. I have heard the songs. I don't listen to art.
Who's that?
I don't really.
That's a person.
I don't really see anything special about Ariana Grande. I don't. I mean, I grew up.
Tell you what she looks like.
Huh? Oh,
I couldn't tell you what she looks like.
Yeah, no, but I'm sure when I say I listen to old school stuff, I'm not. I like really do. Like I'm not joking. When I was in high school, if you look at my phone playlist, I had about 200 songs. All of them were Elton John songs. Maybe one or two Celine Dion and Mariah Carey songs. I had Elton John live performances. I was obsessed with Elton John. Then I you know, I moved beyond that. I started listening to Billy Joel. Then I started listening to Erykah Badu. That was right when I began exiting high school. Erykah Badu. Then Jill Scott. Then Jill Scott. Then Lauryn Hill. Oh yeah. Then I just went further and further back. You know, Luther Vandross, Patti LaBelle, Stephanie Mills. You know Stephanie Mills, right? I Feel Good All Over Stephanie Mills. Stephanie Mills. Oh yeah. And going all the way back. So, you know, I just I don't, you know, I don't listen to a lot of this new stuff because it just doesn't get to me. Some of it does. Some of it really speaks to me, but you have to speak to me. You know, you got to talk about things. You know, when the Spinners were like, "It takes a fool to know when love can't love nobody" or something like that. When they say that, you have to have lived to feel what they're talking about. That's deep stuff right there. You know.
Yeah, there's no more living, man. There's only 808s and heartbreak. But I was gonna say, you know, I actually love that Kanye album.
Yeah.
Christian,
sir.
It's been fucking great.
Yes, sir. Yes,
I'm
sir.
going to bed.
I'm gonna send
I
you an
love
email.
all of you guys. Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
sir.
Link with me. Send me an email. I'll put it in the private chat.
Yeah.
Much love to everybody out here. YouTube. Your boy Hoodie, man, is about to go to bed. I'll be in Florida in a couple days, man. So
Yes.
shout
Do
out
the
to
exit,
everybody.
man. Do the exit. You gotta do the exit.
You want the exit,
You gotta do
Christian?
it. You gotta do it.
You got it. YouTube. It's your favorite uncle. It's your favorite cousin. It's your favorite brother, Drizzy Dre the Hood Conservative. Thank you to everyone for watching us tonight. And I'm about to go and enjoy a little bit of time with my wife.
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean? Get me something to eat.
Nice,
Smoke me another blunt, man, and go to bed. Shout out to Christian, man. Listen, I definitely gonna get you on the live, man. Link with me, man. Send me an email so I got you, man. We'll go ahead and we'll do a panel or something, you know, grab Joel, you know, some other people, you know what I mean? And you know, we had a young blood on there around with all us old geezers.
Yeah.
All us geezers, you know what I mean? You know, you make us feel like geezers, you know, at 21. Damn, Christian. I wish you would have just lied and said, I'm 27, player. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, 27, man. You know, that's chill, brother.
Yeah.
Nah, man, nah. 21. Listen, your face still smooth, man. You got Similac on your ears, Christian. Similac, you're still a baby, brother.
I appreciate it.
Similac on the ears.
Oh, I do. You're right. You're right.
He's still a baby, man.
I
but
appreciate
you're smart. You're smart, man. And keep debating with these folk, man. Maybe we'll set up a debate league on the Hood Conservative channel,
love
man.
to do it.
You got some leftists over there you want to debate with, Christian?
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, well, you know, let me know. We'll set it up and bring them over. You know, hell, we'll set it, you know, we'll set it up, man. I'll moderate, man.
We got to do Hippy Dippy. We got to do Hippy Dippy together. Hippy Dippy?
Hippy Dippy. Oh, you want to go debate on Hippy Dippy?
We got to do that too.
See, I'm getting old, man. You like to argue with these fuckers, man. You know what I mean?
It'll be good exposure for both you and me, and it'll be fun.
Aren't they annoying though? Like they're so disingenuous. It's annoying. Like when you corner them, like they double down on bull. You're like, yo, I know you're lying. I know you're lying.
It'll be good content. It'll be good content, Hood. Come on. It'll be good.
Mr. Behavior said, yo, do the debate league. Yeah, we're going to do that debate league. We have to do a hippy dippy. And, you know, Christian know these leftists. So we're going to have them go get them. And if you want to be a part of the debate league, I'll be putting something together, and you know we're gonna get this thing rolling, man. You know, because you know, listen. I'll be tired of talking about news all the time. I'm not gonna lie to y'all, man.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like I've been talking about news for 2 goddamn years, man.
Yeah,
and, you know, Christian. You know, and I need something new, man. If I gotta do another Tom McDonald reaction video.
Okay, yeah. Here's my advice. I don't want to keep it too long. Here's my advice.
Go ahead.
What I do is I like to diversify. So this is the past 2 days are the first time I've done a live stream in about 5 or 8 months. Like it's been a long time. I normally just do pre-recorded videos where I talk about like a single issue and I expand on it. And I think, you know, maybe you could do a live stream interviewing someone on a particular issue or talking about a particular issue that's not necessarily related to news, like, the victimhood mentality or identity politics, things like that. You don't always have to like react to what's in the news. I know that if I did that, I would go nuts because there's too much to react to, and it gets a little bit old after a while. So yeah, no, you can always do like single issue videos. And I think, you have done that before. That one video you did about Bevelyn Beatty where you were reacting to what she did in Switzerland. Yeah, that was good. That was good. You've done many things like that before too. And maybe you can
It's annoying though. It's so fucking annoying. Sometimes, it's just like, God damn it. It's the same damn story over and over again. I miss Trump.
Yeah.
Listen, but even that was like it was getting old, but people loved it. I don't know why they love it so much, but even I'm addicted to the fucking news. You know what I mean? Where I'm in the fucking van delivering packages, listening to fucking Hannity, listening to Buck Sexton and Clay Travis. Mark Levin comes on at 6 o'clock.
I love Mark Levin.
So like by the time I get home, I'm soaked with fucking news. It's just that, sometimes I just, I get home too late and it just gets to like I barely get time to like just prep a show. You know what I mean? And now I just gotta take the fucking clips and I don't know. We're gonna get this thing together. I just got to get some more time. I'm just running out of fucking time.
Yeah, no, I agree. But we should definitely, for a change, we should definitely go on Hippy Dippy. We should.
Okay, that's only because I like you, Christian.
All right, awesome. Yeah, we'll set it up. Don't worry. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. It'll be fun.
All right, I'm getting the hell out of here, Christian. Man.
All right, man.
Hit me up though, bro.
I will. Good night, man. Okay.
All right, man.
All right.
Peace.
See ya. Bye. That was awesome. That guy is awesome. Thank you guys who are still here. The few of you that are still here. We have gone almost as long as we went yesterday. Can you believe it, guys? Wow, that is astounding. That is astounding stuff. Let me get this lady off the screen because she's not going to help us. And for those of you, again, for those of you who do not know who that was the Hood Conservative. And you can find him right here. Here's his channel. I encourage all of you to go subscribe to him. He is great. It is good to have a bunch, it's great to have a variety of styles when you're doing this kind of stuff because different people are reached by different things. And some people, respond differently to different things as well. So I encourage all of you to go subscribe. But yeah, before I go, let me look at some more, if there is any more road protests. There shouldn't be. There shouldn't be any more road protests. Well, there may be, but they're not being shown. Oh, downtown Los Angeles. Hold on. What's going on in downtown Los Angeles? Abortion protests in downtown Los Angeles. Okay, are you driving to downtown? Okay, guys, we might actually stay on live. We might stay on the live. If there's more of this madness happening in Los Angeles, we've got to see it. We've got to see it. We have no choice but to see it. If there's more of this madness happening in Los Angeles, we've got to see it.
A lot of cars out here, a lot of people out here.
Okay, so yeah, this guy's driving to downtown Los Angeles.
Get caught up hitting.
Man, I'm happy I don't live in Los Angeles.
A lot of people running and walking out. You gotta pay attention to the road.
This is courtesy of AXN News, guys. AXN News. This is courtesy of AXN News.
18 Worthy has a signal off for Air 3. Northbound on Hill.
Source cardiac Jordan Hill.
You just respond to Pippin Hill, respond northbound on Hill. Area 18 is over, taking over.
So behind us, you can see they set up the
Okay, this guy's internet's going
command
off.
center over
Okay.
here.
Northwest corner.
That's all you want to do your receipt.
Fifth and Hill, I think that. What the hell on Broadway?
Commander 1 boy to control.
Commander 1 boy.
Commander 1 boy, I'm declaring attack alert. I need the mobile troops to respond staging area.
Commander 1 boy, return of mobile correction alert. Also first. Commander 1 boy, what's the area location?
Today would have been a good day to be out here as a team. So one guy could be driving, the other guy could be popping out, getting footage.
Roger.
All right, so we're on Broadway and 5th right here.
Jordan 20 got a show force responder from Duke.
1320, Roger, on a mobile field responding from New Hampshire Central.
D40 on place on the hill call.
1D40, Roger. Speak, go ahead.
Command post to control. Can you please advise everyone that the time to this minute on 5th and Hill, we're going to switch over to Citywide to Channel 44. Can you switch everybody to switch over to Citywide to Channel 44?
Look at the
Okay,
cops
so this
straight
guy
ahead.
is en route to Los Angeles, into downtown
Pulling
Los
out
Angeles.
the lime
He's in
green
the city.
Nerf guns.
And I've never been to Los Angeles before.
was not working.
All those back to Channel 44, please.
Although I hear and I read that it is a very unpleasant city to live in.
Command post is requesting officers on to 5th and Hill to switch to Citywide to Channel 44.
Who's excited for the rest of this week's content, guys? Who's
On to 5th
excited?
and Hill, switch over to White Tech to Channel 44.
We're not going to be doing live streams. We're going to be doing tomorrow a video about Roe v. Wade again. I know I've kind of exhausted the topic.
Major incidents in the central area. Citywide attack.
No, we're doing a video about misinformation tomorrow.
44 is
Then the
restricted for
next
this
day we're
occurrence.
doing a video about Elon Musk and CNN wanting to censor him.
Correct.
Then I'm
Attack 2, channel 44
undecided
is
as to what we're going to
restricted
do
for
on
this
Friday.
area.
We'll see. I don't think we're going to do a video on Roe v. Wade tomorrow. Probably would exhaust the topic. I don't know. I've done 2 whole live streams. Combined 10 hours, 11 hours of live streams on Roe v. Wade. I don't think. Do we need to talk more about it? You guys want to hear? You guys are the audience. You tell me. Do you want to hear more from me about Roe v. Wade after this?
No idea what's going on.
I mean, like I think I've kind of exhausted all my talking about it.
All right, we're gonna try to get back on a hill. Hopefully we don't get stuck. It seems like 5th and Hill is where something happened.
We're here off 5th and Hill.
I'm gonna sleep good tonight, guys.
The time one boy, the time one boy,
We were up till what 5, 6 a.m. yesterday. Because I love you guys. I love what I do here. It's a labor of love. I love it. It's nothing short of amazing. So, and you guys, you guys are helping me get the life that I want. You know, this is what I want my career to be, being here.
That's what I'm saying. If you get caught up in the middle of anything, dude, protest, rioting.
Thank you guys for being here. Thank you. Give a shout out if you're
You're
here.
better
Thank
off
you,
just
Rachel.
standing
Thank you,
still, dude.
Eckhart.
Let the
Thank you,
crowd
Mr.
pass it. Don't try to
Behavior.
drive
I know
through the
Bobby's
fucking
still here.
crowd,
Thank you, Bobby.
Where's the boundary here on
Thank you, guys.
Mill Street? Can you see if the south boundary has a
Thank
few
you,
more
guys.
officers to the north side?
If you try to force your way through the crowd, dude, everyone's just gonna start fucking hitting your car, breaking your stuck.
North side of Hill.
You're at the mercy, dude, of the crowd, bro.
How side of the hill?
For this incident on 5th and Hill, we have officers broadcasting on the sky and we need everybody to switch over to the track 44, channel 2.
So this is 6th and Hill. 5th and Hill is on the corner of Pershing Park on the other corner.
To 5th and Hill. Switch over to Tactic Channel 44, Citywide Tactic Channel 44.
Well, 5th and Hill is where we're at. When I first caught
all right, looks like all hell's breaking loose in Los Angeles. Well, I guess sirens and EMTs are common sights for cities. I forgot.
Somebody might be hurt. Oh, man, too many one ways around here, dude.
I hope not at Car, because if it is, he's probably not going to. No, this is not LAPD, because if it was, he's probably not going to cover the protests. We don't want to do it with LAPD. Exactly, Mr. Behavior. They're not going to be affected by Roe v. Wade being overturned. The governor is an abortion zealot. He likes it.
Well, did you see when the crowd was pushing those cops? They were going backwards. I wonder if one of them fell or something, or I don't know. The crowd could have turned.
We want a
probably fell.
life revolution.
I don't know. I think if they would have attacked the cops, they would have went crazy. The cops would have went crazy. Oh shit! Yeah, we kind of stuck right here.
Stuck? Well, why would you be stuck, sir? I'm not even what? See, I'm not even in his car, and I'm anxious for him. I'm not even in his car, and I'm anxious for him.
You want to?
Don't get out of that car.
Trying to reverse?
Don't get out of that car, man. Man, what are you doing? Why are you getting out of the car? Why are you getting out of the dude? Why are you getting out of the dang car? You were in You were in Los Angeles. You were in an alleyway. That you don't know who that could be in that car, man. What you doing?
They're gonna reverse or what?
No, man. You see,
that's our only way out, really.
Why are you in Los
Angeles? I think we can reverse on that.
Why would you go down the alleyway? Well, I understand that cities have shortcuts. I get it, but why would you go down the alleyway? Why would you do that? You are putting yourself in a predicament where you could get hurt. I'm a city guy, and I know one thing about the city. As much as I love the city, especially when you're downtown, you avoid the alleyways. You avoid them. They are not good places. They're not where anything good happens.
That's the corner where it's at, dude. It's just in here.
Again, give a shout out if you're in the chat, guys. Give a shout out. I want to know who you are. I want to know that you're here. Give a shout out.
Either way, we gotta do it weird.
And by the way, this is Los Angeles. This man is preparing to cover protests in downtown Los Angeles. He is not going to turn around in this narrow alleyway. He is not going to do that. Is he crazy? Are you out of your mind? Oh, God. That's an insurance claim waiting to happen. That is an insurance claim waiting to happen, man. Yes, OS is correct. You are in. This is an insurance claim waiting to happen.
That sounded like the non-lethal shots fired.
Non-lethal shot. He said it's only non-lethal shots fired. Okay, so they're getting rowdy tonight in LA. Let me try to find some news on what's going on in Los Angeles. Let me try to find some news. Gotta find some news. Okay, I found some news.
Gonna go through?
ABC7 Los Angeles. I found some news, guys. Okay.
You guys hear that? It sounded like something got fired.
Okay, Roger, you have the soundtrack there yet?
So, yes.
Negative, we're going to use
there
black and white and move up
is
and use
a protest going on in Los Angeles.
Sir, we have the soundtrack available.
It's been going on for apparently 4 hours now.
Okay, bring your soundtrack up, please. Roger that soundtrack moving up.
Yes. Yes.
Sound true.
Yes, and Eric Garcetti spoke at it. Okay, so the mayor of Los Angeles, for those of you who are curious, the mayor of Los Angeles, this was a few hours ago, spoke at this protest. So there is an abortion protest going on in Los Angeles.
Commander 1 going on about 3 minutes.
That link that I sent in the chat is 4
At
hours
first
ago.
I thought it was.
But there is a protest actually going on in Los Angeles. So it must be still going on.
Commander 1 going, Roger. We have the airship up.
Harry, we're with you guys.
There is a protest going on in Los Angeles. I don't know why. I don't get it. It boggles the mind.
I thought it was a motorcycle passed by and it's something.
We live in a bored society. I think so many people are bored.
I thought they just ran over something or something. But then a little bit later, it seemed like there was like 4 more dumps. Yeah, it could be someone just hitting something. Sometimes people bang a 2-liter bottle into something. Dude.
That should be better. That should be better, buddy. Yeah, I just try to make sure that you guys have as loud as volume as possible.
Oh shit! Get out of here. Close 5th.
Yeah, Rachel.
I'm just gonna go around and see.
I'm going to see what's happening here in Los Angeles, and if there's nothing going on, virtually every other protest around the nation has kind of calmed down from what I can see. So if there's nothing going on, I'm just going to go turn in, get some food. I baked some chicken legs earlier today. I have like a sweet potato out there from last night. You know, some Old Bay seasoned chicken legs. They're so good. So I'm just gonna go and eat some of that, and then turn into bed early tonight and enjoy it. Just enjoy it.
What is this? Broadway and 5th. 5th Street is closed off, dude. Hill, past Broadway, and then the next street is where the command center is.
Of course, man. No, Bobby, it's good. Look, you know, I can't say that I'm the host of the Pensive Politics podcast and never do it. So this will go up in audio format as well, by the way. This will go out later. I'll get it later. I'll worry about it later. But we're gonna do one of these a week going forward, every Saturday.
It didn't look like
maybe every Sunday too. Maybe actually, I think I know what's gonna happen. Maybe Saturday and Sunday will be my podcast live streaming days. And then the rest of the week will just be times for me to do my regular videos. Yeah, that's what will happen. That's what will happen.
It's hard enough to drive around here on a regular.
That's what will happen.
Everything's closed.
That's what will happen.
Nightmare. Whoa.
Commander 1 going close 5th.
That's what will happen, yeah. Probably 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Bobby. Seems like a pretty reasonable time to me. Thing is, I don't know how to take a break. You know, normally the weekends are my time to just read and reflect, and that's what I do, and I do that all the time, by the way. In fact, I'm finishing a philosophy book, and I missed. I've been trying to read 3 chapters of it a day, and I missed that for the past 2 days because I was streaming. So, you know, I'm always learning, and I'm always trying to advance my knowledge. Having said that, I'm a workaholic. When I don't work, I feel like something's wrong. So that's why I always do this content. In addition to that, that's why I always, you know, that's why I always, so.
Okay,
I just,
No,
I gotta be either reading something or producing something. I can't sit down, man. I can't sit down. I was always taught you have to work for what you want in life, and I have taken that principle to heart.
Boy, you want us to start making it dispersal?
But I do learn I know how to relax. Some people don't know how to relax. I know how to relax, but I don't like to relax too much. We don't like that. We can't do that. But the goal is, and look, with the weekly streams, guys, that'll allow us to do this kind of thing. But the goal with the everyday videos, the pre-recorded videos, is they allow us to build community. They allow us to build follower count. Because the more people we have following the channel, the bigger these live streams will get. The bigger these streams will get. Okay, this is a drive through, Los Angeles, because it's pretty, but I don't need, I can go play truck simulator if I want to go drive through someplace. I mean, I haven't played truck simulator in a long time. I mean, it's pretty. Whole Foods in Los Angeles, man, it's expensive in Los Angeles. Whole Foods in Los Angeles, Jesus. So Whole Foods, yeah, God, it's expensive in Los Angeles. We're gonna go about 15 more minutes, guys. I'm hitting the 5 hour mark. I promise you, I'm hitting the 5 hour mark. We just got to. We got to. It'll be epic. It'll be epic.
Still code 6, beginning Gulch.
South Main Street.
Okay, is this a car simulator or something? All right, Rachel. Good night. Stay pensive. Is this a car simulator or something, man? Is this some sort of a joke? Come on. I want to see protest. I want to see people screaming about things they don't understand, so I can explain the error of their ways.
From the subject to the PR.
I want to see protest. Jesus.
Are you subject that didn't have?
Oh.
77 lying in the street in front of 831 West 70th Street, code 3, incident 4561 RD 1248, semi for further.
Oh, shit. That's 15 or cancel.
15 1 lying in the street. She's mid
I want to see
70th
protest.
Still out black, pink sweater, dark colored pants. Additional 4561.
We're taking our time here with this group. We're not in a rush. We haven't been paying, so there's no rush. Want to make sure we get the streets so we don't get them doubling back here to the town area.
Look, it's nice to see this man drive through Los Angeles. I get it.
The Delta Mar, unable to locate.
Somebody help. L64.
You're just driving.
1050, landline to watch commander. And first, bringing first. He lost the victim, a male Hispanic, 20, 30 years, no shirt, black pants, white shoes, armed with a knife, threatening passerby. Code 2, incident 4569, RD 466. 363, code 6, 250, will come.
Send Maine. So we got information from CHP. Mail stated that thinking of robbing a truck was hanging on person. Code 04563, RD 1258, 77 to handle identify.
75 is here, no longer here.
All right, JD Vance. In other news, JD Vance just won his primary. Hold on, let me pull some news up. Since I'm not going to let this just be empty content.
It looks like the last of the crowd is
so JD Vance, guys, while we were on this live, won his primary. Let me pull some news up. Yes, he just won the primary. Everyone's supporting it, reporting it rather. For those of you who don't know, J.D. Vance is a populist candidate out of Ohio. Donald Trump recently endorsed. He's also the author of a good book, in my opinion, called Hillbilly Elegy. I don't always agree with J.D. Vance on everything, but this does assert that President Trump's influence is still there. And it also asserts that, let's see, by what percentage did Vance win? It asserts that there is a strong populist
so I think this
fervor.
is the last of it. If you see up ahead,
By
there's
what percentage?
a small crowd, and there's a police line.
Let's see.
This is on Hill, just south of.
What percentage did J.D. Vance
South
win?
of 4th.
23.12, Roger. I'll show you close on the end today.
Okay, I'm looking at New York Times. J.D. Vance won the Republican primary with 32.2% of the vote. His opponent came in 23.9% of the vote.
Left-hand turn from the right lane.
That is more than a 10-point washout. That is more than a 10-point washout.
So this is where it's ending.
Populism is very strong amongst the GOP base in Ohio. That is a 10-point washout. Wow. Nina Turner just lost her race. Wow.
The parking sign. What exactly does it say?
23, unknown at this time. I'm not seeing any longer. It just gives the parking sign. 7 on the way to
God. Progressives are having a bad night. Wow, Jesus. Anyway, back to this. Okay, is this guy just going to drive around Los Angeles all night? Come on. Hello, Veritas. We are looking. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. We are looking at downtown Los Angeles. Apparently, there is an abortion rally going on down there. But the guy seems to have a problem getting to the location of this protest.
I don't know why, dude. I think it's over. I don't see anybody on this block.
Yeah, Purple. J.D. Vance just won the GOP Senate primary in Ohio, and if he wins the general election, he will be one of your next senators from Ohio. Thank you. By the way, Purple Honey, thank you for being here. I don't think I've seen you around recently. How did you find the channel? Thank you for being here, by the way. And by the way, guys, if you are new to this community, I want to say welcome. I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you for being here. You're helping me achieve my dreams, and I would love it if you guys could just click that link right there and come and join the Discord chat. We love having newcomers.
I'm just gonna do one last loop around, and that's probably gonna be it.
Yeah. So the guy's he's probably gonna shut down because I don't see any people, any protesters screaming. I want to see protesters now. Where are the protesters?
I'll utilize the EMS supervisors that we have here as well. Okay, copy. Sounds good. Yeah, just asked one of the EMS supervisors with comms and hospital availability, potential mass casualty, and also too, we don't have any force protection available at 3, so we bring anybody down here. We'll make sure we have force protection to meet them here at the incident.
What?
Copy. We're going to go ahead and ask Metro also for another tax channel for medical comms.
What the fuck was that? Potential mass casualty?
Mass casualty. Potential mass casualty. Hold on. What?
Power 911 is slower in town. Official incident 4563.
What? What mass casualty? Let me check what's going on in Los Angeles.
One both way.
Standby.
Before you got me right to the first in.
What's going on in Los Angeles?
Stanton,
Stanton, thank you for being here. There were some. There were not as many as there were last night. Most of them were actually early on in the day. I realized that. So like from morning to like 5 p.m., 6 p.m. when they tapered off. I got on here about 7 p.m., which is when most of them were already done. There were a few going on still in Arizona and places like that, but the big ones in D.C. had already finished by then. In any case, we've done almost 11 hours. In a few seconds, it's going to be 11 hours, 10 hours of combined coverage between yesterday's stream and this stream of Roe versus Wade. And that's something I'm going to put on my CV. I feel accomplished.
So maybe there's another crowd over here by the freeway.
33, Roger, code 6 Universal.
Help us.
It was weird that they brought up
the nation. Revolution. We want a pro-life revolution. Okay, hold on. Dang, I hope there ain't any big press. Cleveland's rough, man. Jeez.
Verify if there are any other units code 6 with you.
But yeah, if you guys haven't joined the Discord, please join the Discord. I enjoyed interacting with you guys. It's always nice. Some of you were here at the very beginning of this is Pershing Square, by the way. I know this because I played Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, and I used to. The names in San Andreas are basically based off of Los Angeles, and some of them are basically virtually identical. And I just saw that big building, and that's Pershing Square, so that's how I know it. Yes, there are protests still. There are protests still happening. Yep, Grove Street's good, man. I would take Detroit over Grove Street, man. Grove Street's terrible. Why are they okay? They're screaming. Okay, there's a lot going on right now.
Shit.
What's going on in Los Angeles?
Turn, bro. I don't want to get sandwiched between the buses. Well, looks like there's another crowd here at Spring and First.
And 21554.
Everyone's just waiting. What are you waiting for, dude? Do a U-turn.
I'm on Twitter right now, and apparently, again, there is a sizable presence of protesters in Los Angeles. And I think this gentleman is trying to get there.
Taking over the blocking traffic and all the rest. And they're starting to down and form barricades in the roadway. Okay, Roger, if you continue to keep eyes on that, we're going to deal with this situation back here, and we'll work on that one next. I'll be on the three.
I find that that's a shame. That's a shame, Purple Honey. It's a shame. By the way, I'm happy you're here. Please don't be too silent. I always like interacting with you guys. So I lurk sometimes too, but you're always good to interact with. So. Absolutely. Yeah. Gothix is a good person. I got nothing but kind words for her. We're friends. I appreciate her. We don't always agree, but I appreciate her. I appreciate her. Hi, Cass. How you doing? Hey, no, it's probably too late. Probably too late to ask you to come on. It's probably too late to do that. But if you want to come on, you can. But it's probably too late. I don't want to have you on too late if you don't want to be on. I know I should. Hey, I'm gonna get sleep tonight. Oh, you're editing your new video. Can you give us a sneak peek? What is it going to be on the Thursday? But yeah, Michelle, I am still up. I'm still covering. Oh God. Oh man, LA has a bad homeless problem too. Oh my. Oh my. And here's the problem: you actually get penalized. The government penalizes you for trying to help them. You know, Albert J. Nock. Do I have his book here? Where is he at? I do have his book here, actually. Albert J. Nock said, actually, I have his book.
This first order was given by Survivors 43444 $21,2300.
I am. Yesterday I was up to about 4 or 5. We're not going that late. We hit the 5 hour. We hit the 5 hour. We hit the 5 hour mark. We've done. Cass, get this. We've done 10 hours combined between yesterday's video and today's video of coverage of Roe v. Wade. I'm putting that on my CV. I am so proud of that.
Oh, they're gonna bring the cops over.
What is going
on? I think it's pretty much over. There's just small groups that are spread apart.
Before we go, we'll look on Twitter.
Called for a line over here. It's like right in front of the LAPD headquarters.
Let's look on Twitter.
So it's first in spring. Looks like there's 24, about 100 people out here in the intersection.
Oh, Obama made a statement on Roe v. Wade. I didn't know this. Oh. You're right. No, you're right. You're right, Starso. You are right. You are correct. You are correct. No, I'm cognizant of that. Too.
Back behind there was City Hall.
Yeah, that's City Hall. They're in Person Square right now. He just made a statement. I've not read this statement yet. We'll look at it in a second here. This guy, if he's not going to show me any action, okay, look at these guys.
They're going to come out of that building to establish a line. Here they come.
Not particularly, since I do work from home. But the biggest thing about sleep is, Bobby, even if I didn't have to get up at all tomorrow, your body does need a certain amount of sleep. And also, it's not good to sleep until noon. It's not good to sleep until noon. I that's happened a few times in the past, and I always feel bad when I do. Because it's just not a good habit. That is not a good habit. Everyone should get some kind of substantive sleep. So.
CLC CNN on the Talent 1570 North S1 Street, Unit 102. Subject is not Hispanic, 30 years, tall, medium, build, black, long sleeve shirt. Diagnosis schizophrenia. Go to 104616 or 1151.
Okay, so there is a protest. I wish he would get out of his car.
10572 Haddon Avenue, incident 4422.
Hey, ask anyone else. I'm much calmer now. Earlier in the stream, I was at my wit's end. I've been calm for the past 2 or 3 hours. I've been calm. I've been much calmer. Been much calmer. Been much calmer.
Well, that was it, dude. I'm gonna go over where there's 2 2 helicopters back there.
Okay, hold on. You just drove us around Los Angeles just to show us a bunch of people. You can't even hear them. I've been on this stream for about, what, 20 minutes now, waiting to see some protesters.
31 years of age, complaining of injuries to his hand due to an assault. The individual is conscious and breathing at this time.
So those are the last of the people that were out here. Those are the diehards, dude. Oh, shit.
Attention all areas, this is a tactical alert broadcast. The city is on tactical alert status due to a major incident in central area.
Well, you work at night, Bobby, and I used to do that too, by the way. I used to do a job. I went from like 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. I used to stock shelves at the grocery store. 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. in some cases if we need to stay overtime. Yeah. And I would basically sleep until like after midday when I got back home. Just killed my body. But when you work night shift, you get used to that kind of stuff. I never did. I'm happy I don't work night shift anymore. Happy I have a entirely different job. It's bad. Although there is a piece to it. There is a piece. There is definitely a piece to it.
But I think he might have
And
just
that Commodore song, "On the Night Shift," when that came on in the grocery store while I was working, you know, "Wait, on the night shift." I like that. That's idyllic. On the night shift.
I mean, I was there. I didn't see anything.
Okay. All right. This guy's not showing us anything. Barack Obama, though, said some things. And I have not seen this yet. I have not read this yet. He has said some things. So we're going to look at what Barack Obama has said. All right. You guys ready? Okay. I've not read this yet. I just saw this on Twitter. Obama issues strong statement on leaked Roe v. Wade opinion. This came out in 4:44, so I'm behind, man. I am behind on news. Oh God, I am behind, dude. Jesus. The UN called reproductive rights the foundation of equality for women and girls. Oh, okay. We're gonna have to react to that too. Okay, we're gonna be very quick with this. Okay, former President Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama issued a strong statement criticizing the draft Supreme Court knocking down the Roe v. Wade decision, saying it would limit U.S. freedoms just like the other past actions by the court. Today, millions of Americans woke up fearing that their essential freedoms under the Constitution were at risk, the couple said in a joint statement. Well, I'm sure millions of more also woke up rejoicing that the unborn's lives are going to be preserved, or at least there's a better chance of them being preserved now that abortion is not blanket legal. Also, not only that, but if people genuinely believe that Roe v. Wade or anything that to do with abortion has to do with freedom, they don't understand what freedom is. So ergo, it's not freedom they're worried about. It's a loss of privilege that they feel entitled to, they're worried about. So Barack Obama and Michelle Obama are making a category mistake here. And category mistakes are not good. Category mistakes, and guys, sometimes I say things, and let me just say what a category mistake is. It's when you assign a certain idea where it doesn't belong. And so I'll read it here. A category mistake is basically when, let me read it right here. Yeah, the error of assigning to something a quality or action that can be properly be assigned to things only if another category. So what Barack Obama is doing is that he's assigning people's feelings of privilege, their feelings of wanting to be able to do what they want, as opposed to freedom, which is an entirely different category, to that category. It's a category mistake, and it's fallacious. It does not make for good reasoning. And if there's a fallacy in your reasoning, your conclusion could still be correct under different premises, but it's still fallacious. It's not a sound argument. So he's making a fallacy here. He continues, the couple continues rather, if the Supreme Court ultimately decides to overturn the landmark case of Roe v. Wade, then it will not only reverse nearly 50 years of precedent, it will relegate the most intensely personal decision someone can make to the whims of politicians and ideologues. Well, if the Obamas really understood what was going on, if they understood the nature of Roe, they would probably see this would happen in the first place. As opposed to politicians and ideologues, well, let me hold that. As opposed to politicians making the decision to legalize abortion, it was a panel of unelected judges who made the decision by reading a privilege into the Constitution which does not exist in the first place. So the same kind of haplessness and listlessness that Obama is talking about here, the same kind of haphazard whim that Obama is talking about here, because we're talking about the problem of whim, is what willed Roe v. Wade into existence in the first place. And it's a corrupt principle when it's Roe v. Wade, when it's the court, but the legal process is sound when it's legislatures. But we have to ask ourselves, if the nature of abortion was not that such that it would kill another human being, then yes, Obama would be correct. Government has no business intruding in your private life. But that we have a moral obligation bequeathed upon us by natural law to ensure the protection of those who cannot protect themselves, and the unborn are the most evident in that category. So once again, Barack Obama confuses terms here. He confuses terms. This is not a matter of whim. This is a matter of moral necessity, a matter of right. And this is not just Barack Obama. This is also his wife, too, by the way, making these facile arguments. Let's continue. A draft opinion was leaked Monday night to Politico, knocking down Roe v. Wade. The decision of that established legal right across the country. Yeah, Chief Justice Roberts said in his statement on Tuesday the draft. Yeah, Roberts was. And I'm going to clip this soon. I had a rant against Roberts earlier in the stream. I was very mad. Like I was almost in tears. Roberts, in my opinion, I'll just be short with it, did not defend the court faithfully. He made a half-hearted defense of the court and then tried to appeal to tradition and history to ignore the very evident cultural problem existing within the halls of the Supreme Court that threatens the court's fundamental processes. And I don't think that a Chief Justice, someone who's trying to preserve an institution of such import, would truly do that if he cares about the institution. So I have issues of Roberts because of his jurisprudence, and I have issues of Roberts especially because of his response to this entire ordeal. It's an absolute shame. He should be ashamed of himself. The Obama said the Roe decision allowed state legislations to impose restrictions on abortion, but argued that the draft reportedly authored by Justice Samuel Alito didn't look to balance different rights, but to wipe out the right to have an abortion. Again, this is a category error. A right is, okay, you don't have a right to an abortion. Okay. All right. Time for philosophy, guys. This is a category error. You do not have a right to an abortion. Okay. I could just explain what the concept of rights is, but I think it'll come better from a man who's much smarter than me, who is dead, but he is brilliant. Okay. Bye, Star-san. I'll see you later, okay? Love you too. And to bring up the philosophy. Okay. This is Hugo Grotius. This is a quotation from this book right here on the rights of war and peace. You can get this for free on the internet. You can also get it for cheap. It won't cost too much. And he influenced John Locke. And John Locke obviously is where Thomas Jefferson got the phrase life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness to put in the Declaration of Independence. And that phrase is what is known to be a part of the category of rights. But this is what Mr. Grotius had to say about what a right is, because the Obama is saying that this is taking away, what's their exact wording? The Obama is saying that this is taking away a right. That this is wiping out the right to have an abortion. Quite clearly do not understand what a right is. And so let me get to the page here. Be patient with me, please, guys. Get to the page here. Okay, yes. Okay, here it is. This is the definition of a right, okay? This is according to Grotius. This is on chapter 1, page 138 of the Rights of War and Peace. He says, civilians call a faculty that right, which a man has to his own. Okay. So people in general, when he says civilians, it doesn't just mean people who have like legal status. People in general believe that rights belong to people, to man. But, so he goes from the popular perception into his own opinion, but we shall hereafter call it a right properly and strictly taken. Okay. So rights, when they are properly and strictly taken, are viewed as belonging to the person. Okay. Under which are contained, this is what is contained in the term right, under which are contained, one, a power either over ourselves, which is termed liberty. Oh, so according to Grotius, we've already identified a few things in sentences. Number one, rights are properties of human beings. They belong to you. And within the term rights, the idea of liberty lives. Okay. Which is termed liberty or over others, such as that of a father over his children or what have you. So rights are things that I own that reflect my liberty, which is a power over myself. That's a right. And Grotius explains this category of the word right. He says, there is another signification of the word right, different from this, but yet arising from it, which relates directly to the person. So rights are not simply things that are out there, it's about the person. In which sense right is a moral quality annexed to the person, enabling him to have or do something justly. So rights are not just political things that we use to make ourselves feel good. Rights allow us to do something justly. Rights allow us to live morally responsible lives. That's why when the Obamas say that this is a matter of freedom, they are completely distorting what freedom means, because freedom is a derivative of rights. Do you guys hear me right now? You guys getting this? Freedom is a derivative of rights. So when Grotius says that rights enable us to do things justly, he's saying that rights have a functional purpose in our lives to help us be morally responsible people. They're not privileges granted by the pen of a judge. They are things that are inherent into our humanity that help us be good people, that help us respect other people's rights. So not only are rights something that we have to ourselves, guys, it's about to get deep, they're also a tool we can use to see the value in other people because we can relate to them. That's what Grotius is saying here. He continues. He says, I say, annexed to the person, though this quality sometimes follows the things, such as services of lands, which are called real rights, in opposition to rights merely personal. Not because the first are not annexed to the person, as well as the last, but because they are annexed to only him who possesses such a thing. This moral quality, when perfect, is called by us a faculty. When imperfect, an aptitude. The former answers to the act, and the latter to the power, when we speak of natural things. So Grotius lays out two different categories of what rights mean. One is personal. The second is rather impersonal. And Grotius calls the impersonal rights real rights. Because I hope I'm explaining this correctly. This is a complicated part of this thing. Real rights belong only to you. So like real rights are like you owning land. That belongs only to you. But someone's personal rights, the rights to life, liberty, and property, their rights to live, all that kind of stuff, that belongs to everybody. So Grotius separates it. Okay. There are multiple layers, and I won't bore you guys with philosophy all night, but there are multiple layers of moral complexity to the idea of rights. And the Obamas are essentially trying to say that abortion is a freedom, when in all reality, abortion is not a freedom. Abortion is a negation. Freedom is a restriction, but it is also a safeguard for action. It's an enabler as well. Freedom enables us to live morally responsible lives. So the Obamas are trying to make a negation, which is the destruction of a life, which is abortion, mean the same thing as freedom does. And on a philosophical level, that is a facile argument. That is a fundamentally facile argument. And you don't even have to agree with, again, Grotius or even me, but you ought to go through the levels of moral complexity that the idea of rights necessitates. And yet we live in a society, a culture in which engaging these issues on a philosophical level is seen as simply, nonsensical. Now, natural right, here's what Grotius says about natural right. Natural right is the rule and dictate of right reason, showing the moral deformity or the moral necessity there is in any act. Okay? According to its suitableness or unsuitableness to a reasonable nature. And consequently, that such an act is either forbid or commanded by God, the author of nature. Now, Grotius was a Christian, and you don't have to agree with his theory. If you can agree with his theory, you don't have to be a Christian to agree with his theory, though. But his broader point here is this: there are some things, not that just go against nature, but are deformed. They harm life in such a way that they are deformed, and they're not suitable to a reasonable nature, and therefore they're bad. So there are levels of complexity to this idea, and the fact that the Obamas won't recognize the obvious philosophy behind the idea of rights demonstrates to me that they either lack first principle understanding, they either understand first principles but fundamentally reject them, they are ignorant to all of this stuff, which is probably unlikely, or as one of our commenters in this chat just said, they're dishonest. I don't know which one it is, but I know that whatever it is, it's not going to lead anywhere good. Let's continue. The Obama said, as the court has previously mentioned, our freedoms are, is it the Obamas? Yeah. Our freedoms are not unlimited. Society has a compelling interest in other circumstances, for example, in protecting children from abuse or people from self-harm. Okay, they're engaging in more moral confusion. They're engaging in more moral. Let's read that again. Our freedoms are not unlimited. Society has a compelling interest in other circumstances, for example, in protecting children from abuse or people from self-harm. Now, let me be unambiguous here. I don't advocate for abuse or self-harm. Self-harm is a horrible thing. It's an issue that a lot of people deal with, and I encourage, if anyone has those kind of ideations in this chat, you are loved. Find someone to talk to, whether it's me, whether it's probably better if it's a therapist, just find someone to talk to. I got to get that out of the way. Having said that, I have no obligation to protect someone from themselves. I have no obligation to protect you from yourself. I may not want you to do something, but if it affects you and only you, physically, there is no more obligation upon me to stop you from doing something stupid to yourself. Now, I would do everything in my power to talk someone out of a foolish decision if I knew them, even if it was in a passing way. I'm not a heartless person. But what I'm saying is, this is not a matter of Christian Watson's own personal doings. This is a matter of Barack Obama trying to say that there is a compelling interest in society to protect people from themselves. There is not. It is a confusion of moral obligation. It may be desirable to do so for the individual, but there is no moral obligation to protect someone from themselves. Zero. Zilch. Nada. That may seem heartless, but it's not heartless when you understand the nature of morality. Morality is an imposition on you which tells you what you cannot do to someone else without violating their rights. That's it. Now, you can have a personal morality, but that's more so a matter of taste and value and internal values. When I talk about morality, I'm talking about this sort of the rules that govern how human beings live that are derived from our natural rights. That's what I mean when I say morality. That's morality. I'm not talking about, oh, you're a woman, you shouldn't be wearing a dress, or a man shouldn't be wearing heels. That's tastes. That's not morality. That's tastes. And people get the two mixed up oftentimes, and that's dangerous, by the way. Because you got people thinking they're being morally righteous when they're just being opinionated. That's tastes, okay? Are you guys listening? You guys understand it? That's tastes. So the Obamas are engaging in a moral confusion by saying there's a compelling interest to save someone from themselves. That does not exist, never has existed. It only exists in the minds of do-gooders who tend to do more bad than they do good by imposing themselves upon situations they have no business being in. Let's continue. But being consistent, there is an interest in protecting children from abuse. I agree with that. Because again, they are vulnerable and they typically cannot defend themselves. And even if they were grown-up people, I have an obligation. Well, it's a good thing for me to go ahead and make sure my fellow man's okay. Again, there's no obligation on my part to bend over backwards for someone I don't know. I'm not morally culpable if someone starves to death and I didn't feed them. That's not my fault. I just didn't give them something. I didn't cause them to die. But it's a good thing to do to protect people, who are close to you. That's a good thing to do. And, I would, if I would ride or die for people I love I would ride or die for them, But again, it's on a basis. Okay, so they're doing it more confusion here. And they continue. Also, again, abortion is not a matter of freedom. Abortion is a negation. Abortion is a negation of life. Life is the carrier of freedom. Ergo, abortion is actually anti-freedom. We're going to clip that. Abortion is a matter of negation. Freedom is derived from life. Abortion negates life. Ergo, abortion, by definition, if you follow the syllogism, is anti-freedom. So not only are they engaged in a moral confusion, they are once again engaged in a category error. What the Obamas call freedom is actually whim. So confusion, moral confusion, and a category error. I'm just reading what they're saying. I'm not prepared. I'm just seeing these things as I'm calling them as I see them. Let's keep going. And the framework, this is the Obamas, and the framework constructed by Roe and subsequent court decisions allowed legislatures to impose greater restrictions on abortion later in pregnancy. But this draft decision does not seek to balance these interests. So on balance, is that so, James? Really? Okay, do you have a link, James? We will cover it. On balance, my friends, the argument from Barack Obama is that society is full of a bunch of different conflicting moral interests, and it's the job of the court to balance those interests. That's not the case. It's the job of the court to interpret the law faithfully according to its original meaning, or according to what its original meaning can be seen to have meant, which requires legwork, debate, conversation. That's the job of the court. The court is not some sort of utilitarian, uniter that balances a bunch of different moral interests. It's not what the court's supposed to do. Unfortunately, judges do that, and it's led to some very destructive things in society, but it's not the job of the court. So the Obamas, in their response to a few things, they engage in a moral confusion. They engage in a category error. They also assume the court has duties that it doesn't have in the first place. So they project their own opinions onto the court. Those three things, 3 strikes you're out, right? One of those things was enough to make their entire argument fall apart. Those 3 things together, that's embarrassing, guys. That's embarrassing. Obama's a lawyer, too. You should know how to argue, man. The couple also called on those who support abortion rights to protest and volunteer on campaigns. We're asking you to join with the activists who've been sounding the alarm on this issue for years and act. Stand with them at local protests, volunteer with them on a campaign. Join with them in urging Congress to codify Roe into law and vote alongside them or on or before November 8th in every other location. Because in the end, if we want judges who will protect all and not just some of our rights, then we've got to elect officials committed to doing the same. How about if we want judges to uphold the Constitution, understand that the Constitution is not based in utilitarianism, it's based in natural rights. We want them to adhere to the Constitution, plain and simple, and allow legislatures and political activists in the state level to handle other issues. That's the Obamas. That's their response. Moral confusion, category mistakes, and, a misunderstanding of the court's role in society. That's the response. This is the former president and the former first lady of the United States operating at this level of reasoning. Anyway, that's just embarrassing. That's embarrassing. James, you have a link for the Los Angeles stuff, because I am interested in seeing these riots. Obviously I don't want to see riots, but I'm interested in seeing what's going on. Oh yeah, no guys. Okay, I'm on Twitter right now. Oh wow. Okay. We're going to see if we can find feed of this, but I'm on Twitter right now, guys. Oh wow. Hold on. Oh wow.
Regardless, fight. They're gonna target stragglers. City Hall.
Right now, this is the tweet. LA police are requesting backup as protesters in LA have turned violent, with one cop having a head injury and several protesters being arrested at a tactical alert. Wow. And as you can see, they're assaulting, they're attacking the police vehicle. As you guys can see, they are, this was that was 8 minutes ago. That was 10 minutes ago, actually. Let's see what we can find. Let's see what we can find, guys. Wow. You know, looks like we're not going to sleep quite yet. Look, there's work to be done. There's work to be done, guys. There's work to be done. This is not just for you guys. It's for posterity as well. Yes. Okay. Okay. Is this guy still on? Okay. You're still on, but I don't know if you're doing what I need to do. So we have a police scanner here. There are a few people actually streaming the Los Angeles stuff. There are a few folks actually streaming it. There are a few folks actually streaming the Los Angeles stuff. But hold on, let's see what we have here. Jesus. This could be bad. This could be bad. So a cop has confirmed, according to multiple sources, to have a head injury. A head injury. So the situation is very volatile right now in Los Angeles. In Los Angeles, man. Well, I find this quite period. Because period. What am I saying? I can't speak today. What? I find this quite perplexing. Excuse me. My brain just misfired. Jesus. Quite. That makes no sense. Quite period. What? I find this quite perplexing because Eric Garcetti was just at the protest earlier today, speaking in favor of Roe v. Wade. So why are these protesters rioting? Their mayor is literally on their side. That's very odd. Why are these protesters rioting? That's the question I have to ask. Why are you rioting? This is peculiar. This is weird. Hold on. Okay, is this guy gonna... There's one guy who is streaming. One guy who is streaming this right now, but he's not. He's just driving around, and there's action going on, obviously. There's action going on. All right, City of Orange Plaza camera. No, you don't have anything going on. Yeah, I'm looking, guys. There's only one streamer on YouTube who's actually showing the Los Angeles. Okay, hold on. We're about to get another feed. Hold on. Another streamer's on now. Okay, hold on. Let me. Hold on. Hold on. I think we have another stream. Hold on, guys. Where could this be? We have another stream coming on? Hold on. Where could this be? This is weird. We're finding the stream, guys. Stay with me. Because there is another streamer covering this now, and I'm trying to get a hold of the stream he's using. That does not mean go over to his channel. That does not mean that. It just means be patient, please. There is stream though, and I have no idea where it is. This is amazing. This is amazing. This is why I need a production team. When you're doing all this by yourself, it becomes very. Hold on. Yes. Open anyway. I don't care. Yes. Maybe. Ah! Hold on. Yes. No, hold on. No, I thought I had it. Dang it. Are you live? No. You're not. Patience, guys. We'll find it. Ah. Is this it? Is this it? Is this it? And that's not it. Ah, Instagram. It has to be Instagram. It would be, wouldn't it? Yeah, he's on Instagram. Dang it. I gotta log into my Instagram now. Dang it. Okay, guys, we found the footage. It's on. I believe that it's on Instagram. Found the footage, guys. It's on Instagram. Logging in. I don't even use this dang Instagram. It's useless. In this case, it must be useful. Actually, did we find it? Dang it, we didn't find it, did we? I might have been mistaken, guys. Hold on. Was I mistaken? Yeah. I was. Okay. Never mind. Where is the footage at? This is embarrassing. Not for me, but for the fact that I can't find the footage. This is just ridiculous. It must be on TikTok or somewhere, but I don't have a TikTok account, so I would not. Come on. TikTok account, come on. All right, guys, I don't see the footage. We're going to find it though. But until then, let's keep talking. Because look, this is, okay. This is, apparently there's Antifa in downtown Los Angeles. Apparently that's the case. Apparently there's Antifa. We'll keep following for Twitter updates. But apparently there's Antifa in downtown Los Angeles. We'll keep following for Twitter updates until we can get the footage on hand. Yeah. Oh man. We got another Twitter update. Hold on. Let me. Hold on. All right, hold on, guys. This was posted about a minute ago.
Has an unlawful assembly been declared? Yes or no? Are you? Do you know? Who has bars here? Who has bars?
Okay. I'm not sure what we just saw. What is going on in Los Angeles? See, this is why the work of a good man is never done. This officer is driving this car, has dash cam footage of another officer hitting two protesters with their car. I don't know how authentic that is. I don't know how truthful that is. I don't know. These are just random tweets. I'm just trying to find information because information is scarce right now. I assume there's going to be some articles about this in a few moments. But, okay, KTLA. KTLA. Are you covering this, KTLA? Yes, they are. Okay, we got news. Los Angeles has just issued a citywide tactical alert due to a protest in downtown LA. This is from the local news. People are urged to avoid the area due to heavy traffic congestion and police presence. It's at Pershing Square. The protest was organized following the leaked Supreme Court documents. Around 8:50 p.m. What time is it right now in Los Angeles? It is what? It is 10:12 p.m. in Los Angeles right now. So about not too long ago, about 8:50, an hour and some minutes, 8:50 p.m., the LAPD sent out a tweet urging people to avoid the area due to police activity. Interesting. One officer was injured, but the extent of their injuries was unknown. So there is problems going on in Los Angeles right now. This does not surprise me. Los Angeles has been the site of many different, terrible instances of civil unrest. We are literally on the cutting edge right now, guys, where this is just coming in. What's going on, guys? Deterioration of social relations leads to nowhere good. Who's Kimbrel? Okay, we're going to try YouTube again because there's got to be someone. There's got to be someone covering this. This is too big not to cover. This is too big not to cover. Okay, hold on. Live abortion rights protests. No, okay. That's not the right one. Okay. But there is something happening in Los Angeles right now. This is fascinating. Interesting. This is fascinating. No Facebook. Interesting. No, this guy doesn't have Facebook at all. Interesting. I don't know. There's one streamer who has the feed, but I don't have the feed. So this makes things inherently difficult. We can get the feed. Hold on. We can get the feed. We will get the feed, rather. Oh, okay. He is on TikTok. He is on TikTok. Yes, that's the odd thing. I don't have a TikTok, which is why I never knew. All right, guys. Sorry, we're going to about to get the feed right now. He is live on TikTok. Oh, dang it! Do I really got to sign up? Dang it! Do I really got to sign up to go to see this guy's live on TikTok? I don't like TikTok. God. Can't you be live on Instagram, my dude? All right, so this guy is live on TikTok, which was my concern. But I'm not sure if I want to go on TikTok because I don't trust the Chinese government. I don't trust anything they do. So I'm not going to. Yeah, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. So yeah, I'm not doing it. I'm not gonna do the TikTok. Sorry. But the guy who is live right now is live on TikTok. Wow. Yeah, the devil is a liar. Nope, not gonna happen. Not going to happen to me. We'll have to just keep going through Twitter then. I'm sorry, guys. I want to get you guys the feed, but I'm not going to sign up for TikTok. Okay, we got some more footage. Yeah, you're correct, Myriad. They are. We got some more footage coming in. Got some more footage. Let's see what's going on.
Oh. There they go. Oh, so here come the modem boys. Yo. They coming in hot, y'all. There they go.
God. Hope people in Los Angeles are safe. Anti-abortion activist describes scale. I don't have time to deal with that. Scaling a building. Man, that's dedication. That's certainly something. It's dedication. Breaking news. A handful of protesters in standoff with LAPD. This has been happening for over an hour now. So this has been a standoff. There's been a standoff. Okay. Interesting. So there is an active standoff. This is fascinating. Man. This Twitter person just said, I'm not understanding why people are protesting in Los Angeles when California is the most liberal state in the country and never ban abortions. Correct? It boggles the mind. What are they achieving by this? Well, and then again, for people who inherently have a destructive worldview, my friends, it's not about achieving anything, right? Their worldview is built on trying to create heaven on earth, but their methods are such that it only negates things. You cannot create anything through force. Force is a negation. It is a negation of something. This is physics tells us this. Force stops something. It does not create anything. And so when you have people whose ideologies are not built on creating anything through dynamic human will, but are instead built upon strong arming people towards your policy initiatives through coercive government policies, you don't have an ideology that can create anything. It has no fruit. It can produce nothing, but it can destroy everything. And riots are an example, an extension of a worldview that doesn't recognize the proper role of force in the world. That's what it is. So it's not about creating anything. I learned that a long time ago. It's not about doing that. It's about something else. Oh, so this was an hour ago. Oh, DHS? Again, this is the People City Council. I don't know who these people are. Oh, no rents, no evictions, no vaccines. We are going to make sure the elected officials are hurt, defund the police. Okay, these people are nuts. Okay, these guys are nuts. Okay, never mind. The DHS is so wait, hold on. The DHS is in Los Angeles right now, though. This video is coming. The DHS is in Los Angeles right now. This is fascinating. The DHS is in Los Angeles right now. Why is the DHS there? Is my question. Yep, patch.com. LA on citywide tactical. Let me pull this up. Let me share the screen over here. Is it? Okay, where's it at? Where's it at? Hold on. Fox 11, where's it at? They got one. Yeah, please do. Please do. Please do. We'll stay up for a little bit more covering this. What have you done for me lately? Do, do, ooh, 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 ooh. Okay, yeah. When you have the URL, Marriott, tell me, because I am not doing TikTok. Let's look at some more Twitter stuff while we're waiting. We're looking right now, trying to figure out, make sense of what's going on in Los Angeles. Powerful speech earlier in the day. At least one officer injured during clash with abortion rights protesters. I'm not surprised. Why would I be surprised? I told you guys. I made the prediction earlier in the stream. I said, it's not a particularly novel prediction, but it is one. Does it come up on YouTube or on Google? Yeah, there is no Fox 11 live stream. I've been looking for it. It's not there. I wish it was, but it's not there. I wish it was, my friend. Yeah, it's not there. Yeah. So we're going to keep going through Twitter. All right, let's keep going through Twitter. Yeah, they're attacking police officers now. And in a city like Los Angeles, where the district attorney and the police chief, the mayor, all the city officials have a very perverted idea of justice and how to enforce it, you shouldn't expect much accountability. That's the key here. That's the key. You don't expect accountability when you have these kind of riots. Now, from what I'm seeing, this is not quite a riot, but it has the tenor and tone of a riot. Okay. I agree. Free speech, third band, free speech. I agree. It's a good thing. Beautiful thing. Okay, this footage is from about an hour ago, but it'll do good.
Back off. Don't do that. Don't do that. Back up. Back up.
This is the communist flag. Hold on. I know that is not the Soviet hammer and sickle. This is sick. This is Antifa. This is sick. That is the guys. That is the hammer and guys. That is the hammer and sickle. Yes, it's clear as day. It's clear as day. You see that, guys, on the screen? These protesters who are engaging with the police are waving the hammer and sickle. Okay. Got it. Are we paying attention, people? Are we paying attention? Are we paying attention? That flag symbolizes something much greater than just a historical period. That flag, and we've been going on for 6 hours now, but it's okay. That flag symbolizes something so profoundly disgusting. but yet very telling about their motives. They want to baptize society in their own interpretations of it, and that, as revolutionary,
Get out of my face! Back up! You back up! Back in your fucking car! You get the fuck out of here!
I am very sensitive to claims of police brutality, but nothing we saw in that video is police brutality. In fact, it probably would have, okay, no, Hex, I'm not surprised people were communist. No, I'm not surprised. No, I'm not surprised at all. No. But I do think that a lot of people who talk about Antifa tend to overemphasize the communist aspect, because a lot of them don't have a coherent ideology. So Antifa is based on something called the black bloc tactic. And the black bloc tactic requires becoming a part of a collective, a mass, a huge mass in which you are not individuated, you're not distinguished, for a particular revolutionary end. It doesn't necessitate a broader historical worldview. The black bloc tactic is bound to the here and now. Communism is built upon a broader historical worldview. So I'm very well aware of where this ideology comes from. I was just not expecting to see a hammer and sickle flown in an American city. That's jarring to me. And that should be jarring to everybody. No matter how much you've seen it, that should still be jarring to you. This is a city in a country built upon universal principles which are anathema to communism. That should be jarring to you. And if it's not, then something's gone terribly wrong, my friend. That's jarring. God have mercy. You're right, Bobby. You're right. Again, I would be covering this. Hold on. Can we get some footage, man? Can we get some dang footage? I need some footage. I need some footage, man. Come on. Okay. Back to Twitter. Again, I'm sorry, guys, that we're having to do Twitter. Oh, dang. Okay, Libs of TikTok just posted something. Okay. Oh God. Okay, we got a lot of material now. Ooh, we got a lot of material now. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Oh, what the hell? What the hell? One protester putting literature inside DHS. Wow. Hold on. 1776. Look at her shirt. Ride free 1776. Hold on. Ride free 1776. There, that is a biker shirt. Wait, hold on, is it? That is okay. Hold on. Why would someone bearing 1776 be smashing a DHS? Well, I can think of a few reasons, but in general, you wouldn't expect that kind of person to be smashing a DHS car. That's interesting. Can't judge a book by its cover. Okay, this is Antifa. Look at this. They did some graffiti on the back of the police car. You guys can see this. I hope you can see this. They did some graffiti. Let me blow it up. They did some graffiti. That's the. These guys are crazy. They did some graffiti on the back of a police car. Oh gosh, these guys are crazy. Yeah. Jesus. Okay, this is an actual person breaking the window of a DHS squad car. This is happening live, guys. This is well, not live, but this is basically happening in the past 20 minutes. Protesters blocking vehicles. So DHS is out here on riot gear. Wow. Lives of TikTok got this. See if there's anything else that's going to be interesting. Bobby, this very well could be a crazy conservative counter protest. There could be. I don't know. It would strike me as odd, but not entirely out of the picture, because there are some people on the right who dislike the police enough to do something like that. Okay, we're getting more footage. We're getting more footage. Okay. Again, this is from an account that wants to defund the police. So let's take this all with a grain of salt. And again, this is hold on. Let's take this all with a grain of salt, guys. We don't know the details behind this. We don't have the full story. So just be pensive about this. Okay, we have LAPD doing something. I don't know what it is yet. Let's see. Let's watch. Okay. Yeah, there's a few things going on here. Number one, they're surrounded. Obviously, that guy did something because, okay, hold on. No, I don't want to copy video address. That guy did something. I don't want to copy the video. Okay, let's gonna stay there. That guy did something because they were chasing him. Look very close at this. Hold on. Okay, let's go back. So he was in motion already. This wasn't just some guy standing. He was in motion already, and the cops are chasing him for a okay. Okay, he had an umbrella in his hand. Okay, you see? There was an umbrella that was in his hand. Yep. Okay. Okay, the cop's trying to tackle him. Now, tackling is a very common tactic in police departments, and it's generally acceptable if you're close contact and someone you need to subdue someone. Generally acceptable. Okay, he tackles him, gets him on the floor. Okay. Okay, now there's there's someone grabbing the cop. There's a protester grabbing that cop. Okay, there's actually a few protests. Okay, no. There are 3 protesters. Oh, okay, this is interesting. Okay, protester 1. I wish I had like a little pen that I could use. I could use to scribble around this. Okay, there's protester 1, protester 2, protester 3, where my cursor are. So there are 3 protesters surrounding the cop who is on the ground who's trying to tackle this guy. Then there's this other cop who comes around here and hits them, rightfully so, with a nightstick, because these guys are surrounding the cop on the ground here and could cause him bodily harm, and they are being aggressive. So the cop has the ability now to use a proportionate amount of force back towards them. Okay. No, okay, it makes sense. Okay, this makes sense. This makes sense. Okay, this is not brutality. This is self-defense. This makes sense. See, that cop is scared. No, okay, that Hispanic cop right there, I assume he's Hispanic, he's scared. He's like he's scared. Because him and his partner are surrounded by people who clearly want to harm them. He's scared. I would be scared too, man. You're in Los Angeles, downtown, you're dealing with Antifa? My God. Yeah, okay, hold on. See what happened? Okay, hold on. So the guy who was tackled, who is the problem guy here, he runs away. Okay, he runs away. Okay, he runs away. There's someone that is trying to pull the guy who got tackled, trying to pull him away from the cop. Now the other guy, the cop's partner, is trying to get the people who are around him away because the people around him are obviously a threat. Okay. Okay, so this cop's chasing him, and while he's in pursuit, okay, again, there are 4 people trying to assail this cop again. So there were 3, now there is 4, I think. From best I can see, this is pretty blurry. Well, it's not blurry, but it's not good. It's not clear what's going on. Okay, they're back on the ground again. Okay, again, this cop's scared. He has fear in his eyes. Got total fear in his eyes. Scared. So he's tackling the guy, trying to get him subdued so we can cuff him, presumably. Now they're throwing things at the cop. Someone just threw, you see that? We're going to analyze this stuff, man. We're going to analyze this stuff. Okay, this Asian guy here in a blue mask threw paper at the cop, then ran away like a coward. This is cowardice. This is cowardice. This is pure cowardice. Yeah, that dude has a skateboard, yes. Okay, you see? And they basically just yanked the guy away from the cop. And now the cop has to say, you know what? My safety is important here. Let me get away. Why is moved by the cop, by the way? Because that could have been bad. There's someone with a skateboard nearby. They're already throwing things. They're already showing aggression. If that cop would have gone in, that would have probably been bad because there's already a cop with a head injury. And I can imagine what kind of device, the head injury caused. Oh, well, what kind of device caused the head injury, rather? Oh, and they just threw a scooter at him. They just threw a scooter. Whoa. Wow. Okay, watch this. Watch your screen right here. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this very closely. Wow. In under 48 seconds, a mob wrested control of a problem maker, one of their own, from a cop, and made the cops back out in 48 seconds. That was 48 seconds, guys. 48 seconds is going to pass by the time I'm done running my chin here. That's 48 seconds. And this idiot wants to say that cops are trying to hurt protesters. This utter idiot. These guys are out. These guys are outflanked. LAPD is a right-wing terrorist organization. What the hell? LAPD is unhinged? No, they're not unhinged. Not in this case, at least. There's a lot of problems. Trust me. The LAPD has a lot of problems. Going back to Rodney King, they got a lot of problems. Trust me. I'm not going to defend the LAPD. They're one of the most corrupt police departments in the nation. I'm not going to defend them. But in this instance, the LAPD is doing no wrong. This clip is pretty popular. This clip has been shared, liked 1,089, 1,841. Probably going to change by the time I'm done talking. Okay, this clip is very popular. Let's watch this clip. It's a very popular clip. Yeah, no, Bobby, that was crazy. That was bad. Now, LAPD deserves criticism, but not for this. They're actually doing they're doing the best they can. If it was up to me, man, I would be dispersing riot control right now. I'm a libertarian, guys. I don't like authoritarianism, but I do like order, an order society, a society in which rights are not being violated. And very obviously, these Antifa protesters are not respecting the rights of those around them, and so they need to be handled. They need to be told to disperse. And if they don't disperse, they need to be all charged and locked up immediately by men in riot gear. I'm just being serious. These are not peaceful protesters. These are violent thugs trying to inflict their viewpoint through in a Gnostic way upon the rest of us in society. They ought to be handled that way. All right, let's see this. This one's pretty popular. And guys, by the way, feel free, after this is up and done, to share this part of the stream, because there's going to be a lot of misinformation in the morning about these instances. And I want you guys to know that we are on the cutting edge. We're on the cutting edge. We are watching this as it's coming out. So please share this. Please share this. This part of the stream. I'll clip it out too, because LAPD is obviously not doing anything bad right now in this instance. So you're gonna be at the top of the spear with this stuff. Let's go. Get back! Okay, hold on. We're gonna analyze this. This is about 9 seconds though. Cool, he's walking. He's like, get back. He's not even the one doing the aggression. Okay, hold on. This guy is invading his personal space, a few inches away from him, from what I can see. Okay. Okay. Hold on. So he's like, get back. And then there's someone whose hands just come out. You see right there? They're grabbing him. This is after he's trying to get them away from him. Okay, so it's obvious this officer is not the instigator either.
Back up! We were here, no one was.
Okay. Yeah. Again, the cops are not being the aggressors. Yeah, Bobby, this is about all I can find. But if we're analyzing them, so we're not just taking them at their own word. And again, the LAPD seems to be doing a fine job right now. Okay. This is a minute. going on here? Okay, this was the guy that we just saw. Oh, this is interesting. This is the guy we just saw in the previous clip to this one, who was like, get back, get back. So he just got out of his car here. So let's presume that this is when he first came to the scene. We're doing some good work here tonight, guys. We're doing some good work here tonight. We're doing some good work here tonight. It's interesting.
Back off. Don't do that. Don't do that. Back up. Back up.
Okay, so he has been consistent the entire time in that clip and in this clip. Now, a point of criticism, I wouldn't have pushed her like that, personally. Look, okay, he has every right to keep a distance between him and these very violent people, obviously. Having said that, optics are important, especially if you're going to be drugged towards a media circus trial, which all cops are these days, for good or for ill, most of the time for ill. And you have to be willing, you have to have optics on your side, or at least you have to do your best to make sure they are on your side. And the girl just approached him, didn't appear to be aggressive. And he's like, back up, get away from me. Like pushed her, put his hands on her. It's not unreasonable, but it's not ideal either. It's not ideal. It's not ideal. I don't like how he handled that. Okay, look at this. Watch this closely. Okay, she approaches casually. He puts a hand out. Okay, actually, I take that back. The officer puts his hands out and he lightly taps her. He lightly taps her and says, "Go away." Oh, okay, hold on. Hold on. Okay, he taps her. Then okay, hold on. Taps her once. Her body is angled in a different direction than him. She's just looking at him. And he pushes her. Okay. Again, it's reasonable, but it doesn't look right. It's reasonable, though. It's reasonable. I'm not gonna fault him for that. He's obviously in a very high pressure environment. I'm sitting here in my room with my philosophy books around me, looking at this after the fact, and I realized that. And the media is going to be sitting in their posh studios with their coffee, their morning coffee, judging this man and people like him. Without actually what we're doing right now, we're doing an in-depth analysis. We're doing an in-depth analysis right now. Because I don't want to give you guys sensationalism. I want to give you guys good stuff. Keep going.
Back off. Don't do that. Don't do that. Back up.
Okay, he's like, don't do that. Please go away. Back up. Don't do that. So he's talking to her. He's communicating verbal orders to her. He's doing everything that he's supposed to do. And we have people screaming at him, just screaming at him, foaming at the mouth, screaming at him, pointing at him. This dude here needs particular help. He needs a priest. You need a priest, sir. You need a priest sent to you immediately. You need a priest sent to you immediately, sir. You look like you're possessed by something. You're just screaming. But I'm happy you took the mask off, though. Finally, you took the mask off, even though I'm happy you took the mask off. I mean, maybe cops should come towards you more so you could take your mask off. Maybe you can free yourself a little bit. Okay, and we have this Asian guy right here. I'm only noting their physical characteristics to describe them, by the way. And this guy right here with the phone in his face. And this lady arguing with him. Okay, so obviously these are people that have no interest. Oh god, this is like a comedy skit, but it's not funny. That this cop, God bless him, I feel for him and his family, man. God. See, now he has 3 people. So it went from 1 person to 3 very aggressive people approaching him now. Now, naturally, when you're getting cornered by a bunch of ravenous thugs, your anxiety levels are going to go up through the roof. That makes sense to me. See, he's doing his best. He's saying, back up, get away, go, leave. He's not even using force. The guy is like throwing his hand in his face. He could be using force right now, by the way. He's not doing that. That's commendable. Well, it's kind of stupid, actually. He should be using force, probably. He's even saying, get out of my face. Okay, this cop is being way too patient. You're being way too patient. Ian, I'm trying to analyze the video. I'm not just going to play it. I played it before, but I'm trying to analyze the video. Okay? Analysis is the only way we get to the core root of things. There are plenty of people playing the video in full. I'm trying to analyze it. So he is, again, he's patient. See, this cop is not even using force anymore. He's just backing away. He's ceding ground. Okay, again, we see miraculous restraint in this cop. He could have OC sprayed a few of those people, and probably would have been justified in doing so, by the way. In all honesty, he could have OC sprayed some of those people. I would have, probably. I don't want to deploy force on people if I don't have to, but he could have easily OC sprayed those people. Without a doubt, my friends. We've been going on for 6 hours. Push that like button, guys. If you haven't subscribed yet, you're new to the Pensive family, please subscribe. We're doing something special here, guys. I feel it. Part of me wishes that we were doing these every day. We can't do that, though. Maybe one day we will. Maybe one day we'll be like Tim Pool and we'll have our own studio and all that kind of stuff. But for now, this shall do. This is just fine. You guys are. I love spending time with you guys. All right, let's see what we have here. Again, I wanted to go to sleep an hour ago, but no. Los Angeles is in chaos right now. It is in total chaos, and we got to cover it. Got to cover it. LAPD been beaten N-words since sheriffs were slave catchers. Okay, that's actually a historical falsehood. Police departments were developed out of community watch patrols in the Northeast. I believe in 1850. By 1858, I think Boston or New York City had their first police department before the Civil War even started. The first police departments come out of the South. Now, it is true that in the South, after Reconstruction, law enforcement happened to be former slave watchers. That's true. But it is incorrect to say that all sheriffs or all police officers, which is what the tweet is saying, were slave catchers. That is a myth. That is mythological. It is not true. That is a myth used to demean the institution of policing. And believe you me, I have critiques of the institution of policing, but that's not one of them. So that's just a stupid tweet. It does not purport that the president or Democrats. Yes. And apparently, There was also someone shot by SWAT stand earlier in Los Angeles. So earlier today, it was about 400 people rallying in Los Angeles for abortion. And there were marshals and everything. So this has been happening all day. Okay, here's the interesting thing. Protests have been happening all day. The violence seems to be starting right now. That's the interesting thing. Eventful China just highlighted there was a communist hammer and sickle flag. What is Eventful China? Okay. Okay, it's an anti-China. It's an anti-CCP account. Someone just attacked Dave Chappelle. What? Wait, what? Wait. What? Hold on. Is this a joke? Hold on, guys. This is a joke. Okay. News is just breaking tonight, man. What the hell? Okay, this has got to be a joke. I'm going to watch this. It better not be a jump scare. What?
Thank you, son. It was a trans man. I'm back there squeezing that nigga too. Niggas, I seen Busta Rhymes on it. It's like, that's how you do it, dog. Thank you, son. It was a trans
Okay,
man.
I don't see an attack. Okay, I don't see a dang attack. Oh, he did get slapped. Oh. Hold on. Oh. Hold on. I don't believe this. Did that actually happen? I don't believe this. Did that actually happen? I don't know. I can't verify this, guys. I'm sorry. No sources I'm looking at are confirming this. There's no articles on this. It's just Twitter. This could be a lie. Did this actually happen, or is this a running joke? Back to Los Angeles. I'll see if we can find some live feed. I'm going to sleep soon, guys, but we got to cover this, though. We got to cover this more, because there's going to be, I promise you, in the morning, there's going to be a lot of nonsense about this. Police brutality and all this other nonsense. I promise you. Okay. Yeah, there's only 2 streams. Okay, hold on. There is one stream. Okay, there's one stream, but all it is driving. All it is driving. And this is not a gaming, a trucking simulator. This is not, okay. This actually happened, or is it some kind of a joke? Did this actually happen, or is this some kind of a joke? Okay, so apparently, according to this lady on Twitter, he got slapped. Again, I can't confirm this, guys. Or am I going to try to? Well, actually, I am going to try to. Yeah, okay. Dave Chappelle got tackled on stage, apparently. This is going to trend. Wow. Wow. Okay. Chappelle got slapped. Looks like. I don't know. I would expect this to be all over the news by now. I guess not. What do I say to ladies and gentlemen? What do I say? All right, guys. You've been an awesome audience tonight, guys. I wish I had a cameraman who could go out these places for me and stream it, and I would stream his stuff and I would comment on it, but don't have that quite yet. Maybe one day. No, guys, I want to say I thank you so much for coming out and hanging out with me. It's been 6 hours, almost 7 hours, guys, doing this stream. Almost 7 hours. Something special is going on here, guys. Yeah. Some people look at me and just dismiss me because I'm not the biggest guy on the block. But that's not why I do this, guys. I do this because I have a love for it. Because I love philosophy. I love learning. I love sharing things with people. And life is about that kind of stuff. It's not about how popular you are. It's not about any of that kind of stuff. And so I put in these hours. I mean, 7 hours is almost like a full-time job shift. That's a long time. But I put in these hours because I believe in what we have here. And I do believe we can have a smarter politics and a better politics. And we will. We definitely will. A few announcements coming up before I leave. If you're not in the Discord yet, please be in the Discord. Please get in the Discord. I'm going to go to sleep soon, but please get in the Discord. So the Discord is going to be I'm going to send the link right now. It's where you can interact with me and other people in the community. Please join the Discord if you're not in the Discord. Please join the Discord, guys. Please join the Discord. It means a lot to me if you do. Also, tomorrow's video, I'm still trying to decide what it's going to be. It's probably going to be about disinformation. I think I've exhausted the Roe v. Wade topic. Maybe I'll talk to my editor in the morning. We'll talk about it. We'll see. That's why I do it. I talked to him. Well, he's probably up right now, actually, because it's probably like 7 where he is right now. He's probably up right now. So I might go talk to him when I off this call. But yeah, so it'll be good. It'll be a regular video. The next live stream will be on Saturday of next week. And from that point on, we're going to be doing live streams Saturday and Sunday, Pensa Politics live streams, and we're going to be posting those live streams up as podcasts as well after they're done. So look forward to that as well. We've got some exciting things happening here. Stay tuned, guys. And before we go, I want you guys again join the Discord, please. Join the Discord. And before we go, You're not in it. And before we go, I'm going to lead us out song. So guys, listen to this so we can get out of here. So we got, what the song's going to be. I've been playing it all day, and I just can't help it. So I love you guys so much. Stay pensive, and please enjoy this song. Have a good night.
Unborn matter too. So join us and unite, for we have just begun to fight. Help us tell the nation we want a pro-life revolution. Help us tell the nation we want a pro-life revolution. The world can be a scary place when you're just getting by, and there's no comfort or warm embrace to make you even want to try. Let's come together from across the land to end the stigma and shame. Let's be there for each other and let's loosen and break the chains. And it's true, the unborn matter too. So join us and unite, for we have just begun to fight. Sing it with me. Help us tell the nation we want a pro-life revolution. Help us tell the nation we want a pro-life revolution. We come together from near and far, from the mountains to the sand, because we've come to know that the future's in our hands. You never know what you're made of until the moment's come. Well, that day's today and that moment is now, and we shall overcome. And it's true, the unborn matter too. So join us and unite, for we have just begun to fight. Sing it with me. Help us tell the nation we want a pro-life revolution. Help us tell the nation we want a pro-life revolution. Again. Help us tell the nation we want a pro-life revolution. One more time. Help us tell the nation we want a pro-life revolution. Thank you, Washington, D.C.
Susie posted, I'll pass on VR.